So welcome along to the 73rd running of the 12 Hours of Sebring. Beautiful weather in central Florida as the juices are beginning to flow, the hairs on the arms and the goosebumps beginning to come up. It is that time of the year. It's the last third of the 36 hours of Florida. The Rolex 24 Hours was an absolute barnstormer in all the classes, and we've reconvened, what, a couple of 3 hours down the road and down the coast to do it all again on a distinctively different circuit. Much more into the Central Highlands region of the state. 3 3/4 miles, 17 corners, with names like Gurney, Fangio, Collier, Bishop, Le Mans and Ullman. You know that there's history at every single inch of this tarmac and concrete. A former B-17 training base in World War II, named for Lieutenant Hendrick, who came across to the UK in the early 1940s, and on just his third day of deployment in training RAF pilots was killed tragically at RAF Polbrook in Northamptonshire, about 3.5–4 miles from my front door when I do get the chance to be at home. Plenty of connections between the carbon fibre triangle in that part of the UK and this historic motor racing venue. Good morning, everybody. I'm John Hindorf in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Peter Mackay is alongside me for his first Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. You've missed 72, Peter. Where were you?
I feel like I've got something in common with Dries Vantor, the pole sitter.
Yeah.
And that's about where it stops.
Yeah.
No, I'm absolutely privileged to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And we're going to have a spectacular race, as it always is here at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. So many legends have been created here, but maybe a new change of the guard, because for the last 8 years, on 5 occasions, Cadillac have been the winner, but it's not been an ideal race week for them. The 2 Wayne Taylor cars have been not where they want to be. We did see the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac show good pace in night practice, but unfortunately no time set for them in qualifying yesterday with a technical failure. I'm sure Action Express will have got to the bottom of that, and let's hope that they have a clean run to the race, as we hope for all our competitors. But on the 50th anniversary of BMW North America, and the 50th anniversary of their win at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring that year, BMW, the pole sitter, with their special livery to celebrate that amazing milestone.
Let's remind everybody of just how hard this track is. It's not just about respecting the bumps, the Brembo brake facts for the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. This is a 5 out of 5 difficulty rating, and that's not just a matter of opinion. The brake technicians look at things like the bumps, like the temperatures that are going into the calipers and how much pressure you have to put onto them. 120 miles an hour scrubbed off in the hardest braking area at turn 7, the hairpin, with G-forces of up to nearly 3 Gs in the GTPs and over 2 Gs for the GTD cars. And how about a nice toasty 1,600 Fahrenheit for the peak brake temperature? That's your Brembo brake facts for the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Plenty going on there. Really, really important to have your brakes sorted here at Sebring with those big stops. Our Porsche keys to the race: get to the darkness. That's where the race will be won and lost, so you must do your best work at night. Be patient in the traffic, avoid any contact or penalties which could take you off the lead lap. And the tyres, make sure that you have managed your tyre allocation. You're going to have to double stint at least a couple of sets of tyres through the 12 hours today. And the heat of the day, the cars will not like it because they're not set up for it. So you are going to hurt your Michelin tyres. All of the cars are set up to do their best performance in the darkness. Let's see if a set of Michelins for the last hour, maybe a couple, just in case the lip race caution. Then you could be absolutely in the box seats. It's going to be BMW and Acura on the front row of the grid, with Dries Van Toor and Tom Blomqvist starting their respective cars, the 24 and the 60. Philippe Nasr and Mathieu Jaminet are an all Porsche Penske Motorsport second row of the grid, 7 and 6. Then Neil Jani for Proton Competition and Renger van der Zande, Louis Delatraz and Ricky Taylor for an all Cadillac V-Series Wayne Taylor Racing row, that's 7th and 8th, row 4. Jimmy Bruni starts the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963 with Sheldon von der Linde in the second of the BMWs on row 5. Romain Grosjean for the Lamborghini SC63. This was their debut race last year in IMSA. Ross Gunn starts the Heart of Racing Valkyrie in its debut in IMSA, and Cadillac Whelan's at number 31, Jack Aitken in 13th position. Pole position in LMP2, where all the cars are Oregas. TDS with Stephen Thomas and PJ Hyatt will be alongside him. Bit of an anomaly in GTD Pro with Albert Costa for Dragon Speed on pole position for the pros and ahead of all the GTD cars, but he did not put the fastest lap in. That went to Alessandro Perguidi, who is 12 places behind him. But this year, all of the GTD pros are classed as a separate category of racing, and therefore, like the GTPs ahead of the LMPs, on the start and any restart, they will be placed above all of the GTD cars. It is Perguidi for AF Corsa on pole position, and he was faster than every single one of the 11 cars ahead of him in qualifying. That could make the first few corners pretty tasty when we go to green. Let's take a bit of atmosphere from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Nick Damon, first of all, and then we'll hear from Ryan Marine. Nick?
Well, it's a fabulous, sunny, clear Florida day now. We're all talking about the heat, but I noticed an interesting thing. They did the rather spectacular point when in part of the national anthem where they go and the rockets red flare, they set a lot of rockets up behind the pit lane. Now, the pit lane's quite sheltered. The way the smoke moved, there's a huge amount of wind blowing across the circuit. It's pretty much a crosswind across both the straights, the back straight and the front straight. A little bit perhaps taily as you go down the Ullman straight, but there's a lot more wind out on the track that we're feeling here in the pit lane. And as we know, the change of the wind really affects all these downforce cars.
Ryan Marine is the second voice for this portion of the race, the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. That atmosphere has been ramped up, turned up to 11, Ryan.
It certainly has. It took a lot of effort to clear the fans off the grid on the fan walk. No one wanted to leave, and why would they? They were up close and personal with some of the most high-tech racing machines anywhere on the planet. And Nick's point about the wind is a good one. I've been eavesdropping on the team radio for the number 7 Porsche Penske, and that's something the team has been keeping Felipe Nasr updated on, so he knows what to expect when they arrive in turn 1 at speed, and that should be coming in just a few short minutes. Started 7-3rd, Mobile 1, 12 Hours of Sebring.
Those are two of the 5 voices that we have for you here on IMSA Radio and the World Feed TV. We've once again been allowed to take over Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM. Thank you to the team there, Jay, and the rest of the team. 100.9 at the track, Sirius XM 206 around North America, and of course around the world on RS2 for your audio, or if you may be a little bit bandwidth compromised, IMSA YouTube as well for those of you outside the US. If you're in the US, then of course our colleagues at NBC Sports will be looking after you over on their subscription channel of Peacock. But outside the US, then you can watch along, and we have ad-free on IMSARadio.com, the live video tab at the top left of IMSARadio.com. Depending on your browser, you might just have to scroll down one of the menus there to find it. When we say flag to flag, we mean it. The only interruptions we'll have for us going ooh and ah and eek, because that will be undoubtedly some of the words you will hear in the next 12 hours. Our Cadillac safety SUV is about to pull right-handed into the pit lane, and this extraordinarily brightly coloured, fantastic looking 50-car grid is green flag for the 73rd time here at the Mobil 1. 12 Hours of Sebring, and a great jump away by Dries Vanthoor. He'll lead them down into the first corner. The battle is on for second position, side by side. The Acura of Tom Blomqvist and Porsche Penske Motorsport. I think that's the Jaminet car that was trying to come through. Yes, it is. Here are the GTD pros with the yellow Ferrari and the green Porsche on the front of the grid, heading towards their green flag. Now watch out for the faster GTD cars behind them. The cars are all the same spec and BOP. Good jump away by Albert Costa in the yellow Dragon Speed Ferrari. He holds on to his pole position. Second for the number 77 of AO Racing, and Lauren Heinrich. Neil Verhagen was dropped back a little bit. I think that's Antonio Garcia who's trying to come through in the white Corvette. Yeah, yellow Ferrari and white Corvette. It is a little bit difficult. No, Verhagen's still there in third, but it was one of the Corvettes coming through. Peter Mackay.
Move for second from Felipe Nasr. He's just gone through on Tom Blomqvist there as they come past
at
Green
the front
Park.
of the field,
There's a spin for the AWA Corvette. Oh, no, that's Ori Fadani, last year's Bob Aiken winner.
And that is right at Christensen Curve, I think. Maybe going through into turn 5. And let's see if the 13 can be refired. We stay in green at the moment in the 73rd running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and the car that will be at Le Mans this year is facing the right direction. He's got 11 hours, 58 minutes and 24 seconds to gain some positions. Now the Inception Ferrari was there and hit him. That was a perfect pit move. The local sheriffs will be wanting to recruit the driver of the number 70 car, Brendan Aribe.
Oh dear.
And that is being looked at by race control already. How fast is Dries Vanthoor? Very fast indeed, as he has put 1.5 seconds on the field in the first lap from the green flag start, Peter.
He's up for this one. I mean, they must have been agonizingly disappointed after Daytona. They were on pole, they had the fastest car, and it went all wrong in the last couple of hours for BMW number 24, but here at Sebring they're wanting to get a stamp on the race early, and Dries Vanthoor getting his head down 1.5 seconds in a single lap. That's impressive. I guess you could say that Nasr and Blomqvist would have been held up a little bit with Nasr making that pass. Let's see what it's like on the second flying lap.
Across the line and down into the first corner for the GT cars, but all of the prototypes still together, and Vanthoor going through to Tower Turn now, but the battle's on in the midfield. This is tremendous stuff. Ross Gunn just lost a position as well off the start with the Valkyrie from the Heart of Racing team, and that is because Jack Aitken has made up 3 positions, up to 10th now in the red fronted Cadillac Whelen number 31.
Coming into race week, that number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, they had a lot of confidence. They felt that the car was going to be strong. Qualifying didn't go their way. They had a technical issue right at the start of qualifying, which meant that they couldn't set any lap at all. They were on pole here last year, of course, and have won this race before. They won it back in 2023 with Jack Aitken on the driver's lineup. Earl Bamber won it in a different team's Cadillac DPI car in 2022, so they know how to get the job done here at Sebring, and I don't see them languishing at the bottom of the order for very long.
So 120, 130 miles an hour for Aaron Telitz in the Lexus, 140 miles an hour. Then back down through the gears to the Jean de Bian Benz into Le Mans, turn 16 onto the Ullman Straight. Should be pulling over 150 miles an hour before he comes into Sunset in that GTD car.
Yeah, 155 when they hit the brakes going into Sunset. The GTPs, they're hitting, depending on which car, between 180 and 185 before bringing it down to 80 miles an hour for the apex. But the braking zone into turn 7, which the leading GTPs have just come through. Oh, incident. The Pecom Racing number 88 in the wall, as is the number 18 Era car. This is Luis Perez Companc and Toby Luca, they're both in the wall. I think we might see an early yellow flag here, John.
They were running 6th and 7th in LMP2. Rodrigo Sales has gone past the scene of the accident. These Oringers are built pretty tough, and the Pickup racing car with the cheese wedge, the legality panel on the left-hand side, hanging loose, has rejoined in the middle of the GTD Pro battle, but it's spinning Michelin tyres for the era number 18, and Toby Luca. We've had instant responsibility for the number 7-0, that's Brendan Arib, and a drive-through for the 24, the leading car, Dries Vanthoor, changing lanes at the start of the race. That is a big mistake by Dries. He's thrown away a very good starting position. His leader would have evaporated anyway, but he won't be able to do the drive-through during the full course yellow. He is going to lose a huge amount of real estate when we go back green, and he's going to have every single car in the field ahead of him. That's massive, Peter.
Worst possible time to do it. What is one of our Porsche keys to the race? Avoid penalties. Dear oh dear. We saw this in the opening stint at Daytona for Dries Vanthoor, where he got a penalty there as well. Oh my word. This is, I mean, if you're going to have a penalty, I suppose, have it in the first 7 minutes and you've got a chance to come back, but that puts immediately the number 24 BMW M Hybrid V8 crew on the back foot. Of course, this is Dries' first full season in IMSA.
Has he done a start before? That's what you've got
Yes,
to ask.
he did at Daytona.
So
yeah.
he goes, he's fine at the first part of the start, but he moves across to the right-hand side before the stripe. Not really impeding Felipe Nasser in the Acura, but that's not the point. The point is you cannot change columns before the start of the race. I am absolutely certain that BMW Team RLL will be talking to race control and saying, oh, come on, we didn't impede anybody, but I don't think
the rule's pretty clear.
I don't think that's going to cut any ice whatsoever.
No, the rule is pretty clear. That's a disappointing error early on for the number 24 BMW crew. Meanwhile, the number 18 era LMP2 car, of course, winners last year era. They won at Daytona and at Sebring, and yeah, that's not what we'd like to see. Toby Luca has got the car moving, which is good. Does have a bit of damage to the front, so if he can get the car back to the pit, the Aero Motorsport team can go to work and try and get that car back in the game. We've seen this before with Aero Motorsport, where they've gone behind early. They are one of the best teams in the business of getting their car back up to the front, so they'll fight on for sure.
Let's head down for our first CrowdStrike pit lane report of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. It's Ryan Marine.
We do have a pit caller here, guys, and it's the 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini that had the big crash in one of the practices earlier on in the weekend that caused them to miss significant time, and they've got the left rear wheel off, and they're doing some work underneath in the left rear wheel arch. They've got the jack stands underneath the car, so clearly they're going to have to do some work. And interestingly, one of the mechanics actually has his phone out and just took a video of what was going on in that wheel well. He's now handed that phone to a member of the crew up on the wall. They're putting the left rear tire on the car once again to send the 45 back out to try and keep him on the lead lap, and then they'll look at the video footage the crew member took to try and ascertain exactly what the repair needs to be.
And that is a closed pit, so that has to be emergency service. Because we're within 15 minutes of the start of the race, the pit lane does not open, and therefore they will have to come back through the pit lane when we go to green flag racing. Ryan can give us a little bit more on the issue with that car.
Yeah, just quickly checked in with the team, and what they told me was the brake was hanging up, so some issue with the braking system at the left rear of the car.
Well, what I mean, it's already action, Peter, to be honest. And remember that the leader is waiting for green to come in and do the drive-through. Now, I don't think he'll follow the Cadillac safety car into the pit lane. Do one lap and come straight through. That's the best thing to do, and let everybody space out a little bit. And Nick Damon has another car entering a closed pit at the opposite end. Go on, Nick.
It is the 88, the blue P2. The course is involved in that kerfuffle early on. Luke Perez compact driving. He's done some serious damage to the front clip. Luckily, by replacing it with a brand new front clip, that damage is negated. So it's a new front clip, a new rear clip, which hasn't taken them very long at all to do. And I would say that is what's called getting away with it, because I think that's all he's done. He's done, nothing looks deranged, nothing looks to have a problem. And by just replacing those two bits of bodywork, quite an expensive replacement, obviously, everything seems fine. It looks like it's all mating up reasonably well as well. No change of tyres. They did, I think they put a little couple of gallons of fuel in it as well. They will have to come in again. This is emergency service, so they'll have to run through the pits. Maximum amount of fuel you can put in is 5 seconds worth, but they wouldn't have needed the fuel. And away it goes. And I'll be honest with you, as that car leaves, you have no indication there's ever been a problem with it.
Thank you to John Leslie at IMSA Radio here at the circuit, listening on 100.9, or perhaps on Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, maybe on Sirius XM 206 here. John telling us there's large chunks of debris, turns 15 and 16 on the far side. James O'Donnell making the point at number 24 BMW has been faultless this week. It's a tough school out there. Is that the 45 Lamborghini back in? Ryan Marine, I think it is. They've come back to see you. They were missing you after just a lap to go around the circuit.
Oh, I'd encourage them not to come and visit me. That would certainly help their chances of winning. The good news is they've been able to figure out that the problem is going to necessitate changing the brake assembly on the left rear. The engine is shut off currently on the 45 Lamborghini. The crew members are in there with their tools, and keep in mind that is so hot. Just saw a crew member accidentally brush his hand against the rotor and shook it really quickly because it's still very hot from running out at speed. This is going to be a bit of a lengthy repair, it looks like, but it does happen early, and as Peter chronicled, there is a history of full course yellows in this race, which could give this team a chance to fight back. But it has been a difficult weekend from the very, very beginning, with the crash back in practice number 1, and now some of the residual impact of that carrying over into the beginning of the race.
Yeah, you've got to wonder whether that is a factor. It went in with that side left rear of the car, having spun at turn 1. Dami Formal walked away from that and then won both of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo races. Ryan Marine down there with that CrowdStrike pit lane report, 1600 degrees Fahrenheit in race mode. Well, if that car's been dragging that brake, that would be a very, very hot brake disc for the mechanics to work on. Dries Van Toor cleaning his Michelin tyres at the front of the field, the restart zone through turn 17. Well, will Van Toor go? He's gone, and he did not come into the pits. I thought he wouldn't. Straight across the line. He will have to come within the next 3 times by Porsche round the outside of Acura. That's a Porsche 2-3 now, as Mathieu Jaminet and Felipe Nasr are now switched positions. Actually, that's Nasr into second. No, he was already there. There was Jaminet going ahead of Blomqvist, of course. So 24-7, 660, and then Renger van der Zande in the second of the Acuras. Good restart from the number 6 driver, Mathieu Jaminet. That car had a complete shutdown about where they are on the track in the first free practice session, down towards turn 6 and 7, which required the car to be pulled back in. It was a software issue, and the software engineers got to work and either rebooted it, or somebody said, I thought rather hilariously, did they put in new drivers? And no, it was Mathieu Jaminet that went back out again. I guess I know what you mean. So Porsche showing good early pace here, but they are going to inherit the lead when the leader comes in to serve this penalty, Peter.
Well, and that is so punishing for the number 24 BMW crew. It has happened early though, so they've got clearly they've got a fast race car. I mean, Dries Vanthoor straight away has proven how quick he is on a restart, how quick he is on the rolling start. Let's see, he'll probably head in now to get that drive-through done and then get back down to business.
Problem for the Lamborghini and Pfaff Motorsport and Andrea Caldarelli, non-functioning torque sensor. Now that is on one of the drive shafts. We've seen this happen before as Dries Vanthoor peels into the pit for his drive-through for changing columns at the start. He is going to drop all the way to the back of the field. He's not allowed to call into his pit. They can't do any work on it. He comes through, and the 50th, the beautiful 50th anniversary livery to celebrate half a century of BMW North America. That debris still out on the circuit at entrance to turn 15, I think that was. It's a large piece of bodywork. This must be absolutely painful for Dries Vanthoor.
Penalty for the number 88 Pecom Racing LMP2. That was the car that had to change the front and rear clip, as Nick Damon described in our CrowdStrike pit lane report. They've had a stop plus 10 seconds. Do you know what? That's still getting away with it.
Yeah.
Considering the incident that they had, if you're in the wall at turn in lap 2 and you've got a car that's back clean again and you have to take a stop plus 10, it's not so bad. Dries Vanthoor back in, he rejoined in the middle of the GTD Pro field, so didn't go right to the back of the entire field, but now right in the melee of all the GTD Pros. That's going to hold him up a lot as the rest of the GTPs, his rivals, are way, way up the road.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens with the number 9 for that torque sensor issue. They'll have to come into the pit lane. Andrea Caldarelli. The last time that I saw this, in fact, the only time that I've seen it was with the Toyota GR010, and that was at Portimao. They had to bring the car in and change the drive shaft on which the torque sensor was fitted. It's an integral part of that, and it cost them, they did it in 12 minutes actually, but it cost them the race. And if it's not working and they can't reset it remotely, then that car will have to change the unit, and the unit, as I say, is part of the drive shaft on that car. That car's day is pretty much done.
That'll be behind the wall.
Yeah.
You can't do that in the pit lane, and no. You're going to lose so many laps. Oh, disappointment again for Pfaff. They had a disaster here last year with the McLaren. Oh, it's just not their time at Sebring over the last couple of years. They've won it before, of course, on more than one occasion, but that is absolute heartbreak for Pfaff Motorsport and for the 24 BMW now cutting through the rest of the GTD Pro field. They've got work to do now on the back foot. And of course, we saw them have an early penalty in the Rolex 24 and forge back to the front of the field, but that was in a 24-hour race. In a 12-hour race, a little bit more of an uphill battle.
Right turn lovers saying there was some overlapping on the restart. The Porsche number 6 and the Acura number 60. Porsche coming through. As soon as the green is thrown on a restart, you can go. You do not have to stay in line. What you can't do is be completely past someone before the restart line. But you can overlap, you could be alongside. Different to the original side-by-side start of the race. Keep those keep that information coming. Your eyes and ears around Sebring International Raceway. Hello to Les and Christina, we're watching from Toronto, Ontario. Hello to Suburban Beer. I'll send you a message, Suburban, and you might have to clear your cache, but I'll send you a different link for that, for your issue. Peter?
Good news for fans of the Aram Motorsport number 18 LMP2. They've been into the pits. They've got that car seemingly repaired because they've sent Toby Luca back out again, and lapping comparatively with the rest of the other drivers in LMP2. Of course, all of the bronze drivers start in LMP2. They qualify the cars and they start the cars, and they've got a minimum driver time to serve, as does every driver, that they've got to serve, and most teams like to get it out of the way early.
In the Pro-Am classes?
Yes, they do. They've got in LMP2 and GTD 3 hours to do, which is actually more of a share of the race than they have at Daytona, where they have 4.5 hours in 24. 3 and 12 is, well, 25% of the race.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. What will catch you out here is no more than 4 hours in any 6. That is a regulation here, and that is what the 3 driver teams are all having to be very careful about, particularly if you're trying to use the Pro and use the full Pro gun driver as much as you can. The plaid Lamborghini from FAF is in the pit lane. Ryan Moraine is there with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Well, as you guys have chronicled, they have that issue with the torque sensor right now. It's the left wheel that's off, and they have the left body panel as well over the left rear that's been removed. And now this crew is going to work. Keep in mind, they don't have just a ton of experience with this Lamborghini platform. This is a new car for them this year, and they only took delivery of it just before January. So a lot for them to try and process. Plus, you have the addition of these torque sensors, new for 2025. And right now, it looks like they're working with some wiring. So maybe it's something with an electronic connection rather than the torque sensor itself. Certainly you would hope so. That would be a quicker fix, but they've lost quite a bit of time, as you would expect, sitting stationary here. The bodywork's about to go back on. Hopefully that's a good sign. We'll keep a close eye on it, though, as this develops.
We have had the leader in GTD off the circuit at Cunningham Corner, Alessandro Perghini, who put in the fastest time of any GTD car in qualifying. A massive swapper, almost a brake bias issue or something like that. It's like he pulled the handbrake on as he was braking. The car did a complete rotation and then another half rotation well into the grass, and it's a little more dusty than when it rolled out. Perghini starting the car that he shares with Lilo Wadu and Simon Mann, and he's coming into the pit lane. Yeah, that didn't look right to me, Peter. Either it was a brake balance issue or a downshift issue. The good news is that FAF have managed to, well, they've tried to address this issue with the torque sensor on the left rear drive shaft of their Lamborghini, and they've sent it back out. So have they hit it? Have they recalibrated it? Reconnected something? Those are questions that I do not know the answer to. And that actually has not dropped them down nearly as far as I expected, Peter. Yes, of course, they've lost ground. Andrea Caldarelli already a lap away from his class lead. But I'll tell you what, I'd have taken that. I thought that would have been a bigger problem. They clearly didn't change the drive shaft.
If they fixed it.
Well,
let's hope
that's
they have,
the problem.
because that's great work from the hard-working FAF mechanics, and they've got a new strategist on the pit wall, and Sean Heckman this weekend, so they'll be trying to work some strategy if they have fixed it to try and get back up to the front. But big drama for our pole sitter in GTD, Alessandro Pierguidi. I agree with you, John. He doesn't make those kind of driving mistakes. I think it's maybe even an ABS failure, because it looked all locked up and the rear just went away from him. But they've done a driver change. I didn't quite spot whether it was Lilo Wadu Ducilier or Simon Mann. So we'll watch and keep a close eye on that one. But they looked so strong in qualifying. A really, really quick car. And Alessandro Pierguidi, one of the very best in the world. And, well, they're on the back foot early on. The car is still in the pits. They're looking at the braking area.
Yeah, I think there's an issue there somewhere. Ryan Moraine is getting all of the business at the moment. Is that brakes for that Ferrari, Ryan?
Spot on. Peter was exactly right. It's the left front assembly that's been changed on this car. I'll see if I can get a word with Alessandro here momentarily. But yeah, the crew going to work. They've got the new assembly mounted, and now it's time to put the wheel back on. Certainly lost time, but again, early on in this race, there is time to recover yet.
Hello to a green goldfish. I do love some people's Twitter handles. in Germany at Ramstein Air Base. Always a pleasure to watch and listen and enjoying it. Alan Boddy is in sunny Basingstoke in the UK. I haven't even watched Formula 1 qualifying yet, but it's GT racing, so it's straight onto the television. And Joey Morgan had this, and I actually quite like this, do this in karting sometimes. Why not place a dividing line on the start-finish straight to separate the columns on the start? It would give the drivers a visual clue and make assessing penalties an objective review on the video. I don't dislike that idea. Joey, you do that in karting sometimes.
Spin for the number 20 of Richard Leeds. Wow, I don't think I've ever said that on a commentary before. Well, it might not be a spin. If the Korthoff Mercedes puts a nose up the inside at Tower Motorsport, and it wasn't a spin, it was a clip. The number 32 Korthoff Mercedes, who leads in GTD, is of course coming through the car at the back of GTD Pro in Richard Leeds, and that might well be a drive-through penalty for the Korthoff Mercedes. Sticks a nose up the inside. Richard Leeds goes to take the corner, left front of the Mercedes into the rear right of the Porsche, and round goes the Porsche, and they'll be hoping they've not got any damage to the back of that number 20. Likewise for the Korthoff number 32, they won't want to have any damage either. It's been a quite fraught opening 25 minutes, hasn't it? Goodness me.
It sure has, Peter, and I wanted to give a quick update. I did get a brief word with Alessandro. He really wasn't in a talking mood, but he did tell me the pedal just went to the floor, no brakes. Very, very strange situation.
Well, if you're going to have that happen, that might have been the corner to do it, because there's quite a lot of grass runoff.
Biggest runoff on the circuit, I would say.
Yeah, so you never know. We could be talking about that story. They've got a fast race car. You know, if we have the same number of cautions that we've had over the last couple of years, they've got enough opportunities to filter back. They have a race-winning car in terms of pace, so let's see what they can do. The North American debut of the Aston Martin Valkyrie is a huge fan favourite. Everyone talking about this amazing 6.5-litre V12 machine based on, well, actually to say it's based on a road car is not absolutely true, because it's based on an AMR Pro Valkyrie, which is based on a road car. Yeah. So yes, pedantry today is well and truly in session. But just the sheer noise, it really does hark back to the DBR 9 V12 that won here in the GTS class back in the mid-2000s.
Hello to Andrew in Manchester. The weather for the race for me today, like it was for Daytona, he says. And Chris Lemon is enjoying Sebring with Jensen, his son, in rainy Columbus, Ohio. I spent some time in Columbus, Ohio on an Audi event last year. It was great. He's got IMSA radio turned up while watching the Peacock coverage. Thanks very much, Chris, for tuning in. So the Aston in its first race, the Valkyrie in its first race for Heart of Racing here in the States, had a learning 10 hours on the super smooth Cata circuit, the smoothest circuit that we race on in any sports car race over the season, either in WEC or indeed in IMSA. And Ian James saying they had a good time, they've learned some stuff. That car's been getting progressively quicker, Peter, all week. It found 1.8 seconds between FP1 and FP2, I seem to remember, was the number that you quoted.
It's found a lot of pace, and right now in race trim, it's actually comparing really well to the cars around it. It's right behind the number 5 Proton Competition Porsche. That is the most proven GTP package. It's the most successful car in the GTP category, the Porsche 963, in various hands. But yeah, the Aston Martin, they've done an amazing job to bring this car out so well.
What happened to the Ricky Taylor, Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac? That's dropped all the way at the back to the GTPs.
I think it's just very tight. I mean, although it's
6 seconds off the back.
Yeah, something's happened there.
Back of the Valkyrie.
We'll try and get our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters to keep a watch on that. What happened to the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac? Yeah, not where they want to be. That is for sure. Renger van der Zande really on a push as well. He set a 150.803, looking really, really strong. The best lap we saw last year was set by Louis Delatraz in the race-winning number 40 Acura for Wayne Taylor Racing, a 149.497. So I don't know if we'll see any really record-breaking lap times today because the track temperature is so much higher than it's been the rest of the week. It's been warm all week, but today it's particularly warm.
Warning for incident responsibility, not a drive-through. That would have been for the...
That's the Pierre Guidi car. So maybe they had no brakes and they got into the back of the 57 Winward Mercedes, maybe. And also the incident between the Korthoff Mercedes and the 20 Proton Porsche of Richard Leeds, no action. That's an interesting call, but there's definitely an overlap in pace. The front-running Mercedes, particularly in GTD, are rapid, and the Proton team particularly have been struggling. Comparing to AO Racing, who are right up the front at the moment, they're in second place, right behind the leader in class in GTD Pro with Albert Costa. So AO Racing seem to be unlocking the best out of the Porsche package this week here at Sebring.
Mark Whiteleg saying, finally, I can say once again, the red car and the blue car had a race with the two Acuras. Very good. Well, all of a sudden, I fancy a small chocolate bar. Some people will know. No action. Did you just say that, Peter? No action on the 32 and 20? Yes, thank you. I thought I heard you say that. Those of you who have the ability, don't forget we've got the telemetry from the 13 GTP cars. IMSA providing that on a web page, and it's very easy to find because if you just go to IMSA.com, or actually I'll very quickly give you this, jot this down if you're able to do so. It's IMSA.com/GTP dash, like the minus sign, telemetry, TLEMETRY. But actually, if you just put GTD dash telemetry into your search engine, you're almost certainly going to be able to find it. It will give you how much energy is left in the virtual fuel tank. When they're in the pits, it'll tell you whether they are changing tyres, whether they are harvesting, whether they are deploying. Side-by-side action and a touch on the link with Molly Turner BMW as it was going past Lamborghini, and that was a little bit, that was more than a little bit interesting actually. It was Robbie Foley on Super Mario Farnbacher in the 40, number 78, as he's coming through, and that was a pass for position. Robbie Foley now up to 6th in GTD, Peter.
We saw in qualifying yesterday the BMW M4 GT3 Evos really starting to get stronger than we've seen them throughout race week, and that trend appears to be continuing here in the race with Robbie Foley forging forward from his good position in the 96 Turner car, but also in GTD Pro we've got the 48 of Dan Harper in 3rd, and also the number 1 of Neil Verhagen in 5th. So they're right up the sharp end, those BMW M4 GT3 Evos, a car which was revised and updated for the start of the 2025 season. As the GDPs, they're already making their way through the huge run of GTD cars, one of which, the 34 Conquest Ferrari, has got a wobbly left mirror. That's going to be a little bit distracting for the driver sitting on the left-hand side of the car.
Yes. You don't need that one so much. You need the one on the other side, because the right rear corner in all of the GT cars, the vision there is massively compromised. You literally have a blind spot, and it's much bigger, much bigger than you would have it on a road car.
Felipe Nasr, as soon as we've hit traffic, he's been able to put some time into Mathieu Jaminet. He's so precise and so decisive through traffic. The amazing Brazilian driver who's really made his career here in North America. Of course, raced in Formula One, finished in the top 5 for Sauber in his very first race, but his F1 adventure wasn't necessarily a happy one, not through any fault of his own, but he took solace here in North America, got a great opportunity with Action Express, and here at Sebring, he's super impressive, like he is wherever we go in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. But right now, he's pulling away from his teammate, Mathieu Jaminet, in the number 6 car, 0.6 of a second quicker last time by as they cut their way through traffic. Tom Blomqvist in 3rd for the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura. Finally, they've cleared the traffic now as Nasr and Jaminet get a little bit of clean air, well, at least until they reach the LMP2s.
at IMSA Radio. If you'd like to go, come in onto the screen in front of us in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Well, about 15 minutes away from our first VP in-race update. We'll do the top positions in each of the 4 classes. Joe Bradley has joined us in the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team and has some news. Good morning still. For some reason I think we're already in the afternoon. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, John. Good morning, everybody. Great to be finally in this race. We noticed an issue with the number 10 dropping back, Ricky Taylor at the wheel of the Wayne Taylor Cadillac. Philippe Albuquerque listening intently on the driver intercom. Philippe, we've detected a problem from where we can see. Have you got any info for us?
Yeah, well, Ricky just reported that he was feeling some issue as well. So basically, it's just like we're having a throttle issue, and the guys are just now addressing to see how we can help. If not, yeah, hopefully in the next few minutes we will solve the problem and go on.
And these days, with modern race cars, a throttle issue is not necessarily a throttle cable being stuck, is it? It's all about computer work and software.
It's exactly that. So it's not back again like back in the old school when you go with a cable tie.
With WD-40.
Yeah, where you would pull the butterfly to be more open,
yes,
you know?
Exactly.
So that's exactly what Cadillac guys are doing, like trying to solve the problem with the systems and eventually go on. So we need to wait and see.
Okay, hopefully we'll sort that out. Thank you, Philippe.
Felipe Nasser and Joe Bradley already know. Philippe Albuquerque and Joe Bradley, should I say. Felipe Nasser has pulled the pin a little bit, as Peter was saying. That was where I was going next. 1.791. Thank you for being my voice of reason, Mr. Mackay. The 2 Porsche Penske Motorsports, you know, they've been there or thereabouts all week, but Roger Penske hasn't been looking happy. But come race day, you never count out a Porsche and you never count out a Penske racing car.
No, and I think they're really in the groove now with this program. They were right there at the beginning of this rule cycle, as were quite a few other manufacturers, and they had a tough first year, but they've chipped away at it and now really on a stride. Last year they had the perfect season. You know, they won the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, they won the World Endurance Championship, they won Daytona, but Sebring's the one that's missing for Porsche Penske Motorsport. In fact, the last time Porsche won here at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring was in 2008, and it was a Penske Porsche at that time with the RS Spider and an LMP2 car, which beat the diesel Audi and diesel Power Show. Audi having a lot of brake troubles that day. So, well, will history repeat itself? Will Porsche score a record-extending 19th win? I think it's going to be probably the hardest they'll ever have to fight, because the Acuras have looked very, very strong all week, particularly in the hands of the number 60 of Tom Blomqvist, who sits in 3rd right now, and he's looking quite racy now, right on the back of Mathieu Jaminet. In fact, very racy, because he's just set the best lap of the race, a 1:50.460, so within a second of what we saw the fastest lap in the race last year, and of course that would have been set in the cool of the night as we head into the last couple of hours. But the Acura's back with Meyer Shank Racing, of course, this season. They were run by Wayne Taylor Racing last year. Wayne Taylor Racing have switched to Cadillac, so it's all moving musical chairs in the off-season in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship.
Peter Mackay, John Hindorf with you, the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Fastest lap of the race for Tom Blomqvist, but fastest laps of their races for Philippe and Mathieu behind the wheel of the 2 PPM cars. And Mathieu is a tiny fraction, 6 1/1000ths away from the fastest lap of the race. All of those laps for the first 3, the best laps either overall in the race or for that car, done on the last time around.
Just a little bit of clean air. It's amazing what difference it can make. The fuel load's now starting to come down. The leading cars, all 3 of them in fact, are on 41% of their usable stint energy. Every car has a slightly different amount of stint energy, which is balanced to try and get everybody on exactly the same pace as possible. The Acura, it has 903 megajoules of usable energy. The Aston Martin has 907, 901 for the BMW, 912 for the Cadillac, 904 for the Lamborghini, and 908 for the Porsche. That's fitting.
I actually have no idea what that means.
How you convert that into litres at the pump, I have no idea. But what I can tell you is
all
they
it
all
tells
have...
you is who has a bit more or a bit less.
Exactly, exactly. And they all will have exactly the same fill time, 40 seconds. So a full fuel tank is 40 seconds. And they all have different replenishment rates to make sure that everyone has 40 seconds at the pump and the plug.
Yeah. That's another part of making sure that it's a level playing field. If you're consuming more energy, and that's why you get more energy. It's not to make you go longer. It's about the efficiency of the package that you've got. And what we're trying to achieve here is everybody who chooses, all these manufacturers are trying to tell a story with their very expensive racing programs, and therefore it makes more sense for the Dex Imaging Cadillac, who are around turn 7 at the moment, to have a normally aspirated big rumbling V8. For Acura, high revving V6, etc., etc. And basically the regulations from IMSA, the LMDH regulations to which the GTP cars run, most of them run, and the LMH regulations, the ACO version of the top class, basically not disadvantaging any manufacturer for making marketing decisions. They understand that, you know, for the most part, I think it's everybody except Toyota pay for their motor racing in this form of racing in the top class. They pay for it out of a marketing and promotions budget. Toyota are distinctively different. Their racing budget for their Le Mans and WEC program comes out of road car research and development, because they genuinely believe that they're getting a technological benefit that will feed back into their road car range. Nobody's suggesting that their cars necessarily will have the same bits and pieces on them, but in terms of control systems and management, they absolutely do feel that. Problem at turn 7, Peter.
Chris Cumming making a little error there with the Pratt Miller LMP2 Orica, driving with Pietro Fittipaldi and James Rowe. They've had a pretty horrible week. Unfortunately, they've had technical issues with that car, and the car is pretty new to them as well. Oh, it wasn't a mistake. In fact, it gets into a bit of a set 2 with the 66 Gradient Mustang of Joey Hand, and meanwhile off the road is Gar Robinson in the number 74 Riley LMP2, whoops, who rejoins just coming out of Le Mans curve right in front of the Lone Star GTD Mercedes. Goodness me, it's all happening in LMP2 now. What happened with Gar? Did spinning by himself, unfortunately.
He was pinching down the inside of the right Porsche, the green and yellow number 120. And then had to avoid the Mobil 1 sign at the exit of turn 16.
So Gar Robinson, former winner here in the LMP3 class a couple of years ago when that class ran in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. No harm, no foul. A little spin, but no damage. That's the main thing. You want to keep the damage off all the way through. And Gar Robinson now going to try and read past that Lone Star Mercedes, who gives plenty of room there. That car at the moment being piloted by Dan Knox, who's the bronze graded driver in that car. Of course, you don't have to have a bronze graded driver in GTD, but those who do have a bronze graded driver, they're eligible for the Bob Aiken Award, which can get you a qualification, get you an entry for the Le Mans 24 Hours in the following year. So Ori Fudani, who won it last year, is on his way to Le Mans. And in fact, they've had to buy another car because they retired their Daytona winner.
Let's go to Joe Bradley for this CrowdStrike pit lane report. Mike Skeen has done his opening stint. Joseph?
The Triassi Ferrari, the 021 car, Mike Skeen just got out. Man, you look very hot. It was very hot out there.
Yeah, it's definitely hot already. Obviously, it's going to get a lot warmer today. Cars are already feeling it. It's greasy out there. Track's going to be slippery all day. But, you know, car's good. I think we had good pace running top 5 there, and pretty happy with this GRC JD Wentworth car.
There's two ways of looking at starting the car. It's the trickiest part. You've got to stay out of trouble, but it's also the part of the race where you can make up the most ground. How did yours go?
Yeah, absolutely. All those starts and restarts are always chaos. You know, everybody's being aggressive, but you do have to temper it a little bit, you know, be smart. But, yeah, we got through it clean, I think, and moved up a couple spots, so we're happy.
And it was Sheena that took over the car there, I think.
Yeah, that's right, Sheena.
Great stuff. Thank you, guys.
Stephen Thomas is in from the lead in LMP2. It's been a great weekend for TDS Racing up to this point. This is right on schedule. We expect to see some more LMP2 frontrunners come in, including Algarve Pro Racing with Crown Strike. George Kurtz comes in. No driver changes for either of these cars. Stephen Thomas in that opening stint, by the way, had built a lead up over 8 seconds at one point. It had come down slightly just before this pit stop. 4 fresh Michelins and packed full of fuel, and that was Stephen Thomas heading back out for a double stint.
Ryan Moraine following Joe Bradley there with excellent information from the CrowdStrike pit lane team. Till Bechtelsheimer has copped a drive-through for the incident earlier on. That was contact and caused the incident with, that was the number 73, wasn't it? That was the incident.
Yes.
That was Chris Cumming in that Pratt Miller Motorsport Orica. And Orica, all of those cars, Orica. Pratt Miller emerging as favourites to run the Genesis programme when it comes over here. Is the strong rumour. It's being talked about in the paddock at the moment.
Interesting, the fuel mileage and in terms of time that the Orica LMP2s can run is a little bit more here at Sebring than it is at Daytona, because there's less time on the throttle through the lap. Daytona, you've got so much time on full throttle, so it does make it a slightly thirstier circuit, if you like. So I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, our 3 leaders in LMP2, 4 leaders in LMP2 have all come in. Dan Goldberg for United Autosports, 22. AO Racing, PJ Hyatt as well. Number 2, Nick Bull, and Rodrigo Salas, number 52.
And Ryan Moraine is watching those stops.
Watching to see if we see any driver changes. The answer is no for United. Dan Goldberg stays aboard. He had inherited the lead when Stephen Thomas pitted on the previous lap. PJ Hyatt, who started second, dropped back a little bit in that first stint, but he'll stay on board Spike the Dragon. Don't see any other driver changes, at least in this section of the pit lane, so it seems to be the plan to double stint the bronze drivers that by rule had to qualify and start these cars at LMP2, getting a lot of their drive time knocked out here early. But it's a tough task. It is warm here in the pits, and it's certainly warm in one of these race cars.
Well, that is really, really impressive for the bronze drivers to go out there and do long double stints and get their driver time out of the way early and can hand over to the professional drivers in the car and have a really quick race car for the end of the race. I mean, in LMP2, it's been all about TDS Racing all weekend long. They've been so strong, up the top of the timesheets all the way through. They were on pole. Stephen Thomas put a great lap in. And in the hands of Mikkel Jensen, there were certain sectors where he was even quicker than the GTP cars. Turn 1, or sector 1, on Thursday night for night practice, Mikkel Jensen was quicker than all of the GTP cars. So they've got a really quick race car. Oh, off the road for Dan Knox, number 80 in the Lone Star Mercedes. That's just coming out of Cunningham and through Collier curve there. Stays well off the road as the off the racing line as the GTPs come through. But thankfully gets away with it with no damage. Now, the 36 DXDT Corvette was in the general vicinity
Of the Lone Star, number 80. That was at turn 10, Cunningham. Not enough evidence from what I saw there to convict, but race control have very many more, of course.
Perhaps further investigation required to that one. We just got the tail end of it in our pictures in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. So it's still Porsche 1-2, Felipe Nasr and Matteo Jaminet, who have both moved up 2 spots. Tom Blomqvist dropping back to 3rd since the start of the race as the 43 into Europol competition car comes in from LMP2. Looking like they're going to keep Jeremy Clark on board that car. Just takes a quick drink. Tyre change as well. They won't be able to put new tyres on at every stop in LMP2. They've got 12 sets for the qualifying and the race, and with their stint times being up to about 50 minutes. That's a good run for Jeremy Clark to get 50 minutes out of the tank. Okay, we had some laps under yellow, but in general, pretty strong.
So this is spot on time for all these LMP2s. They have, down through the years, lost a little bit of power and also smaller fuel capacities as well. So round about 20, 21, 22 laps, depending on yellows. And in fact, everybody spot on that. And at that time, that's at the lap times they're running at the moment, that is just around about the 40, just under the 40 minute, 35, 37 minutes, and that's what we've become used to nowadays with those cars. GTD action. Let's talk about the two GTD classes, Peter. The cars are identical. The makeup of the driver talent is what puts them either in GTD Pro with the red number backgrounds or GTD with the green. And there's a decent scrap going on at the front of that GTD Pro field. Dragon Speed's Albert Costa, who started from pole position, has the A-All Racing Porsche of Lauren Heinrich, the green number 77, right on his tailpipes. And as those Pro cars are coming through, they're putting laps already on some of the GTD cars at the back of the field.
They've just gone, well, they've just gone past Sheena Monk. We heard from Mike Skeen in one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reports, who took that car for the first 45 minutes. They pitted ahead of when that car's fuel tank would be empty, interestingly, but perhaps wanting to get Sheena's bronze driver time out of the way early on. But that just held up Lauren Heinrich a little bit and allowed Albert Costa in the 81 Ferrari to just gain a few critical car lengths. But Porsche versus Ferrari, it's a battle that's raged on so much over the years. I mean, who could forget the battle between the Flying Lizard car and the Risi Competizione Ferrari? Was it 07 with Bergmeister and was it Regon? I can't quite remember, but it was one of the battles for the ages where it went right down to the last
Jamie
corner.
Mello. Thank you,
well
Aaron,
remembered.
in my ear.
Well remembered.
Concord. My head about exploded there. We did Johnny Morlam talked us through that because he was in that Ferrari team, Jaime Mello, and did an edit of that we played a couple of years ago, and it was absolutely incredible. Johnny talked us through what was going on behind the scenes, and we played the audio from that race. The main race had ended. The Audi had gone across the line and won, and we were treated to pretty much 3 3/4 miles of the last lap that we could absolutely focus on right the way through. And a brilliant run to the line. Proof, if proof was ever needed, Peter, that it ain't over until you've crossed the line.
No, not here at Sebring. I mean, last year in the GTD the GTD category, which was won by the 57 Windward Mercedes, had the 47 Ferrari of Cetilar with Antonio Fuoco right on his tailpipe as they crossed the line. So it always does go down to the wire here at Sebring. Speaking of that defending champion, if you like, from last year's Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, Windward Racing, they're in the lead again. A slightly different experience for them this year, because last year they started all the way in the back of the field after a post-qualifying penalty. But a little bit more favourable grid position today, and they're leading at the moment from Jack Hawksworth's Lexus number 12.
Just past 11 o'clock in the morning. Let's do our first VP in race update, and we'll start at the front where the two Porsche Penske Motorsports 963, so 1.5 seconds apart. It's Philippe Nasr in the 7th for the 6 of Mathieu Jaminet. Tom Blomqvist another 3/4 of a second back, leading the two Acuras, the AR06s number 60 and 93. They, however, are 4.5 seconds apart. Another 5.5 seconds further back, Wayne Taylor Racing's Cadillac number 40, Louis Delatraz in 5th position. And into the wall for the Triazi Competizione, and just at over 11 hours and 6 minutes to go, we have a safety car called again. This is our second, and the concrete Jersey barrier moved a significant distance, and that's a long way off the circuit at Tower, turn 13. That is a very unusual accident.
Very.
We'll come back to our VP in-race update in a moment. Sheena.
No, it's not. It's Charles Cardina.
Charles Cardina, sorry, Sheena's teammate. He's in 11th position.
Oh, incident with, it gets a help.
He got help.
Gets a help from the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, Ricky Taylor.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Now, that is going to be looked at for in the race control. It was very early in the piece. Did Charles move across on the prototype? The responsibility is with the faster car to find a way by, and unless Charles slowed down significantly there, that's going to be a penalty, and that actually might be more than a drive-through. We've seen this in the past, that cars have been parked for significant periods for incidents that end up like that. I remember at Mid-Ohio, and we had somebody parked for 5 minutes when there was an incident that put someone into the wall.
Good to see Charles Cardina climb out of that car. That's a quick one. I mean, coming into that, just before that point, you're coming into Tower Corner. The GTP cars at full speed are doing 140 miles an hour there. The GTDs are doing 120, so there is a bit of a closing speed.
Quick hello to some of my former colleagues in Wellingborough at Ray Mallock Limited RML. They designed, built and developed the Celine S7R, which won on debut here at Sebring. Ollie Gavin among the driving talent is here this weekend. Won that race. I'm being told by my spies at Wellingborough that there's been a bit of reminiscing about that race and being at Sebring. Looking forward to this weekend's race. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're well and enjoying the coverage. Now, there's a bit of story here, because let's remind ourselves that Wayne Taylor racing car, now that was the 10 car with Ricky Taylor, and that had been having a problem earlier on, Peter.
Yeah, throttle issue.
Yes.
Is there something in that? And is it just having to nurse something like that on the fly, distracting? Because I have to say that is uncharacteristic for Ricky Taylor.
Yeah, totally.
And he will not want to be ever involved in incidents like that. But Charles Cardina's walked on his own steam to the AMR safety vehicle, the Porsche Cayenne, but a little bit of barrier repair to do here for the hard-working Sebring circuit crew in hot conditions. Already 26 degrees ambient temperature. We're expecting it to get over 30 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, so a really, really warm day here at Sebring. In Fahrenheit, it's at 79 Fahrenheit already. We're expecting to get close to 90.
Air temperature 26 Celsius, track temperature 24. That's 79 in the air, 75 on the track. I was part way through a in-race update, VP in-race update, a perfect opportunity before the pits open to get that done. LMP2 led by TDS, Stephen Thomas the pole sitter, ahead of United Autosports 22, PJ Hyatt going up into third ahead of Nick Bull, who was sitting pretty there earlier on in the number 2 car. Here comes the cars in the pits. GTD Pro, Dragon Speed from EO Racing, 81 from 77, and the first in Corvettes, the 4 in third. And then Phil Ellis for Winwood Racing leads GTD in the 57. Mercedes AMG from Jack Hawksworth in the number 12. Lexus and Kenton Cook in court-off competition motors. Number 32, Thatcher VP Racing in-race update. Joe Bradley has a raft of prototypes coming towards him.
Yeah, I'm at the pit out, almost at pit out as well, waiting patiently for the number 6 and 7 Porsche Penske cars. I can see a BMW in there.
They have
not. Yeah, they have not come in. But what's surprising, John, is that the team are ready for them to come in. So they're going to come in next time. I'm not sure why they would have stayed out for another one. There's a BMW in. You'll be able to tell me which one. The Whelan Cadillac peels off its pit apron. And now that peels out. That's the number 31, of course. The 22 United car is just behind it. And there's the number 40 Dex sponsored Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac out too. A plethora of prototypes coming towards us, but I can't say that much, but I think so. I think it's been really quick. I think it's going to be fuel only for these cars. They've been really, really quick, and you know what? There's plenty of land mileage in those tyres.
And I can tell you in the LMP2 ranks, even though the field just pitted just a few laps ago, the majority of the field elected to come back in and take fuel only. I think we had the leaders, Stephen Thomas, stay out, and also Rodrigo Salas for PR1 Matheson. It appears they stayed out, but everyone else came in to top up. A couple of the cars that had issues early also took the time to make some repairs. That was the Era car leaving. The crew did some work on that car after some of their early race issues. The same can be said for the A, of course, number 88 LMP2. They spent some time doing repairs, but we're about to have a very busy pit lane, guys, during the GT pit stops. This is right in their window, so I think we're going to have pretty much the entire field coming in here shortly.
I'll get Joe Bradley down to Porsche Penske Motorsport to see why they didn't come in. That, I think, may have been a communication issue for both of those cars. They've been out 27 laps and a perfect opportunity to come in round about just over half an hour into their fuel strategy. Don't get that at all. And the team, as Joe said, was ready for them. Just in case you're new to this, it is the prototypes who have first crack at the pit lane, and then the next time around the GT cars are allowed to have a go. I'm just watching a BMW drive around the whole field there, and I'm not certain, that was a BMW GT car, I'm not certain what that was about. We haven't started class splits or anything like that, although the pits are now open for GT. And that car that came in went around. Actually, I have no clue who that was.
Must be one of the Paul Miller cars.
The Paul Miller car. And I haven't seen a wave by being called. It was the number 48 Paul Miller car. You were absolutely right. So it went past the whole line down the Ullman Straight.
The Porsche Penske Motorsport cars are not the only cars in GTP that haven't stopped.
No, indeed not.
Tom Blomqvist in the number 60 Acura Meyer-Shank Racing car, the 93 Acura Meyer-Shank Racing car, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, and the 24 recovering BMW.
Pass around now complete. Right, now that's interesting, because I didn't get the message the pass around was happening. That was what confused me. Let's catch up on some of the GT pit stops. Reimerring, first of all.
It is incredibly busy down here. Mix of strategies. Some crews electing to do driver changes, others not. I was keeping an eye on the Windward Racing team, defending class winners here at Sebring, and Philip Ellis was leading coming into this round of pit stops within GTD. They did do a driver change. Russell Ward taking over for Philip Ellis here for the next stint. 4 tires all the way around, as well as fuel on this first pit stop of the day for Windward.
And I've got 2 Corvettes and 2 Ford Mustangs that have taken on fuel and tyres. The number 64 is the first of those cars away, and it's side-by-side action with the 2 Corvettes going side-by-side with the Mustang underneath the Cadillac Racing Bridge. I think they've sorted themselves out by the time they get out. And I think that, I know that both the Corvettes and the Mustangs have taken on fuel and tyres.
Just to clear up that pass around, what has confused me, Race Control did call the pass around. It called the pass around before it opened the pits, of course, for the prototypes. It just took a very long time for some of the cars to actually get through. They've now called pass around has been completed, but that's what caught me out. The pits are now open for all cars as we commence the final wave by and reorder the cars behind that Cadillac Blackwing. Now, it looked like the Penskes were going to come, the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 7 and 6 were going to come into the pit lane, and then didn't. At least the 7 was about to come in, and were they waved off? Was there an issue? Did they... I wonder if the pit's closed light was still on at the end of the pit lane. Well, might need another angle on that if we've got that from the tape.
So that won't make a difference in terms of why the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac and the number 24 BMW didn't pit either.
Well, they were very close to them. Maybe it was still on until the next set of cars came around.
No, they weren't. They're miles behind them.
Oh yes, yeah, they were making up ground.
So I mean, to give you an idea, they're down to the last 12% of energy now. Both the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars come in, as do both the Acuras. This is bizarre, because surely this will...
They're going to lose track position.
They're going to go right to the back of the GTP field. I do not get this at all.
No.
Very, very
And they've
odd.
all come in. There's been something odd there. So Jack Aitken for Whelen Cadillac is going to end up leading this motor race. Joe Bradley has both of the Porsche Penske Motorsport, 7 with the black stripes, 6 with the white.
Yeah, the synergy is that we started round 2 the same way as we finished round 1 with the Porsche Penskes at the front of the field. They're both now have come into the pits. This crew has been standing on that pit wall waiting patiently for a long, long time now, and it's kind of out in the sun as well, so that'll not help. But both cars now getting a service of fuel. We have not got any kind of change, but we do see some bleeding of air out of tyre pressures, so that they may have been caught out with the track temperature rising so quickly, so they'll just monitor that as they go forward. The 93 though has made the jump. The Acura, the 93 Acura, has made the jump and has jumped the 2 Porsches as they leave the pits.
One of the reasons for that might be is that Renger van der Zande in that 93 Acura had much more usable energy in his tank, so he'd been fuel saving, and that meant that he had less time at the pump, and he's been able to jump past not only the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, but also his teammate in the number 60. But that late pit stop, I'm perplexed. I really am perplexed. I
think that's a mistake.
It's got to be.
Unless I'm told otherwise.
Well, I'm sure our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters will find out and get the idea. Now, time for service for the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. They've got the front off and looking in now. Remember, they had that throttle issue, and I guess they're checking it for damage after the contact with the Ferrari too.
The only other thing that I can think of is at some point that the pit lane closed light on the end of the pit lane was flashing, and therefore they didn't risk coming in. Wade here saying, is this maybe a very early strategy to stay on energy use strategy? Joe Bradley has the answer. He's asked the Penske team. Joseph, with this CrowdStrike pit lane report to answer our queries.
Now that I don't know whether it was you or Mackay who mentioned pit lane entry light being on or off. It was you. Spot on, Hindhoff. Just spoke to Nick Tandy. He's not very happy, is he? He's always got his race face on at this stage, but he's even got more of a stern race face on at this level, and they're not happy. They're not happy with that. The pit entry was blocked with the light saying no, you can't enter, and literally as they went through, it changed.
That is an IMSA issue there. Now, I wonder if they'll reorder the field and put them to the front of the field because of that. That's at race control's discretion. They can do that. I understand why the cars behind decided not to come, because they were at the back of the line anyway, so they've got an extra little bit of fuel on board, and that could be the case that they stayed out. And thank you to Right Turn Lover, the 10 and the 10 Cadillac, the 24 BMW. That was what it looked like to me as they were committing onto the pit lane, and they're coming, and nope, the light's on, and they've decided to pull back out again.
I can understand they're very, very angry at that. And likewise, the Acura teams behind them, the 2 Acura cars.
Correct.
They had the same problem. I mean, I guess that if you think about the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac that was further down the order, they had repairs to do. And then the number 24 BMW wanted to maybe gain back some track position. Interestingly, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, they have not put any fuel in the car during that stop. They've, I think because they're wanting to get on with the repairs and wanting to be able to...
No, they will have.
It must be a fault with the
it'll catch up in a minute.
Yeah, you think so. Unless they're going to top up towards the end of this yellow, but...
yes, possibly.
Right. What it means is that Lamborghini lead at Sebring. Number 63, Romain Grosjean.
How did he get ahead of Jack Aitken?
Not entirely sure. Great pit work from the, of course, that team. They've paired up with Riley for this year, who are a team who know how should we say, they know how to kick a ball at Sebring, that's for sure. They won the GTD class back in 2017.
Before we go back to green, let's check in with Philip Ellis in this Crown Strike Pit Report. He's done a little bit of driving this morning.
Sure has. In fact, he drove to the lead in the class for Windward Racing. What was the stint like, especially with some of the restarts when you guys were at the front of your class, but at the back of the GTD pros?
It was pretty exciting for sure. Always fun battling at the start, but everybody's taking it a bit easy. You know, we have a long ways to go, so you don't want to have scratches now at the first 2 hours. But yeah, it's interesting now with the GTD Pro split as well, so we have to go through the same class that we just passed at the first start already. But no, cars all good. We seem to be pretty strong in the heat. I hope it continues into the night as well, and we'll see where we are in a couple of hours.
You mentioned the heat. It's already warmer today than it has been in the build-up to the race. What were the conditions like inside the car for you?
I mean, it's pretty toasty, but you know, that's why we love it, and it's tough. It's tough for a reason, and it wouldn't be half as fun if it would be easy.
He's the defending winner of this race. That's Philip Ellis.
So the Inception Ferrari has had a new front end put on the car in that pit stop phase there. That damage was a little bit more than they thought in that earlier incident.
That's the number 7 team car. One of the teams, one of the many teams actually that have changed manufacturers through the IMSA grid for 2025. The 2026 calendar was announced earlier this week. We started what I'm sure is going to now be a tradition of announcing the following year's calendar at Sebring last year. It's an absolute boon in terms of planning for the teams, journalists, TV, and of course for the spectators as well and the fans. If you want all the details, then go to IMSA.com for the 2026 IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship calendar and the Michelin Pilot Challenge calendar. All the details there. Romain Grosjean coming to the restart here. He will release the power of the Raging Bull, and the SC63 brings the field to the green flag. He's taking it easy. Oh, it's stalled off the line. That is a disaster. He could not get the car rolling, and the green flag's in the air, and as soon as the green flag's up, then you can go. That was an issue. Now, that car just did not accelerate. Really heads-up driving by Romain Grosjean, because he pulled off to the right-hand side to ensure that there would be no issues for anybody behind him. IMSA will look at that, but I'm sure nobody will get a penalty. By the way, we have still got that incident from Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac and the Triazio 23 Ferrari under review. So, as I said earlier, Jack Aitken and the Wheeling Cadillac leads.
It's almost like that Romain Grosjean had the car in almost like a full course yellow engine mode or something like that, and didn't take it out of it. That's very, very strange. Hopefully not more of a sinister issue, but what a restart from Renger van de Zande, who was in the middle of the pack and went all the way around and into turn 1, and he's right behind Jack Aitken now. Also, that full course yellow, who's that benefited the most? Our pole sitter, number 24, Dries Vanthoor. He is back in the game. He's got a full tank of usable energy, and he's now up there in, he's made a lot of places on this lap, actually. In fact, on that restart, he's up to 5th.
Yeah, he's got the 2 Porsches that were disadvantaged by that pit lane light in front of him. Philippe Nasser in the 7 is in 6th position. Neil Jarney for Proton in 5th position. That wasn't one of the cars that was disadvantaged. It's Mathieu Jaminet in 9th position in the 6 car. So Romain comes on the main straight, pulls to the right because he's got a problem, and it was a fabulous run through to 3rd position up the left-hand side by Renger van der Zande, who's now into 2nd position as he crosses the line.
He just saw it perfectly. He saw what was going on. The green flag was out, and boom, he went for it.
He's got some pit lane penalties. The Lexus number 14 will take a drive through. They left a tyre and wheel assembly without a crew member to keep watch over it. That is an IMSA rule. And also, I think no surprise here, that we've got incident responsibility for Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Cadillac from Whale Taylor Racing. That incident with the 023 Triazzi competition Ferrari. And I said at the time, I thought it would be more than just a drive-through. It's a stop and 60-second hold for that number 10 car. Now that is going to take it close to dropping off the lead lap, I would say. We'll keep an eye on it.
Well,
actually, he's been in the pits for a little while, hasn't he? So they've already dropped off the lead lap, and that car has yet to re-emerge. So it doesn't rain, but it pours for that number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car. In fact, he's just going out now, and he'll have to come back and stand for 60 seconds. Read a chapter of his book.
It's been a pretty horrid week for Wayne Taylor Racing so far. Of course, winners last year with their number 40 car, and they've not necessarily had the pace they want to have. So, although the number 40 car right now is running in 5th after that at full course yellow, so the attention now goes to that car in the Wayne Taylor Racing camp in terms of looking for that overall result. But it's Jack Aitken who leads the way in that number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac. Remember, Cadillac have won here 5 out of the last 8 runnings of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, but haven't necessarily had the pace this year.
It is incredible, isn't it? And that because that's across several different rule sets as well, Peter. Through goes the Valkyrie, the scream of the normally aspirated V12 engine. And that car moving up through the field. Alex Riberas, in fact, Roman Grosjean's now got the Lamborghini going again. And Alex Riberas has just gone through to 11th position. So, what of the Automobile Lamborghini squad? And of course, SC63. I need to find out. You do a bit of Italian. What's 63 in Italian?
Do I? I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
A
little bit of Spanish.
Oh yes, that's right. Okay, I'll do that.
Italian, no.
Ryan Marine has been doing a little bit of digging down at the Lamborghini SC63 pit. Ryan?
Well, after the botched start, I just switched my scanner onto their radio frequency, and I caught the tail end of a transmission. And basically, the team was apologizing. They were late with the transmission to go for the green flag. Simple as that. But they gave credit to Roman for pulling the car to the side. They feel like they should avoid any penalty for doing that. And Roman, to his credit, very, very calm on the radio in reply. He said, no worries, still a long race.
Yeah.
Wow. Brilliant battle in GTD Pro as Rexy the Dinosaur, number 77, driven by Alessio Piccarello, now battling away with Neil Verhagen, who started that car, the number 1 BMW, and also the Corvette, the number 3 Corvette in white and blue, Mobil 1 livery for this Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, right in there too. We saw actually pretty much this cast of characters at the front in the last hour of the Rolex 24, the AO Porsche, the Paul Miller BMW, the Corvettes, and throw a Mustang in there for good measure as well. Great start to the race for the number 64 of Sebastian Prio, because those Mustangs, they started way back in the field in GTD Pro.
Back into the pit lane for the number 10 Cadillac to serve that stop plus 60 for the contact. Ricky Taylor still behind the wheel of the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac V Series R, and he'll be stationary for 60 seconds, quite long enough to boil an egg.
It must feel like about 60 minutes sitting there right now, and Piccarello having to be on the defensive. He's got a BMW on his right, he's got a Corvette on his left as they go through turn 1, but Piccarello hangs on for now. But Verhagen looking very racy in that number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW, and both Corvettes are in there. I saw actually Doug Feehan walking through the paddock this morning, and he had one of the Tommy Milner t-shirts on with the I'm going for first.
Yeah, the Bald Eagle t-shirt, yeah. Did about 4,700 of those at the end. He thought he'd sell about 47.
He thinks they've raised $25,000 for the charity.
Yeah, for the American Eagle charity. Sessentatre. Thank you, Rob, our producer up in London. Not one but 2 producers looking after us here. One at the RSL main control room in South London, and that's Rob Lomas, who's on duty. An extensive motorsport knowledge, as is Aaron, who is up in Concord, making sure that the World Feed TV is all going well as well.
The
63.
The last time Rexy was in a fight with these guys, he had to go to the dentist, as the front grille of Rexy the Dinosaur Porsche there, with the teeth all hanging together. The gold tooth from last year's championship is still there.
Yeah, they've put braces on it.
Yes.
A bit of orthodontry on the front of that car.
Maybe by the time we go to Long Beach, they'll have got back into where they should be.
Yeah, get some Invisalign on there. Other teeth straightening products are available. Jack Aitken leads by 1.3 seconds at the front of the field. Stephen Thomas has not been headed in LMP2. It's Rodrigo Salas behind the TDS racing car in the PR1 Matheson car, but that's a second and a half as well. Neil Verhagen by the skin of his teeth holding on to the lead ahead of Alessio Picariello. In fact, no, Picariello, of course, has just gone through, hasn't he, and now been scored at the front of the field. Side by side. He was scored as the leader, but going through turn one, and with the Corvette of Antonio Garcia sitting in there, waiting to pick up any pictures, any pieces, and it is now Picariello who goes through. He was ahead at the line by a quite substantial 0.191 of a second, but the BMW came right back at him into turn one, Peter.
10.5 hours to go, guys. But goodness me, this is like what we see at the end of the race, let alone at the beginning. Fantastic stuff from our GTD Pro winners, and our GTD Pro leaders, excuse me. And this is what you get when you get the class split. When you have the GTD Pros and the GTDs separated at the restarts, you get these battles, which gives us better entertainment. I totally get that some of the drivers don't like the way it works, but I have to say, this entertainment product of splitting GTD Pro and GTD, I think it really, really works. But Picariello had not just one car to defend from, but two, with the BMW on one side, the Corvette number 3, driven by Antonio Garcia on the other side. Quite remarkable. And of course, Garcia, 4-time winner here at Sebring. Imagine if he could get a 5th. Not many people can say that.
Totally agree. That would be immense. Absolutely immense. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch, good to have your company wherever you are around the world. Sarah Rigby, of course, is tuned in this Saturday.
Yeah, her favourite brand, Aston Martin. It's not been their day yet, but of course the debut of the Valkyrie, early days. That move into turn one there from Garcia, had to back out of it, and Picariello had to be very, very late on the brakes to hold off Neil Verhagen into Christensen corner. They're going to do it again as they head up towards turn one again. Verhagen on the outside, Picariello on the inside. Picariello is a little bit better on the brakes there as they come into turn one, as they float through there at high speed at 150 miles an hour. They tip into turn one in these GTD cars. Quite remarkable stuff as they come through towards turn 5 now. Picariello holding off Neil Verhagen from the two Corvettes, Garcia and Milner, two absolute stalwarts of that program. They've driven for the brand for so many years now, normally in those yellow Corvettes, but white and blue today, celebrating their association with Mobil 1, which have been part of that Corvette racing program since the very beginning in the late 1990s. So a huge pack of cars here in GTD Pro. It's interesting to see the Mustangs come forward in this opening hour. They were nowhere really in qualifying. They're a really poor qualifying actually, but they're right there in the mix now. So have they set the car to be quick in the race in the heat of the day, looking much better than they did in qualifying yesterday. And of course the pole sitter in there too, Albert Costa, car number 81, has dropped back to 7th, so that full course yellow didn't really play in the favour of the Ferrari. 10 hours and 36 minutes left after this dramatic start to the 73rd Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Fastest lap of the race in GTP, 1 minute 50.072, set by Renger van de Zande. In GTD Pro, the battle that we're focused on right now, it is that pole-setting Dragon Speed Ferrari, a 2 flat 0.947. That is quick. Again, considering we're at 27 degrees Celsius air temperature.
Just been looking back through a few things, and I now know why Romain Grosjean dropped back. I'd said that Jack Aitken should have been leading the race, and if you remember, I said, how did the Lamborghini get by him? Because Jack had already pitted, and what happened was the Lamborghini took an improper wave by, and they were redressing that before the start of the race, and that's why they said to Joe, we don't think we are going to get a penalty for that. They took an improper wave by on the class split.
That's interesting, because they also reported to Joe that they didn't, excuse me, it was to Ryan Marine, wasn't it? That they didn't tell him that the green flag was waved.
Yeah, in fact, they have had a warning, but nothing else, from race control for taking that split.
Interesting.
So I'm sorry it's, I'm sorry that took me a little while to work out, but I was just looking through to make sure I got that right.
Interesting. Very interesting at the front of the field. Piccarella doing a great job here. He's in for the endurance races. Oh, off. Toby Lutka in the number 18 Era Motorsport. And we've got another full course yellow. This is at Sunset. Sunset Bend, the final corner. He's gone through the barrier.
Through the first part of the barrier.
He's moving the car, thankfully.
But that's going to need barrier repairs. This is on the very middle of the corner, right under the Mission Food Bridge. There's an initial barrier. I call that the Johnny O'Connell barrier. Johnny had brake failure there, complete a few years ago, and it was before that was all banded together and managed to make the wall. Since then, this is the, if you like, the first part of the opportunity to slow the cars down. The problem is he's broken the left front steering arm, and he's come in very, very wide and just absolutely hammered that banded initial part of the tyre wall. Great flagging, immediate yellow flags going out, and the car straight through the very end. It's a good job he hit the end of that barrier, actually. He was drifting wide. The problem is he's got no left front suspension and no steering lock, as he's now got to cut across into the pit lane with not very much suspension. He's spreading all kinds of bits of carbon fibre, but this is the second incident for the Era Motorsport number 18. The new colourway has not been lucky for this car today, Peter.
No, it hasn't. Of course, this is a bit of a baptism of fire for Tobias Lutka. This is his first season in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. A very experienced team in Era. They've got their arm around the shoulder for him, and great coaching support there from Brian DL, a real veteran of North American sports car racing. But it's tough, and if you make an error here at Sebring, it bites. That's the case for any driver of any experience level. We've seen very, very top-level drivers make mistakes throughout race week. I mean, we saw Sheldon van der Linde in qualifying go off at turn 1, just a driving error. So Sebring does not let you away with much, and just took a little mistake there, and Toby Luka's got a lot of damage to that number 18 Era Motorsport. The difference in the colour scheme comes from Toby's business, ShopPay. He was actually the founder of the Shopify platform, but he's had to just drive that car straight back to the garage area, unfortunately. Do not pass go or collect $200, sadly. More work to do for the AMR safety crew and the very hard-working Sebring circuit team here. Pretty eventful. This is our third full course yellow so far. Last year we had 12, 1 an hour. Well, we're already ahead of schedule with that. We had 13 the previous year in 2023, just 7 in 2022. And the more full course yellows we have, the less likely it is that we'll get near the distance record, which is 383 laps, set in 2009 by the Audi R15 of Alan McNish, Ronaldo Capello and Tom Christensen.
So pits are closed and track services working at turn 17. So another opportunity for us to see the very lovely Cadillac safety car, which is pacing the field at the moment. It's one of the Blackwing edition machines.
Once again, Renger van der Zande in second position, who got an he really profited the most out of that restart confusion.
He was right on it, wasn't he?
Once again, he's got the most usable energy at the in the tank, 72%. So he not only is he holding a very strong, in fact, he has the fastest lap of the race right now. He also appears to be the most efficient. Now, coming towards the end of the race, how many times have we had races where it's always been, are they going to make it on fuel, are they not? Well, Renger showing that he's just got that little bit of an edge on efficiency, and that could be the difference of whether they put him in for the finish, or indeed of whether they put Nick Yellowley or Alex Below, who's sharing the car with them.
Peter Mackay and John Hindhoff in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Great work by our track services marshals, and the big yellow forklift. It's not a forklift, is it? Front loader, telly loader, that was the word I was looking for. Being pressed into service at turn 17 to put those Bill tyres. Did exactly what they were meant to do to keep that number 18 era Orica out of further damage, dissipating the energy. Let's take a quick look at how things are standing with still 10.5 hours to go, and we are right now in another full course yellow. Is it the second or the third, Peter?
Third.
I think it's the third, yes.
It is, yeah. So we're well ahead of the average amount that we saw last year. We basically saw 1 an hour last year and just over 1 an hour the previous year.
And before anybody asks, the distance record has stood for a very, very long time. It's 383 laps.
Yes, 1,416.01 miles. Set in 2009.
Yeah.
Audi R15 of Tom Christensen, Ronaldo Capello and Alan McNish.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, in those days, you would have less interruptions of full course yellows. The protocols were different.
Very different.
I mean, in 2003, there was only 1 full course yellow.
Yeah.
So it's you know, that it is a different time. Tobias Luca trying to get the number 18 era car through the paddock safely back to the area garage, but there's going to be a lot of repair to do there. But you know, I'm sure they'll get the repair done, get the car back out, and try and get some more seat time for Toby Luca. It's it's kind of a learning year for him, I would say. Totally new to an LMP2 car, totally new to IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and the championship has never been more competitive.
Class split. This again, what IMSA call a short yellow. Basically, this means the pits do not open because, again, it's that 15 minutes since the last time we had it. Remember, on that restart, the Lamborghini pulling over to the right-hand side, but what a fantastic restart. So Grosjean on the 63, the 63, pulling off to the right-hand side, caused a bit of confusion, and Renger van der Zande says, thanks very much, you guys can be doing what you want. He has, remember, had a warning for an improper class split. A warning it was, because they've redressed that themselves in the Lamborghini. Great colour wheel on that car with the Tricolore.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. It's been a difficult life for the SC63. In fact, its best result is here at Sebring, but in terms of the way that the suspension works, of course, here at Sebring, because it's so bumpy, the teams run a higher ride height than they would on a smoother track, and that seems to work for the SC63. In terms of its best lap so far in this race, it was a 1 minute 51.260. So that's actually quicker than the third place BMW has set. The number 25 car, it's just a tenth off what our pole sitting car, the number 24 BMW 151.1. So they're in the conversation, much closer than they were at Daytona. And of course, the Valkyrie, in its debut here in North America, has just had one race under its belt in Qatar for the World Endurance Championship. It's run smooth so far. Sits in 11th in GTP. Fastest lap of 1:50.9, so that's quicker than both the BMWs and actually quicker than our race leader, Jack Aitken, has set so far in this race. Very early days, of course, but heart of racing. I think we'll be pretty pleased so far after an hour and 35 minutes of running for this incredible machine. Quite an undertaking to take a car that has street car origin to put it in a prototype class. That's something that hasn't been done for a very long time.
Max UK 2009 on IMSA Radio says, cracking first hour and a half, great coverage. Are the door numbers on the side of the cars the same as in the WEC? No, they're not. The WEC has a new door panel now, an additional numerical panel, which can impart a bazillion bits of information. It'll tell you what class position it is with the colour of the class, and it will be 1 ST for first, 2 ND for second, etc., etc. It gives you the amount of time that the car has been up on its jacks and therefore being replenished with energy, and then as it leaves the pit lane, it gives you a total pit lane time as well. Really smart, and very handy for us as well. Andy Blackmore, the genius that is Andy Blackmore, is gracing us with our presence in his presence in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and the man of many livery designs. Just quickly before we go back to green flag, Andy's alongside. How many? Show me how many fingers that you. I hope it's more than 2. 5 in the race today as Andy Blackmore liveries, and 10 in Michelin Pilot Challenge. That Caribbean island home is coming ever closer, and the Andy Blackmore design is the man and the myth, the legend that is behind the brilliant IMSA Spotter Guide, and that whole layout of that was Andy's brainchild. It's been taken up by a number of other different series, but that was Andy's to start with. And I know he'd want me to say this, to get that turned around in good order requires the teams to work with Andy and trust Andy, particularly if there are special or surprise liveries. And so thank you on Andy's behalf to all the teams in the paddock. Every team.
Interestingly, there hasn't been any pit takers at all.
Well, the pits are closed. The pits didn't open.
Pits are open now. Okay, yeah, I thought they'd already been opened. Excuse me.
No. It was a short yellow, so the pits have not opened. The pits will open when we go back to green.
Okay. Yeah,
lights
are on.
Short yellow.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's all right. Only 10.5 hours to go, mate.
Yes.
It is an assault on the senses, this. We were seeing this yesterday in the Michelin Pilot Challenge race, when Ryan Marine in with us as well. And with 2 full hours of green flag racing, I won't spoil the result for you, although there was a change after the race ended, actually, for an infraction during the race. But with so much going on in 2 hours of full green flag racing, it took all 3 of us looking at different parts of the timing screen and what was going on the circuit to work out what was going on and where the stories were. Good restart by Jack Aitken as we go back to green, side by side, Van der Zande and Freinz. And it looks like it's Robin Freinz down the inside in the BMW with that new livery. No, sweeping back around the outside, the Acura, the red, white and black car of Renger van der Zande with Philippe Nasser right on their tailpipe. The top 4 broken away just a tiny bit from Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing in the number 40 Cadillac in 4. And in the GTs, no less action at the sharp end of the field in GTD Pro.
Neil Verhagen makes that move. He was just before the yellow came out, was really trying to get past the number 77 AO Rexy Porsche of Alessio Piccarello, and on the restart he's picked the pocket of Rexy the Dinosaur and through he goes then. Neil Verhagen, who's come up through the BMW Young Driver Program, Team USA as well, of course, former scholarship winner there, but now a fully minted BMW factory driver, and proving his worth for Paul Miller Racing in their #1 car. Moves into the lead in GTD Pro, but he's got a cast of superstars behind him. Interestingly, on that turn 1 battle there, the Benelux battle between Freins and Van de Zande, Van de Zande went out around the outside. The Acuras have been the strongest car through turn 1 all week. We can tell that through the Sector 1 times, and he just was able to hold it a little bit better around the outside and hang on to second position. Brilliant stuff from Van de Zande, and indeed from Freins.
Just to go quickly back to the number panels on the side of the cars here in IMSA, they do show the positions, and the positions are in the colours of the class that they're in. So the red numbers in front of the car numbers indicate that that's GTD Pro. If they're green, it's GTD. If they are blue, it's LMP2. And obviously the prototypes, the GTPs going through, have the sort of gold, white numbers. Leaders going through, and just a few moments ago, was there a little touch between the number 7 Porsche 963 of Felipe Nasser and the BMW of Robin Freins? I think there might have been. They were very close to the wall as well on driver's left as they went across the famous stripe here on the front straight of the concrete here at the former Hendricks field.
It seems like the BMWs don't have quite the edge they had in qualifying trim. But of course, this is not exactly. That is exactly the point I was getting to. This is, we heard it from Dries Vanthoor, our pole sitter, saying, no, we cannot be tempted to chase setup in the heat of the day. That is not where we need a fast car. We needed a fast car in the dark in the last 2 hours. So
it's one of our Porsche keys to the race. Get to the dark and do your best work then. And that's the drivers and the cars, Peter. Oh, big jump through the turn 1 humps for the Acura in second, the number 93 of Renger van der Zande. And you just, you've committed to that corner there. Physics takes over, Peter, and then all of a sudden your 4 Michelins are off the ground, and you've got no idea when you're coming back down again.
It is one of the toughest tests, I think, anywhere in the world in terms of a one single corner than turn 1 at Sebring, of aerodynamics, of suspension. I can't think many off the top of my head that put a car through its paces much more than that. I mean, in a GTP car, they're tipping in there at 175 miles an hour. The apex at 115, exit at 130. That's unfathomable speed for us mere mortals.
Well, that's interesting, though, that they only, and I say this, relatively, they only gain 15 miles an hour from apex to out. That tells you how patient you've got to be before you get back on the throttle, because of those bumps. You can't get hard on at the apex or just before the apex, because you're waiting to ride that mucking Bronco that's going to be your car and make any adjustments that you have to, because if the car doesn't come down straight, you're in rail strife.
And then you consider that back in 2008 in the Acura LMP2 car, Marco Andretti could go through there totally flat to the floor.
Lap after lap. I still
can't picture it.
I saw it and I still don't believe it, Peter. I was standing on the outside of turn 1 and still cannot believe I saw that. 10 hours and 17 minutes and 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds to go. If you're syncing us up with pictures from elsewhere, good to have your company around the world on RS2 for our audio, Sirius XM 206 here in the US, and the Central Highlands region, 106.3 FM is Highlands ESPN. Thanks for allowing us to take over. And of course 100.9 FM at the track, as well as the World Feed TV. And just for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I've had a couple of tweets at IMSA Radio that complaining about IMSA or us timing ad breaks when we go back to green. Neither us on IMSA Radio or IMSA themselves put any ad breaks into that YouTube feed. That's randomly generated, so different people will be seeing different things depending on where you are in the world, and they will come in at different times. and we do not have any control, and neither do IMSA have neither the timing or the content. There is an ad-free, world-free feed stream. If you go to imsaradio.com, go to the top left-hand side, and there'll either be a live video tab, or if you hit the hamburger memory sign there, the first thing at the top of that is live video, and that is absolutely uninterrupted. So apologies if you have been missing some of the action, but as I said, well beyond IMSA's control, that one. That's an algorithm that you need to have a shout about.
And there is still
an argument with an algorithm.
You could still rewind it back a little bit as well if you've missed something. You still have that ability. So if there are solutions, there's lots of solutions to it. Yeah, but thanks for raising it with us. There's always an answer as well. GTD Pro, interesting to see. I said it before, I'll say it again. The Mustangs have kind of been nowhere through race week, but they're really coming strong in race trim. Of course, got their first big win of the program at Daytona with the 65 car of Chris Mees, Frederick Vervaation, Dennis Olsen, and now problem for the number 45 Dex Imaging, Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini. Graham Doyle has backed it into the wall at turn 1. Now turn 1 is where that car had an off with Danny Formal at the wheel early on in the week, and strange one there, just broke away in the opposite direction of the corner, left-hand corner. The car sort of moves to the right. Strange one there for young Graham Doyle, but gets back going again. The Chrome Dex Imaging machine at DEXA, the Doyle family, have been a huge sponsored supporter of Wayne Taylor Racing and their activity for a very long time. But it's not been the best week for the number 45.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an Armco magnet, hasn't it, that car?
A little bit.
Jack Aitken by 1.3 seconds now in GTP from Renger van der Zande. Whilst things are settling down just a little bit, let's head down to Joe Bradley. And Joe is at the number 70 Inception Ferrari pit with his CrowdStrike report.
Now this is the car that missed out on qualifying completely.
Oh, just 1 second, Joe, 1 second. We've got an incident at the turn 5 complex, turn 4-5 complex, and it's the Riley number 74 Orica, and spikes in the wall hard. Now, is that the same incident, or is that something different?
That's different, I think.
That's PJ Hyatt in the number 99. Gar Robinson was spun around as well.
Turn 1.
Turn 1 for PJ, and this will be a full course yellow. Give me 1 second, Joe. Looked like Gar Robinson got going again at turn 5. PJ's got Spike going. In fact, Ollie Milroy has been asked to put his head out. Clip of the wall on turning, I think, and then was at the lightest of touches between the number 99 and Rodrigo Sales. That was the battle for 4th and 5th position. Sales was in the wall as well at one stage and somehow has managed to pull it away. Superficial damage, we hope, for Rexy. And then at turn 5, Gar Robinson sticking his... Oh, yeah, he got a clip. That was the number 88 of Luis Perez Companc in the light blue AF Corsa car, who lost the back end and sideswiped the other car of Gar Robinson. So basically in the space of 4 corners, we've had 4 LMP2 cars with contact and in strife. Good news is that Companc got going again in the light blue cars. Did Gar Robinson? He was a slight... It's going to be a rear clip required for Spike.
A front clip as
Here's
well.
Here's the TDS car in to the pit lane. Now, did they get in before the yellow came out? No, they didn't.
I don't think so.
So they've entered a closed pit.
This will be emergency service for fuel because they're
right on it.
They've been out for 20 laps.
18, that'll be 19 laps, 20 laps, yeah.
So they're getting really close to their, well, actually, with the yellow, maybe they should be able to go longer than that, but...
Well, let me check.
interesting. I was writing some notes on the LMP2.
No, they've been out for 26 laps,
Okay.
albeit with 9 laps of yellow, so they might have been getting just a wee bit close.
Alex Palou preparing on the pit wall to make a driver change with Renger van der Zande, who's been at the wheel of the car, the 93 Acura, for an hour and 50 minutes now. So I think we're going to get a heck of a lot of action in the pit lane, particularly in GTPs, which all the starting drivers are still in the car. With the heat today, I don't think you want to run, no matter how fit these guys are. I think up to 2 hours is kind of the limit. Dennis Olsen also looking ready to go to jump in the number 65 for Mustang for Multimatic. So, unsurprisingly, incident between car number 99, Spike the Dragon AO Racing, and the number 52 PR1 Matheson car of Rodrigo Sales. That is under review, but to the surprise of nobody. Of course, the 52 PR1 Matheson car is kind of in a bit of the naughty step at the moment in terms of the LMP2 fraternity, because of course got hard into the back of the number 18 Era Motorsport car in the closing moments of the Rolex 24. So, yeah, different driver, but yeah, not what I want to see. Normally, such a strong team, PR1 Matheson, and runs so smoothly. In terms of GTPs, at the moment, they're all hovering around the cars with the most energy on board. Renger van der Zande 52%, Louis Delatraz about 43%.
We'll quickly, before they come into the pits, do a VP Racing in-race update, and then we can have a look at it afterwards. Jack Aitken, Whelen Cadillac, 31 leads from the 93 Acura, from the 25 BMW, from the 7 Porsche, recovering after that pit issue when the pit light was on when it shouldn't have been. And then it's the 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, the 85 JDC Miller Porsche, and top 10 made up by the Acura number 60, the Proton Competition Porsche number 5, the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6, and the Aston Martin Valkyrie of the Heart of Racing, the number 23. In LMP2, United Autosports first and second after emergency service for the leading car, 22 from 2 from the 43 of Inter Europol. And in GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing, number 1, leads for BMW, from Corvette in second, the number 3, and Tommy Milner in third in the number 4 Corvette. GTD, Winwood 57 leading, from Zachary Robertson from Heart of Racing 27, Forte Racing Lamborghini in third. That's your VP in-race update. Let's take the CrowdStrike pit lane team down at the far end. Joe Bradley has some of the prototypes. Joe.
The Whelen Cadillac was first onto the pit apron, and not far behind it was the 93 Acura. Renger van der Zande steps out of the car. It's the current and multiple IndyCar champion Alex Palou that will take over the 93. It's getting a full service, full tank of fuel, full energy replenishment, and 4 brand new tyres. He gets the wave off. The Whelen Cadillac goes by, and the 93 right on its tail. The 25 on the tail, the 25 BMW that is, on the tail of the Acura. So I think nothing much has changed at the front. Maybe a little bit of change in the back end of the GTP class.
Interestingly, the number 24 BMW of Dries Vanthoor has not pitted. He's got 50% of usable energy remaining, but remember, he had that drive-through penalty early on in the race, so Team RLL going a little bit off strategy here with that 24 car, just rolling a little bit of a dice here early on. The team owned by Bobby Rahal, who won this race in 1987 alongside Jochen Mass in a Porsche 962. So a lot of driver changes. Frederick Vesti has taken over from Jack Aitken. Robin Freins has stayed aboard the number 25 BMW. Lawrence Vanthoor has taken over from Felipe Nasr. Jordan Taylor has taken over from Louis Delatraz in the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, excuse me. What else? Scott Dixon has taken over the number 60 Meyershank Racing Acura.
Let's go to Joe Bradley for a pit lane report as the AO crew go to work on the suspension at the back of the number 99 Spike Orica prototype. Renger van der Zande, world's fastest restarter, is with Joe Bradley.
Yes, he is, and his physio right on the scene there as Renger's overall came off. pull the driver down. Regga, I just loved watching you chase that car down. You know, were you pacing yourself or was it flat out?
I mean, to start with a restart of a lifetime, that was a good run there, but it was very dangerous, to be honest. I don't know who was doing that in the front of the field, but it worked out just okay, but I almost hit the Valkyrie, I almost hit the BMW. At one point, you know, it's you can't brake, and actually going into the pits now again, it was stop and go, stop and go. I don't think that's allowed, but hey, it's so early in the race, we're trying to stay clean, and yeah, we're all pacing a little bit, we're all saving a bit of fuel. But the car feels good.
Thank you, Rick. I'll leave you to your debrief and cool off.
Yeah, that was the restart when Romain Grosjean was redressing the balance. Into the pits then for the GTs. We've got a couple of incidents under review at the LMP2s. That's the 99 EO Racing car that ended up in the wall. That was with the 52, wasn't it, to start with, the Luis Perez Compan car. And of course we had the Gar Robinson and Luis Perez Compan, my apologies. So those are both under review. So we've got the GTs in, all of the GTD Pro classes come in, and just seeing, I think everybody. Now, interesting, Korthoff have stayed out in the number 32. Till Bechtelsheimer for Gradient has stayed out in the Ford Mustang number 66. Partner Racing Aston's pitted from GTD. So there's and also Chris Meese for Ford Mustang, Peter, stayed out as well from the GTD Pro. So they're going off strategy here at the front of the GTD Pro field. I think down to 8th has pitted. Claudio Schiavone for Proton Porsche has pitted. EO Racing did not pit in the 77.
Very interesting indeed, because the so Chris Meese last pitted on lap 29, so 20 laps ago.
Correct.
So he's got about a third of a tank left. The EO Racing car actually last pitted on lap 47, so doesn't necessarily need to pit here. That's okay. Did they have to take emergency service? Surely
Who?
Not. EO Racing? No. That's strange. So they're kind of off sequence to everybody else. So they've most of the field pitted on lap 50, which is now, but the EO Racing car pitted it on lap 47, which could have been under green. That's very odd. Unless did they beat the yellow? But it came out very, very quickly.
I'll check that.
That's an interesting one. So EO Racing, that's a question mark. We'll get our CrowdStrike pit lane team to investigate on that one.
Let's go to Joe Bradley for the answer on that question.
Yeah, I actually was trying to put in on you guys, but there was so much going on. I think Rexy got in and out, or got into the pits before the pits were closed, because as the pits were closing, he was already coming off the pit apron and passing underneath the Cadillac bridge. So for me, the timeline on that must have been, he must have got in before we closed the pits off for that yellow.
I'll go with that, Joe. I'll go with that, Joe.
I like data. I'm scanning through the data to see. Problem is, there's so much having happened, and there's only so much I can scroll back. I might not be able to get a look at that. You're listening to IMSA Radio live from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 73rd running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours. Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM 206. 100.9 FM at the track, and around the world on RS2, as well as our world video feeds and on the IMSA YouTube channel as well. Let's head down to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit lane report, as we've got some of the stragglers coming in now to the pit lane.
Yeah, you guys were deliberating whether or not they throw it, rolling the dice on the 24, changing strategy after that early penalty, remember. That seems not to be the case. They have come into the pits. Dries van Toorp brought the 24 BMW in. He's got out of the car, and I think that was Philip Eng that got in. You guys will be able to tell me when he clicks by the pit exit there, but we'll try and get a word with Dries about that early stint, and it'll be a frustrated Dries Vanthoor, I would imagine.
It's a long race, I expect him to say at some stage. Some of the teams leaving their non-pro drivers in with a bit of extra yellow. It's not taking too much out of them. This is good to get the drive time over.
It is. Everyone's kind of in the same boat. Well, say in LMP2, all of the bronze drivers qualify and start the race. And looking through, the only team that have put their silver driver in is Pratt Miller. They've put James Rowe in the car. Everyone else is making their bronze work for it. Actually, to tell a lie, the number 11 TDS car, I put Hunter McElrea in. So that's interesting. Watch for that TDS car because it's been so quick all race long. In GTD, I think this is a really good strategy call from the 66 Gradient team to keep Till Bechtolsheimer in the car.
Yeah, they're a bit off strategy.
There are
anyway.
a little bit off strategy, but
Yeah.
if they want to get his driver time out of the way, they've got 2 hours of it done, and you have to get more of it done, and you've got 3 hours to do. So you have 25% of the race. At Daytona, for a 24-hour race, you've only got 4.5. So actually the bronze driver, or any driver for that matter, has a bigger portion of the race to serve here at Sebring.
Yeah.
Also, we're a couple of hours away from handing out our first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points at the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, and that's 4,
8 and 12.
4, 8 and 12. Okay, that is a completely separate championship that takes in the long races. And next year, we'll be awarding points for that at Road America rather than Indianapolis. The battle on the bricks becomes a bit more of a scuffle and goes back to 2 hours and 40 minutes, where as we evoke long distance races of years gone by at the just over 4-mile Road America. I have checked back, Rexy did get in before the yellow came out, and thanks to a couple of people who pointed that out as well. 9 hours, 58 minutes and 42 seconds, and the green flag is in the air. Great restart by Fred Vesti, the Cadillac Whelan. He's pulled out already 7/10 of a second on Alex Palou. Laurent Vanthoor in third. Cadillac, Acura, Porsche, BMW, 4 manufacturers in the top 4, separated by just over a second on that restart. Nobody pushing too hard except for Fred Vesti, who's got the hammer down. He's trying to break the toe here on the RX06 Acura of Alex Palou, who's in second position. Palou with a couple of cars lengths back at turn 7 to Laurent Vanthoor, who's winding up the V8 of Porsche Penske Motorsports 963 in third position. In LMP2, Dan Goldberg for United Autosport led them across the line. Jeremy Clark for Inter Europol in second, and we've got a Corvette late on parade in the pit lane. That's Alexander Sims, who brought that car in for the number 3 squad, and through he comes, and it is Alex who's still at the wheel. No surprises here. It is going to be Spike, the number 99 EO car, that gets a penalty for the incident responsibility at turn 1, and it is, yeah, that's not a surprise either. The AF Corsa, Mateus Perez Companc in that car now. It was his dad in the number 88 light blue car who got sideways and sideswiped the 74 into a spin. The Gar Robinson driven Riley Orica. So both of those cars with drive-throughs to be served within the next 3 times past the start finish.
Interesting stuff, but great restart there from Fred Vesti. And Action Express and Whelen Engineering, they have a trend of finding single-seater superstars.
Yeah.
Guys who are on the fringes, or indeed in some cases guys who made it to F1, and putting them in the car. Jack Aitken's a great example of that, multiple winner in F2. I mean, Fred Vesti in 2023 was the runner-up in F2 with 6 wins on the season. So that is a style of driver that they like, someone who can push straight away. Fred Vesti's only made his debut in IMSA at Petit Le Mans last year. So he's so new to this, but pace-wise, he's right there. And, well, talking of single-seater superstars, he's got Alex Palou behind him, the multiple IndyCar champion who won the opening race of the season just down the road at St. Petersburg a few weeks ago.
That was a decent race, I thought. We had the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup there. Next round of that is again with IndyCar at Barber. Lovely circuit, that one in the countryside. And it's the Whelen Cadillac, or Cadillac Whelen, as it is now. All the Cadillac teams are Works teams, and at Le Mans, Cadillac will have the most Works entered cars in the hypercar class. They're taking 4 this year. Porsche have 3. Also got a privateer entered car as well, and another Proton privateer Porsche on the he's top of the reserve list. But yeah, all of the cars now, the V Series prototypes, their team names start with Cadillac. Let's go to Joe Bradley and a CrowdStrike pit report down in the pit lane. Joe, where have you wandered down to?
I'm at the BMW pit, and I've Dries van Toor just cooling off after that very, very heavy stint at the beginning of this race. And I would imagine, Dries, that was a very frustrating start for this race for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say. Drove like a Billy, and that's the position we are. So, well.
Kind of takes the pressure off, do you think? And now you know, you can charge. It's charge all the way to the flag.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we anyway still have to just survive until the end, but yeah, frustrating. You know, it's a good starting position, and it's gone after a few hours, and then another mistake makes us drop. Race to go. We just have to survive and be there at the end, but yeah, it's not the start I had in my mind.
Thanks for coming back to me. The car's good. Yeah, he says the car's good. I tell you what, mate, he's not a very happy bunny, is that man?
I understand it.
Yeah.
I suspect he's not a happy bunny, Mr. Mackay, because it was his mistake.
Yeah, and he's not hiding that fact. I love that honesty from Dries van Toor.
Well, you get that from both the Van Toor
For those
boys.
who are thinking he drove like a Billy, Billy is
rhyming slang for punter. Billy is Billy Bunter, a well-known character in English literature, somewhat overweight English public school boy who had many and varied adventures, and a punter, obviously someone who isn't a pro driver, normally referred to as a Billy in a somewhat derogatory manner. All racing drivers down through the years have done ride-alongs and sit next to's at track, and tend not to like sitting next to Billies because Billies make Billy mistakes.
beautifully explains what it is, and it's
like
just
fun.
very good. Yeah, very, very, very delicately put, but comprehensively so. Yeah, Dries van Toor, he'll be annoyed because he's shown such strong pace, 2 poles out of 2 in his IMSA career with BMW so far this season. His brother Lawrence, right now, sitting in 3rd for Porsche Penske Motorsport, managed to tick off a Daytona win 6 weeks ago at the Rolex 24, a one that was on his list for so long, and able to get the job done. Has won here at Sebring before in class on a couple of occasions with the FAF team, but he's a collector, is Lawrence, a collector of victories, and if there's one that's missing, that's the one that next gets the focus. He's a very, very focused guy with his training and what have you. Problem, Cetilar, Giorgio Sernagiotto, team that very nearly won last year.
Ferrari, yeah, that's on the Ullman's back straight.
It is. What's going on there? And look, car looks like it's grinding to a halt. Now, I hate to say, when was the last time that car pitted? Please don't let it be that.
Don't think so. I can quickly pull that one out for you. 47 only pitted 3 laps ago.
Okay, well,
with everybody else.
So it's not fuel, you'd hope. On the fuel point, we were wondering whether the AO Racing Porsche, Rexy the dinosaur, whether they'd beat the yellow, basically, made it in and out, and thanks to Kelly Bruley from the team who's confirmed that yes, they did. So they were just a little bit ahead of the game, and that's AO Racing, great strategy, and right there behind Chris Mees. But Chris Mees basically owes us a pit stop.
Yeah.
In first place in GP Pro at the moment. The Cetilar Ferrari has made it onto the exit of the old WEC pit lane, and we should stay green then. Great driving from Giorgio.
We've had a lot of really heads-up driving from drivers across all the classes this weekend, be it practice, qualifying, and there's good there's good reason for that, because now in practice, if you cause a red flag, you lose your fastest lap in qualifying. If you cause a red flag in qualifying, you lose the 2 fastest laps that you put in qualifying, which kind of makes it pointless to carry on qualifying if it's anywhere through the session. But what that's done, I think, is concentrated people's minds to finding the orange overlaps. Where the orange is on the side of the track is a gap in the concrete wall or the barrier. When you do your pit walk, or your track walk rather, you scope those out to make sure that you know where they are. The other thing I always like to look to, because I once had an underbonnet fire when racing at Snetterton, which actually I managed to blow out. Well, I say I did, the engine did. It was an Aston Martin I was driving at the time. Cut the engine and restarted it, and it sucked the flames back down through the trumpets. But you always look to see where the fire points are.
Interesting here that Chris Meese, now that he's on much lower fuel than the rest of the field, they're on a full tank, he's got about a third of a tank or so, trying to make the most of it now and try to pull away. He put half a second there into Alessio Piccarello in second place, with who's got Madison Snow now behind him, who's taken over from Neil Verhagen. Madison Snow, amazing driver, who races at the pro level but works in the family business day to day. Quite amazing to balance those 2 commitments.
Crouch right pit lane story for you here. So the logistics of how you operate from down here in a very crowded Sebring pit lane. The 99 AO LMP2 entry, the oracle of this team, extensive damage to both front and rear of the car. The bodywork sections that were damaged were taken off. They were put behind the pit perch in the back of the pit area, as was the new the damaged front end of the car. That I've just witnessed has just been replenished. So the brand new nose section has been brought out from the paddock and now sits at the back, ready to be deployed if needs be. Hopefully not. As is the brand new rear deck section, also brought out from the paddock. They were offloaded, the damaged bits were put on, and they've been taken back to the paddock. Now they're not just going to be shelved back there; they're going to be repaired. All the little winglets, the carbon fibre winglets, and whatever repairs that can ensue, that will be done while this race goes on. And God forbid they need another couple of sections of bodywork. Hopefully they don't need any at all. But if they do, there's brand new sections all ready to be used if necessary.
Chris Meese then leading the way in GTD Pro for the Mustang number 65, heading into turn 1 at the moment. Last lap by a 2:02.172. Actually, Piccarello managed to get 2/10 back the way in Rexy, number 77 there. That's the battle GTD Pro at the front of the field, very close between 2 single-seater superstars in Frederic Vesti for the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac team, and the number 93 of Alex Palou for Meyer-Shank Acura. This is it's an interesting program, because the how do we say, the regular number 60 Meyer-Shank Acura, the number 60, a car that we know very well, that is a car that is run and engineered by Meyer-Shank. The 93 is a little bit different. It's run by Meyer-Shank operationally, but engineered by HRC, Honda Racing Corporation. At the moment, it's the 93 that's the quicker of the 2 at this stage of the race. And Alex Palou, believe it or not, on his Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring debut.
There's a few people who would have, having been asked that question, I would have lost money on this weekend, because you just assume that, you know, the big races, these guys pop up, whether it's Petit Le Mans, Rolex 24, Daytona, sailing 6 hours of event. You need an extra driver for some of these. Oh yeah, they'll go to the IndyCar paddock, because that has been, in fairness, there's a reason why I say that. It's because it's been a rich vein of drivers who have slotted into teams really almost imperceptibly well.
They have, and I love the drivers from other categories who come into sports car racing and really love it and enjoy it. And in the other Meyer-Shank Racing Acura, you've got Scott Dixon, car number 60, who has won everything there is to win, and his legacy as a driver is so much more enhanced beyond his, I mean, just extraordinary record in IndyCar. Actually, his legacy is so much further advanced by what he's achieved in sports car racing. You know, 3 Rolex 24 overall wins, a class win as well with the Ford GT, 2 Petit Le Mans wins. But Sebring is the one that's missing. Now, I'd have lost money on that as well when I did my notes before the race. I would have thought that Scott Dixon would have won this race before, but he hasn't. This is one of very few races that's missing off his CV. So, also GTD Pro, there's been a change in the 64 Ford. Ben Barker making his debut with the Ford Multimatic team in IMSA. Should have been at the Rolex 24, but unfortunately injured his shoulder in a skiing accident in the wintertime. So had to watch the Rolex 24 from the sofa. I'm sure he's enjoying his seat right now at the wheel of that Multimatic Mustang, and he's right in there in the fight in the top 4, where we've got 2 Mustangs in the top 4, and John, they haven't really shown that pace all week.
No. Keeping their ponies dry, possibly. Plenty of people taking the rallycross line, exit of turn number 7, and the BMW of Paul Miller Racing, number 48, losing a couple of positions, or losing one position and losing some bodywork. Through goes the Dragon Speed Ferrari, and then the Lexus number 14 right alongside as well. And there's a bit of bodywork now flapping from the front left of that Lexus.
Yeah, that is Jose Maria Lopez, who stepped in at the last minute for
totally
a
deranged
lot
the
of
front
damage.
end of that car.
A lot of damage there to the front left. I think Jose Maria Lopez will be able to keep going for a bit, unless he gets the black and orange flag. He has gone past pits, so Jose Maria Lopez, of course, former World Touring Car champion. He's a world champion in 2 FIA disciplines, in the World Endurance Championship and in the World Touring Car Championship. That was a bit of a touring car move there, I have to say. Trying to make a move on the 48 of Jesse Krohn, who's taken over from Dan Harper in that BMW for Paul Miller Racing. So GTD Pro, I think that's what we're going to see all day long. John, the drivers like to say, oh, we just got to survive, we just got to get there to the end, but they just can't help themselves. They just can't.
It is a source, a perennial source of head scratching for me, that experienced drivers sometimes just can't help themselves. Now, that's what it looks like from the outside, but they will tell you that making up a place, making up real estate at any stage in these races now is so important. Bodywork's catching as well. I hear that from the onboard. That doesn't sound happy at all. I hope that is only the bodywork. Because these races, and you said it, you know, earlier in the week, Peter, these races are right. What's your fuel stint? Right, it's 50 minutes, let's say, for a GTD car. This is a 10-hour race, but it's not one. It is one 10-hour race, but it's actually split up into a number of up to 50-minute sprints. And basically, it's a 50-minute sprint, and then instead of taking the car back to the paddock and re-prepping it and bringing it out later in the afternoon for the second race of your weekend, you basically bring it in the pits, throw some more VP Racing fuel and Michelin tyres at it, and drive it and start another one. Or you get out and let your teammate do it. And so, honestly, the drivers tell me, particularly the works drivers, every single piece of real estate that you can pick up is absolutely crucial. I'm a bit worried about that Lexus because I think the radiator's had a bit of a clang there.
Well, pace-wise, no problem at all. The pace is absolutely fine. Sector times are very comparable to everyone else in GTD Pro, so but you're right, it's a concern over time. Okay, that first lap back after the incident was okay. In fact, he's just gone through the first sector a little bit quicker than those ahead of him, as Jose Maria Lopez, but it's more of a
than he was earlier, in fact.
Yeah, well, true. Good
Sorry,
point.
I'm being facetious
no,
there.
that's Very true.
It's less aerodynamically efficient.
It's definitely less aerodynamic efficient, but the pace is still there. And of course, remember, that number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus is the defending champion from last year in terms of Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. They were the winner last year, so they know how to get the job done. But it's a strong beast, that Lexus. It can take a hit. Hugely experienced crew and car combination, really. They've been ever present in IMSA for many years now. It wouldn't really be IMSA WeatherTech without those two Lexi fans of Alan Partridge. Lexus is
Lexus.
What's the collective noun for Lexus?
Lexus.
A lounge of Lexus.
Lounge of Lexus. I like a lounge of Lexus, actually. Lexus, imagine if Lexus and Toyota decide to go into the top class. You've got Lexus versus Genesis fighting for the big races. That's huge news back in Japan. That Jose Maria Lopez RCF, this is the red number 14 car, is off the pace now. I suspect that the temps have gone through the roof, or he's risking cutting a tyre, the left front tyre down. He's come into the pit lane. Joe Bradley may have just been replaced by Nick Damon, actually. I'll wait to see. And it is indeed the tall one. Nick Damon is our crowd strike pit reporter as the Lexus come in, and we've got debris out at turn 7. Good afternoon, Nick.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very good. Luckily, I was literally walking past the Lexus pit when it happened, so normally I'd be 400 yards away, but they are working on that front side. Well, the engine's off, so they've turned the engine off. Yeah. The engineers now look around on that front. It looks like the front left is a problem. The bonnet's coming up as well. There's a little bit of scuffage, and so we're thinking about a broken steering arm or a deranged steering arm on this Lopez Kirkwood Terence Barnacle car. Ben not here, of course, after a mountain bike accident, and once again replaced by the man who replaces mountain bike accident drivers, Maria Lopez. And they're having a look at the top of the top link by the looks of it, rather than the steering arm, which is lower. So it's almost like they've got a wobbly wishbone. Yep, he's indicated they need a new wishbone. The man with the steering arm, I think, has gone, and they're now looking for the wishbone. And I think that's going to mean they're going to go behind they're going to go behind the wall to do this. I think the bonnet's going back on again, or the hood is going back on again. And this car, I think, is going to go behind the wall to have that front suspension rearranged.
The advantage, thank you, Nick, and welcome back to the CrowdStrike pit team. The advantage of going behind the wall is, if you wonder, well, why couldn't they just do it there? Probably could, actually, but behind the wall, you've got you're undercover, which is the hottest part of the day, with air temperature at 28 Celsius, 82 Fahrenheit, track temperature 25, that's 77 Fahrenheit. But you can also have more people working on the car. There is a limit to the amount of people you can have over the wall in a live pit lane. I don't need to explain why that is the case, do I? No, of course I don't. You're all sports car and safety literate. And indeed, that's Vassar Sullivan Lexus is now showing as behind the wall on the timing screens. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, good to have your company. And Joe, SportsCar Joe, on Twitter. How about a Lexus branded GR010 in IMSA? Talked to the Lexus guys a couple of 3 years ago about that at Daytona, and they said that they'd actually rather develop their own car. They feel they'd like something that was more Lexus, and from a purely financial point of view, the beauty of the GTP LMDH regulations is that it's a far less costly car to run, and that would come into the area that they feel they can justify as a set of concessionaires, as Toyota North America, Toyota Lexus North America, if you will, without having to potentially lean on either the parent company in Japan or the global side of things.
Just getting into a nice rhythm now in GTP. Everyone's used just over just under half a tank since the last full course yellow, and Frederick Vesti getting into a rhythm as well. In fact, he's taken half a second out of Alex Palou in that last lap. They were cutting through a lot of the GTD Pro traffic, so Vesti getting his way through. Of course, not a huge amount of multi-class sports car racing experience, but as I said, Action Express have trusted drivers who are absolutely rapid in sprint single-seater racing at the highest level, and trust that they can effectively teach them sports car racing. And it's well, it's a theory that's worked very much over the years for them. Look at how much success they had with Felipe Nasr and Pipo Derani. I tell you what, John, it's just odd not having Pipo Derani here, 4-time winner at this race. It could have made it 5 last year, but a big crash unfortunately took them out of the running. But it is bizarre not having people here. But of course, we will see him in due course as part of the new Genesis program.
Yeah, that's progressing at pace is what I hear. They've selected their chassis partner. That will be Orica. They've got at least an interim base in the south of France, not too far away from Orica. The engine, of course, is staying in-house for that Genesis, going to Hyundai Motorsport Group, HMSG, based in Germany, and it's an engine that they know very well and have tested at the very highest level of motorsport, Peter.
They have, yes. Basically, the idea is to making it sound more simple than it is. 2 1.6-litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engines put together,
running on a common crank. That
yes,
makes it a V8.
Yeah, like I say, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's a very strong engine.
So looking for something around about between 2.9 to 3.2, 3.4 litres.
I think it'll be 3.5 by the time it's all put together. Very similar to the Glickenhaus. Into the pits comes Chris Meese. Remember, he was off strategy with everybody else in that number 65 Ford Mustang with the black windshield strip. The 64 running the white windshield strip. If you're out around the circuit enjoying the festivities of Sebring, they decided to roll the dice a little bit on strategy. Chris Meese has been at the wheel for nearly 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
He's earned himself a cold beverage, I think.
Yeah. Perfectly on his marks. Brand new sticker Michelin tyres about to go on that car. Chris Meese, no need to hurry. This will be a full VP fuel fill.
Dennis Olsen
getting
into the car.
The bespectacled Scandinavian.
Fantastic young driver.
Oh, yeah.
He's not really young anymore. Well, yeah, he is. He's in his late 20s, but he's a fantastic driver. Really nice guy. And of course, riding on a high after that win at Daytona. Now, remember that Ferrari number 21, the leader in GTD, which was on pole, but then had effectively a brake failure going into Cunningham Corner. It's back in the lead. How did that happen?
Well,
so quickly.
It happened because the guys worked really hard, turned it round, and used the full course yellows to their advantage. And Alessandro Pergidi, who was at the wheel when that happened, is back at the wheel now and back in front. So if you sort of saw the start of the race and then look back now, you'd have thought not much has happened. That must be actually an early candidate for the BDO No Strategy Award. It's something that we have for some years now in the broadcast centre, for Performance Broadcast Centre, and down from our pit reporters. One for the GT categories and one for the prototype categories, but that's something I'm going to keep an eye on. Nick Damon has not long since walked into the CrowdStrike pit reporting crew, and he's already sauntered. He prefers sashayed, actually. Did you sashay to Ford to catch Chris Meese out of that car?
Oh, I was doing a quick two-step, to be honest. Let me get up there. Chris Meese, fresh out of the car. I mean, honestly, you've done 2.5 hours. You look pretty fresh. A lot of the other drivers look absolutely a sweaty mess.
Yeah, normally everyone says when you get old you become less fit, but obviously it looks like it's the other way around. No, I'm joking. Yeah, at the moment it's obviously some fuel saving and just staying in the mix, no contact, no nothing. So it's more important to keep the car alive, to not do any mistakes, to not get any penalty, and just find into the rhythm. So probably the last 2-3 hours will be a bit tougher.
You went off strategy there. You didn't come in that last yellow. You've come in the full course, the green flag. What was the thinking behind that?
I don't know. I need to ask Bruno, our strategist, but I think I was blocked the whole, I would say, the first 2 hours. First behind the Lexus, and then behind the Ferrari of the 81 Dragon Speed. So, yeah, I think we just tried to get in front to get some clean air, because it was also quite frustrating, to be honest, to be stuck behind them.
If you're actually stuck in traffic, is that causing more overheating issues, more tyre issues? And actually running in free air, even though you might lose a bit of time, is better for the car overall?
Yeah, obviously the brakes getting hotter, the front tires getting hotter, you get more understeer. And it's also a bit frustrating if you can go a bit faster, 2-3-10, but you're still stuck behind the car and can't overtake. So obviously it would have been the last hour, I would go for a move, but not that early in the race.
It's kind of noticeable that the Fords are looking a bit racier, as we would say, and they were during the previous couple of days. Is that because you've been working on a race setup, or just because the weather's fallen better for you for the race day?
I think as a team we are just much better prepared. We got some new guys. We learned obviously from last year where our weakness, where our strength is, and it's still, let's not forget, Ford just came last year with the GT3 and it's going against manufacturers who do this for like 10-15 years already. So we have a lot to catch up, but I think we are doing pretty well so far.
Great first stint. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Always lovely to hear the considered thoughts, and they are always considered thoughts, of Chris Meese with our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Nick Damon. So BDO no strategy, by the way, one for prototypes and a P2 GTP, and also we've extended it now. It's not just one for the whole field, so one in the GT categories and one in the prototype. So I'll just remind you of that. Start your brain ticking over, make some notes. Peter makes copious notes. He has a page, just all his research. He's got a page in a ring binder for every single car, and it's only one side of typed bullet points, and on the back of the previous car he writes all the notes of what's been happening on that car.
And how much stronger Ford have been in the race than
yes.
they've been in practice.
Yes.
And they're not the only car like that. And it's how you turn up on race day. That's what it's about. They don't hand out any points or trophies on practice. They do hand out points in qualifying here. That's worth mentioning. And in terms of Michelin Endurance Cup points for that championship at 4, 8 and 12, completely separate championship. But interestingly, the number one Paul Miller Racing BMW in GTD Pro, they didn't win the race at the Rolex 24, but they came out leading the Michelin Endurance Cup because they nailed those points through the race.
And you might say, what's the point? Well, the point is that it's a big trophy at the end of the year. And for those people for whom it matters an awful lot. Some people don't mind, but we will see, for those people who are going for the Michelin Endurance Cup, we will see some what appears to be odd strategy coming up to 4 hours. Either people pitting slightly early or staying out just to try and get those points. And then what they'll try to do is get themselves back on a more traditional strategy by the time they get to the end of the race. The number 21 back out on the track, as we said. This is the darker red car that is leading the race for ES Cross. I do like that slightly more sanguineous colour. It's a bit dusty, of course, because it went out off at Cunningham Corner and had that incident. The lasting damage to that, other than the dust around the car, is that the beautifully crafted mounting for the door mirror on that aerodynamic, almost J shape, it's absolutely gorgeous bit of carbon fibre. I daren't ask how much that is. I bet it's more than €1,000. In fact, I bet it's more than €1,500. But that is a bit wobbly at the moment. But the glass is still in the mirror.
Yes, it's not the only Ferrari. I can't remember which one of the other Ferraris at 296
was it the Inception?
I could be right, yes, it had a wobbly left mirror. The bumps of Sebring shaking everything out here. I mean, this 296 GT3 package has just changed the game in GT3. It's raised the bar. It brought Ferrari their first ever victory at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which is a race which has been so dominated by the German marques. And it was won in totally privateer hands.
Yeah.
With the Fricadelli racing team.
Not a single factory
driver
even. Not a single factory Ferrari factory driver.
Yeah, factory drivers from other places. But, but what was very telling, I remember on that day, I'll remember it for a long time, from about 5 or 6 hours to go, all of a sudden a lot of red uniforms started to appear who I think had arrived at the circuit overnight knowing that, or feeling that the car might have had a chance to win. A couple of those drivers who won that race back in 2023 are in this race. Nicky Katzberg, who drives for the Corvette number 4 team. Earl Bamber, who's in the car that leads. He's not in the car, but he's driving with the car that's leading the race at the moment at the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. And the 2 other drivers, David Pittard and Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, we'd love to see them in IMSA one day.
Yeah. 9 hours and 25 minutes to go. Just over. That gap at the front of the field. Fred Vesti from Alex Palou. Now 1.2 seconds. We'll do a full VP in-race update at 1 o'clock local time. It's just over 15 minutes away. But the other class leaders, Hunter McElrea for TDS, who's been lighting up the timing and scoring. Peter was telling us about that. And leads for TDS. A couple of fastest laps on the bounce, I think, there. Nick Bull is 20 seconds behind now for United Autosport, with 9.5 ahead of Daniel Goldberg, 2 and 22 in second and third. And GTD Pro, it is the EO Racing Porsche that leads from Paul Miller Racing's BMW, and that's a scrap that continues to entertain, just half a second between those two, as we've documented. AF Corsa Alessandro Pagidi, and the number 21 Ferrari leading by nearly 9 seconds from Winwood's Russell Ward. That's the Russell Ward car, of course, the defending winner from last year. Side-by-side action there between Francie for BMW Team RL having to go at Lawrence Vantor.
No, it's actually Robin Francis trying to defend from Vantor's teammate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Vantor's is a little bit up the road, but Francis having to defend very hard from Matt Campbell. And if we know Matt Campbell like we do, if there's a way around, if there's a way to get through, he'll get through. I mean, just rewind back to the Bathurst 12 hour in 2019 where he made I still don't think there was a Porsche width there at the Dipper, the way that move he pulled on Jake Dennis to win that race. But he knows how to pull off the Hollywood moves as Matt Campbell, and he's trying to pull off another one on Robin Franch at the moment in car number 25 for BMW, the 25 car. You can spot that on track. It's got a red windshield strip, the 24 with the blue windshield strip.
CrowdStrike pit lane report. Nick Damon with an update from the lane.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's not good news at all. The Era Motorsport, the number 18 car, that has scratched. They are disassembling the pit box. Last seen, of course, when the unfortunate Toby Lutka put it into the tyre barriers coming round Sunset. Very disappointing. I think especially disappointing for Kaku Ota, the rising Japanese star. I'm sure would have loved to have got some laps as he tries to develop his career over here in IMSA, and obviously with very heavy support from Honda as well. So a disappointing first couple of hours for Era, but they, of course, are one of the teams that will definitely be back for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Kakuota, the Honda development driver, very highly thought of by that huge corporation. Recently, Honda have rationalised all their racing activities under the HRC banner rather. No Honda Racing USA, it's all come under the big HRC banner, and that's a young man who they have big plans for.
They do. They've of course, Kaku Ota drove in the GTP car at Daytona with the number 93 Mars Hank Racing Acura. In fact, we spoke to him with a CrowdStrike pit lane report during practice, and he mentioned the other. He says he's going to drive at Watkins Glen in the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen and the Indianapolis Battle on the Bricks in the GTP car. So we're going to, and we may well see him in the Era car at some point again over the season too. So great to have Japanese talent here in the International Motorsports Association. That's what IMSA stands for, don't forget.
That's the I. What's the I for?
International.
Yeah. Interesting. Incredible. Many other things beginning with I. Infuriating sometimes for some of the teams, I bet. Incorrigible.
I write for a living. I should be able to think of more words beginning with I that describe IMSA, but I'm stumped right now.
It's very early on as well. It's not going to get any better than this. Oh!
Bit of contact between the 20 Proton Porsche and the number 1 of Formula Racing BMW. Now, they are in the same class, but this is not for position. This is for a lap, because the number 20 GTD Pro Proton Porsche has Claudio Schiavone aboard, bronze driver. Alessio Piccarello managed to get through on the brakes into turn 7, but just as Schiavone took his line, the number 1 of Madison Snow tried to get through, and that door was well and truly closed. So that's given Piccarello a very valuable couple of car lengths over the chasing BMW, and a risk that the number 1 BMW may have picked up some sort of damage, but possibly not. Let's see.
Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Great to have your company from around the world. 10 minutes before 1 here on the Eastern Daylight Savings Time now here in the US. The clock sprung forward here at the weekend. Still a few weeks to go before the rest of the world catches up with that, so just a 4-hour difference between here and the UK and 5 in the Central European time. Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM 206 and 100 FM around the circuits, RS2 around the world, of course, our World Feed TV as well. Let's nip down to the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. Nick Damon's been watching a couple of stops.
It's P2 time. They've run their tanks dry. We've had the number 2 United Autosports team doing a full change. You've got the 04 CrowdStrike machine in at the well. That's actually no driver change there. To my right, it's a 74. That is, I'm just trying to see if that's the, that's got the ranch car, of course. Don't think that's got a drive change either.
No.
And there's another car way out of my vision, which is also changing. We've already had the 88 Air, of course, one. Here comes the TDS machine. That's currently got Hunter McElroy on board. It was a 73 car that I couldn't see, the Pratt & Miller machine that has now just gone underneath me. All the standard says Hunter McElroy, unsurprised, he's staying on board. He just replaced Stephen the previous time around, and so far no one's having a problem, but we obviously still expect a couple more to come in. They're a little bit spread out with 4 or 5 laps, which is interesting because we had a yellow so recently.
Nick Damon in the pit lane, just coming up to 9 hours and 18 minutes to go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, if you are syncing up.
That is quite remarkable from both Gar Robinson and George Kurtz, because they have been in since the start of the race. 2 hours and 43 minutes they've been in those cars at least, not including the pace laps, which means in 17 minutes time or so they will have completed their minimum drive time and will not need to drive again in the race if they don't want to. And that puts them ahead of the game in terms of strategy. The TDS car, the number 11, which has been so strong all week long, they've clearly got the strongest car underneath them in terms of the way they've set it up and the way that they're running. They're in a little bit of a different position because they haven't used up as much of Stephen Thomas's drive time, so they'll need to sort of filter that in throughout the race. However, maybe they can do that because they've got pace in hand.
Side by side, that is the Riley number 74. These two cars been in the wars, and they were, it was turn 5, wasn't it, that they came together before, when Luis Perez Companc was behind the wheel. And what's that hoving up behind them as well, Peter?
That's the 73 Pratt Miller car of James Rowe, who might potentially have a bit more pace, actually. A really strong
also on an outlap. All of these cars are on an outlap down to turn 17. This could get very messy indeed. Looks like George has got a bit wide, had to come out of the throttle there as he was.
A little bit wide.
Excuse me, Gar Robinson. Yes, thank you. Looked like he was getting a bit too much understeer, got out of the throttle. That was really smart. This stage of the game, you don't need to be in to the wall. Delighted to say that Mike Messina, General Manager Brembo Racing North America, is back with us. We had a chat with him at Daytona, if you remember, and he picked up quite a following. Hello, Mike. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful day. We're at Sebring. It's race day. Where else would you want to be?
General Manager Brembo Racing North America. Sounds like a decent workload that you've got on at the moment.
It is quite the workload, but it's also a dream job, so it doesn't necessarily always feel that way, you know.
With Brembo being involved in so many different motorsports here in the US and indeed worldwide, how often do you get to spend a weekend at home? Or is that a sore point?
I do get to spend the occasional weekend at home. And
occasional.
You know, it's funny you say that, though, because there are some tracks you go to that almost feel like home as well.
I know exactly. No, I absolutely.
You know that feeling.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Sebring, rated as a 5 out of 5 track by your engineers. We were talking just before the green flag about this. When we talk about your ratings, this is not someone sticking a finger in the air and saying, well, I think this one's worse than that one or better than this one. This is taken from empirical data that you guys look at to grade each of the tracks.
There is a lot that actually goes into it. We do look at a lot of data that's received from different teams and different cars, but we also talk to drivers. And, you know, we do a lot of post-race analysis on the parts and a lot of post-race driver feedback and you know, what did you think of this? What did you think of that? What could be better here? What could be better there? How could we improve this? And so on. And when it comes to braking, yeah, Sebring really is the benchmark of braking performance.
Really?
Of all the places that we go to, more teams come here to do their brake testing and evaluation than anywhere else. If you can survive a solid 12 hours here, in fact, some cases, some teams we've done 24-hour testing here. So if you can survive 12 hours here, you're pretty much good to go just about anywhere else you could imagine.
Brembo brake facts for here at Sebring International Raceway are staggering. Something, you know, braking events, retardation events, if you will, something like 2,800 to 3,000 times during the race. Now, I'm not surprised that the toughest braking point is turn 7. There's a nasty bump just going in there and a change of surface as well. But what are you looking for in the products, both the pads and the rotors, and indeed everything else? What are the teams wanting? I presume consistency and feel, Mike.
Consistency and feel is a very huge part of it. You know, I think a lot of people tend to go with, well, you need braking power and temperature management, and that's a big part of it as well. But if all you're focused on is braking power and braking power, you're not really seeing the whole picture. Right. And so in these systems, what we spend a lot of time doing is minimizing compliance. And what I mean by compliance is really just a fancy word for flex. You eliminate the flex in the caliper, for example. You eliminate any sort of compliance in the actuation, master cylinder, for example. Compressibility in the fluid. All of these things play a part of the overall system, and they contribute to that overall feel, that mechanical feel that the driver needs through the pedal so that he can maintain that feeling of where his tires are at in terms of grip.
So do you work with brake fluid suppliers, or do you have your own?
We have our own.
Interesting.
We've been down that road, and we spent enough time doing it that we thought, you know.
That I did not know. I've learned something today.
Yep. Yeah, we spent quite a few years developing a fluid that really sort of emphasized that ability to transfer that feedback back and forth between the driver's foot and the caliper.
What are the different challenges, Mike, when you've got a field full of effectively 4 different classes of cars, all of whom can spec your Brembo brake packages? You've got some with ABS and some without. You've got high downforce prototypes. You've got the P2 cars that are a little bit lighter. Is it always a completely different product for each of those?
It's not necessarily a completely different product, but as you have with so many components of a car, is the component could technically be the same in terms of its technical facets, but how you tune it, how you dial it in, really plays a role in the overall performance of the car.
Tuning
so that's where the
brakes.
focus.
We think of tuning an engine, tuning suspension, tuning brakes.
You're literally tuning brakes. You can do that with friction compounds. You can do that with brake bias. There's a number of systems you can employ to affect the way the car brakes.
Mike, I remember when the GTP category came in a couple of years ago, speaking to one of the drivers, it was Dane Cameron, who said the biggest challenge they had in the development of the Porsche in this case was the brake-by-wire system. What was that like for you guys with these new GTP cars, trying to get that system to work, and what role did you guys play with the factories?
So fortunately, Brembo has a long history of brake-by-wire, both in Formula One and then also on the OEM side of things. So for us, it wasn't necessarily a fundamental learning of how to do it. It was more or less of how do you transfer what we already know into something that benefits these guys and you know, gets them where they're trying to be. Because in this series too, you can affect regen to affect your braking patterns and that sort of thing, but you can also back off on the regen, and that affects your overall power output and that kind of thing. So there's a balance that you have to find. And so really what they needed from us was an accurate picture of the torque curves and how these systems make power, what kind of power they make, and what temperatures and at what pressure. And as long as they had a very good understanding of that, they were able to basically employ that regenerative braking aspect of it to something that was very consistent.
And I've been driving quite a lot of electric cars, electric Porsches recently, actually, and the balance and the transfer between the regen and the friction brakes is something that I think is so important to get a feel in a street car, never mind in a race car. It's not an easy thing to do. All of these are new things that you've got to learn, and particularly when you on a prestige car like a Porsche and top end stuff, then it has to be nice and smooth.
It does, and that's the beauty of motorsports, because out here, when you're really pushing to that 10th all the time, those little details matter. And so when you have the expectations of a customer like Porsche, it actually makes it that, I don't want to say easier, because it's never easy, but it does lessen the
every
the
Brembo
stress
engineer in the world will be hunting you down. It just makes it easier. Yeah, fantastic.
Sure.
I know what
problem.
you mean. A little spin for Lone Star Racing and the number 80 Dan Knox behind the wheel. No harm, no foul, pointing in the right direction. I know you've got that was down at turn 7, by the way, the hairpin. I know you've got a lot to do and a lot of people to see. I do want to ask you one final question, Mike, if I may. Do we get the benefit of all of this racing and all of this data and all of this this development that you guys are doing in IMSA, in the WEC, in Formula One, wherever, when it comes to the latest road cars?
You do. Everything that happens out here, again, you know, we always say this is the best laboratory that you could possibly have. This is the most demanding, you know, level of performance that you'll ever demand from a braking system or a tire or a transmission or an engine or even a driver. And so everything that you can do out here that you can repeat in a consistent manner and you know, really develop those things, make it better for the end user all the time, always.
Good to have your company, mate. Are you going to be able to watch a bit of racing today?
I will.
Good for you.
I will.
That's Mike Messina, the General Manager, Brembo Racing North America. And we'll run through our Brembo brake facts as well, if for those just joining a bit later on. Mike, good to see your face.
Good to see you.
See you again through the rest of the season.
Thank you.
It's John Hindolf and Peter Mackay here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, coming to the end of another clock hour. Some pit stops for GTD pros. We'll get down to our crowd-side pit lane reporter and some GTPs as well. Nick Damon.
A plethora of GTPs. We've had the Valkyrie in that had a full-service Ross Gunn getting in, and Alexia Ange getting. Now the other cars have just done fuel. That includes a 40 Cadillac. It's including the 63 Lambo, and both of the customer Porsches, the JDC machine and the Proton machine, they've all come in and just taken fuel. Up on the wall behind me are both, as you say, GTD Pro, because I'm actually currently around about where Paul Miller are, so they're both about to come in. We're about to see both the BMWs and both the Acuras. In fact, they're probably going to trundle down the next couple of seconds. I can see Rexy, the GTD machine, GTD Pro car, 77 car, that's had a full service as well, off it goes. So we're right in the cusp here of of pit stop time. And just wait to see when we get the Works BMWs and when we get the Acuras, but my guess is the answer to that is almost immediately, because they have their little flags, their lollipops are hanging over, waiting to attract. It's like a fly fisherman trying to attract a particular car or machine. Both the Porsches come in as well, 7 first and then 6. That's the right order. That's the way they go in the pits. They all get each other's way. You've also got the 93. Just looking to see if I can see any driver changes, and the answer to that is no. All drivers staying on board. Frightened myself there, thought I was getting run over. It wasn't. So all drivers there. We also now have the 60 Acura, so every single one has stayed on board of those top top 2 Acuras and the top 2 Porsches. So the only driver change that in that particular sequence I've seen has been Ross Gunn getting into the Valkyrie. A lot of steam coming off the brakes of the number 6. Not the end of the world, obviously, but showing some of the temperatures. And then we have these very, very long fills, John. And the other thing to notice, is that no one's taken tyres either of those top 4 cars. So they're all double stinting at this point to save the tyres for the end of the race.
Thank you, Nick. CrowdStrike pit lane report. It is the Acura, the red, white and black Acura, that gets out ahead of the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. I'm still trying to get my head around air-tuning brakes and the fact that I didn't know that Brembo made brake fluid. That I feel that is a massive gap in my automotive mechanical and technical knowledge, which was filled there by Mike Messina. Thanks for him coming up. Second VP Racing in-race update as we've just gone past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And we'll start in GTD. It's AF Corsa back at the front after their brake failure. And Alessandro Perghini, the man for whom the brakes failed, is now back at the front of the field by some 16 seconds from Winward Racing and Russell Ward, the number 57 AMG in second. 0.8 of a second ahead of Casper Stevenson and the Aston Martin Vantage GT number 27. He's 0.6 ahead of Frankie Montecalvo for Vassar Sullivan in fourth in the number 12 car, who is nearly 7 seconds ahead of Misha Goikberg for Forte's Lamborghini number 78. In 6th place, Ollie Milroy for Inception Racing. And we were going to talk to Ollie earlier on, but when they thought they might have a yellow, he got helmeted and jumped into the car. In GTD Pro, it's Paul Miller Racing leading by just over 4 seconds from Corvette and Nico Varone, the number 4 car. 3/4 of a second further back, Ben Barker for Ford Multimatic 64 Mustang. He's got a second on Davide Rigo on the yellow Dragon Speed, number 81 Ferrari. 0.8 ahead of Paul Miller's Jesse Krohn in the number 48 BMW, who has 50 seconds on Alexander Sims in the second of the Corvettes, the number 3. In LMP2, Hunter McElroy's assumed the lead for TDS Racing. It's the number 11 car, which qualified on pole position for what seems like a moment ago, but actually, of course, we're well into this race now, with only 9 hours and 2 minutes to go. It's coming round to another race hour as well. Second place in LMP2 right now is Ben Hanley in the number 2 United Autosports Oreca with the 22, and Rasmus Lind behind the wheel. He's in 3rd place. Then it's into Europol, the number 43 green and yellow Oreca, another 26 seconds further back. They've really been split up, the P2s, actually. CrowdStrike by APR, George Kurtz is following in behind the AF Corsa of Mateus Perez Companc. That's the number 88, the blue car. And at the top of the shop, we are cycling through the pit stops, which is why I wanted to leave it to the end, but it is Philip Eng for BMW who leads the motor race. Fred Vesti for Whelen Cadillac number 31, which was in the lead, and Marco Wittmann for the 25 BMW, who've just pitted and are back out on the track. Alex Palou scored in 4th position, but I think there'll be a little, maybe not, he was a minute behind. Palou 0.8 of a second ahead of Lawrence Van Tor for Porsche number 7, and Matt Campbell number 6 is in 6th position. That's your VP in race update. Peter Mackay.
While we were in that VP Racing in-race update, Rodrigo Salas spun on the exit of turn 5, and while he was kind of gathering it all up, the 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini arrived on the scene and then spun in sympathy. I think carried on, thankfully, but yeah, a little bit of drama there for both of those crews. Now, the race leader at the moment, Philippe Peng, if you're just joining us and you're thinking 46 seconds ahead, they're dominating. Actually, they owe us a stop. They last pitted on lap 52, and in fact, they're bound to pit any minute now because they have 2% of their energy remaining.
Well, Marco Wittmann took out the 25 BMW, but it was the man, Robin Fryns with me now, who brought it in. Robin, give us an overview of how those kind of sessions went.
Oh yeah, pretty well. I think at the beginning we started in P10. Sheldon did a good start. He got out of trouble. The car is still in a very good condition. Tried to move forward, obviously. Yeah, they had a good restart. I was a bit excited in turn 7, so I really enjoyed it. And then, yeah, just try to save the tires. Obviously, we do double stints at the beginning of the race. Marco is now on my set. Yeah, the most important thing is stay out of trouble and see where we are in 9 hours.
What is the level of degradation of the tires lap by lap?
It's hard to say. Obviously, I started with new, or my second stint started with new, so you feel the tires going down more and more. Obviously, when you put fuel in the car, it's getting like an extra hit on the tires. But when I jumped in, it wasn't so bad, but I felt the last 50 laps, it was a bit of a struggle. But yeah, at the end, we don't have that issue, hopefully.
So how long will you have to double stint? So at what point in the race do you start being able to do single stints only?
I don't know, but it's limited to see. Obviously, now it's just, yeah, double stints, and then, yeah, when the time is right, we fire all the new sets on and battle for the win.
Thanks, Robin.
Thank you.
I don't think he wanted to tell Nick that, do you? Even if he knew, I'm not sure he wanted to tell him.
It's when it's the, no.
No,
you're okay. Oh, spin for the number 19.
Van der Steur racing
Aston. Yes.
Turn 5 again.
Again. Well, we've heard a few drivers say how greasy it is out there. It's track temperature is high, ambient temperature is high, highest it's been all week.
Well, he's back pointing in the right direction because he's on the Ullman Straight now at the back of the circuit, heading back towards us. For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, right on the start-finish line up in the tower.
That was Valentin Asclot again. He's had a slightly...
He spun there yesterday.
Yes, it's not been a very typically Valentin Asclot race week. He was very strong in Daytona, but it's not quite going his way so far this week. Frederick Vesti leads the race and went, along with Robin Fryns, went 2 laps longer than the majority of the GTP field on that stint. We got a full run of a stint from the last yellow flag, and 1 lap longer than a cast of others. But the 2 most efficient drivers there in that stint were actually the 2 leaders, Frederick Vesti and Robin Fryns.
32 lap stints for them. The 93 Acura 31. Porsche Penske's 6 and 7, both 31. The number 25 BMW with a 32. So there we have it. We were talking about the I in IMSA being international. Roy Lethern with a brilliant shot that he's just sent in on X. I've just retweeted it from the IMSA radio account. He's out in the countryside at Cape Town somewhere. The sun just going down. Obviously rooting for the Van der Lindes and Sheldon in particular. Absolutely phenomenal shot. He's got the computer up there, sitting back enjoying what he's calling magic hour. At IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. Thank you to Alan Space and to Dave Alcock for the kind words about Mike Messina. He's an absolute star, isn't he? I think we're all learning from having some of the partners come in and talk about the intricacies that go on behind the scenes of racing and how we as automotive consumers, motoring consumers, get the benefit of that in the end. As I said, I did not know that Brembo made brake fluid, and my daily road car came from the factory with Brembo's calipers and discs, rotors, as we would say here. So I'm going to have to look into that now. Sebring International Raceway, 73rd running of the Mobil 1 12 hours. Let's get to the CrowdStrike pit lane report from Nick Damon.
I'm with Roman DeAngelis, who's just taken the Valkyrie out for a very pleasant few laps. The car seems really competitive in race for trim.
Yeah, it seems like it's came alive today in the race. We've been working really hard throughout all the testing we've done here, and obviously earlier in the week we didn't get too many laps, just struggling with some issues, but the guys at the Heart of Racing, Aston Martin Racing, have done an amazing job. The car's now in a really good place, and we're able to stay on the lead lap, we're able to follow cars. Really nice to be able to get my first experience here in the top class and fight against some of the guys I've looked up to since I was young, so looking forward to the rest of the race.
What's it like only being eyes forward rather than eyes in the mirror the whole time?
It's definitely a different view for me. I've obviously raced GTs my whole life, so looking in the mirrors and getting flashed and stuffed into the hairpins and stuff is kind of my life. But yeah, it's definitely a change. I think everything I've done in the past has really helped me a lot to understand, to have respect for the GT guys as well. I've been in their position, so I think I know a little bit of a better idea of what to do. So yeah, it's been a really cool experience for me.
How are you feeling things like the in-race things like fuel consumption and tyre degradation are going compared to the other? Obviously, you can weigh up against what everyone else is doing as well, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. I haven't really been paying attention. We're kind of just trying to run our own race and get miles and see where we end up in the end. So we don't really know. At least I don't know how much fuel or tires the other people are saving. But yeah, we'll see where we are in the last pit stop and see how much we've saved and where we can get put in a good position. So
it's great to see it. Great to hear it. Well done.
Yeah, thank you guys.
hours and 49 minutes to go, with Lilo Boudou Desillier leading the way by 14 seconds in GTD. Remember, that car's had a front left brake change already, had a brake failure down at turn 10, and managed to get that repaired and pull some great strategy with that string of yellow flags that we had, and get themselves back up in the order. So that number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari looking very, very strong indeed. 96 Turner BMW coming through now, with Jake Walker on board at the moment of that Liqui Moly machine. Jake Walker doing plenty of driving at the moment. He's racing in the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, which is part of the suite of IMSA Championships, but that just allows him to get some more time at the wheel, and more seat time, so important for any young driver, and that's exactly what he's been doing. He had a great win in fact, he had a double win at the Circuit of the Americas last weekend, when they shared with the NASCAR Cup Series. But only 18 years of age is Jake Walker.
Incredible.
What were you doing at 18?
Wasn't driving something like that. I think I was still probably in my first Hillman Avenger 1.3 SAF 343R 2-door.
I'd crashed 2 cars by that point.
Oh, Peter.
Fiat Seicento, my mum, sorry mum if you're listening. Fiat Seicento Sporting, Simba the Seicento, met an early end. Also Citroen Saxo, that also met an early end. And then I calmed down a bit, and then crashed another car, and then I've been fine since then.
Well,
yeah, I bet you've never done that, John.
What?
Crashed a car. How long have we got?
We've only got 8 hours and 47 minutes left. There's been some embarrassing incidents, but none worse than the day I went to buy SEF 343R from a garage in Sunderland called Harry Conlon's, who was a friend of my dad's. It had been an old management car for one of the local laundries, and I went down there in YVK 276V, which was my dad's almost brand new Hillman Avenger 1.6. And I was so happy that I did the deal with Harry. Got in my dad's lovely white Hillman Avenger GLS 1.6, cranked it up, dropped the clutch, and got a tank snapper on and drove it straight into a lamppost.
You've made me feel better, John. Thank you. I feel much better now. We've all got the stories. We've all got the stories, haven't we?
Oh yeah.
Biggest gap that we've got at the moment is TDS Racing, who have been so strong all week long in LMP2. They lead by 37 seconds at the moment, but there's a caveat to that, because quite a few of the LMP2 teams are basically getting all of their bronze driver time out the way, 3 hours of minimum bronze driver time, getting it out the way as early as possible, and then saving their quicker drivers for later. TDS Racing have still got a little bit of their bronze driver time to do. So yes, they have an advantage at the moment, but they will have to be clever on the strategy to use up the driver's driver time that they need to. In fact, we're beyond that minimum driver time now. So for the 74, yeah, Riley have taken Gar Robinson out of that. He's done his driver time. And the 04, George Kurtz, they've taken George out the car and put in Toby Sowry, who is going to be a reserve driver for Team Rahal Letterman Lanigan in IndyCar this year. Of course, raced in Indy Lights, or Indy NXT as it's now known. And
that was announced this week, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Yeah, it was broken by the Indianapolis Star.
Nathan Brown.
Yes.
Hello, Nathan.
But Toby, I don't know, he's in the car, so he can't hear me saying this. I honestly think he's got a hugely bright future in prototype sports car racing. He's proven his speed so much in LMP2, but also won his class at Dubai 24-hour in the BMW M4 GT3. But totally understand how he's got his sets on the IndyCar Championship. And as we've talked about already, you can do IndyCar and sports cars. Look at Scott Dixon. Look at Alex Palou. Alex Palou right now, second place in this race. So it's you can do both. In fact, You look at the IndyCar teams that grace this paddock. Team RLL run the BMWs. Meyershank Racing, same thing. We used to have the Ganassi team running Cadillacs, and I don't think, well, it's the last we'll see of Ganassi in the IMSA WeatherTech paddock. So these Team Penske, of course, running the Porsches. So if you're an IndyCar, there's always a route across to racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship as well.
Welcome back to those of you here at the circuit and around the world and on Highlands ESPN 106 FM. I think you actually may have continued to get us technical issue beyond control, but expertly found by our technical colleagues at NASCAR Productions up in Concord and rectified as quickly as possible.
And we're getting word that the number 47, the Cetilar Ferrari, that came within a car length of winning the GTD class last year, has been retired. We saw Giorgio Sarnagiotto pull that 296 GTD machine over, and that's game over. So it won't be another Sebring win for Cetilar Racing, sadly.
Yeah, that car retired. Sorry, I meant to say that a little while ago before we lost our communications. Nick Damon is also back with us now in the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. He can hear us, and more importantly, we can hear him as he talks to Rodrigo Sales.
I never went anywhere. I just silence. I felt abandoned, but certainly not abandoned. But putting in a fantastic performance, Rodrigo. So Rodrigo, one of a number of one of a number of the bronze drivers who've done their full 3 hours in one go. That's one of an Ironman session, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit tough here with the bumps, but generally speaking, it wasn't too bad. I hurt my knee a couple weeks ago, and in the last hour is really bothering me, and that's probably, that really, I think, compromised my ability to drive in the final hour. But generally speaking, it's hot, it's bumpy, there's a lot of traffic. It's not so easy to do a 3 hour straight sit.
Was it always the plan for those first 3 hours, or just the way the yellows fell, the team decided, no, we'll put them in for all three?
No, we just figured we would play it by ear. I was feeling pretty good from just, heat, cardio, all that. I felt quite good. So, they asked me how I felt. I said, let's stay in and keep pushing. But unfortunately, in the end there, my knee was just killing me, and it was making it tough to drive and concentrate.
I mean, in fairness, though, we saw a number of the other P2 drivers having incidents. It seemed a bit crazy in the P2 class, certainly about an hour.
Yeah, it's a bit lively out there. Certainly, had a bit of contact with the AO car, which was, a bit unfortunate. He was on the outside and went for the apex before he had cleared me, and just, clipped the nose, and there wasn't really much that I could do. I couldn't give him any more room, or I would have been against the wall. But generally speaking, yeah, they're tough conditions. It's a lot of traffic, but we're still in it. It's a long race, and let's see where we are at 10 o'clock tonight.
Thank you, Will, and rest the old knee. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And say that about a few of us need to rest the old knee.
See, Roman Duma won this race in 2008 overall with a broken patella.
Yep,
kneecap.
Yes. That must have been excruciating.
It was. He couldn't walk after it. He did keep it a secret until afterwards. Easier when you won the race. Off-sequence pit stop for the number 60 Meyershank Acura, pitted after 11 laps. That's a little bit unusual. They have made a driver change. They put Scott Dixon into the car. There's something afoot there, whether it's just a strategical play or if there's anything more untoward there, I'm not sure.
Welcome to the booth, Ryan Marie, having started our broadcast as part of the CrowdStrike pit lane crew. And this one just going along nicely at the moment, Ryan.
Starting to find its rhythm, I'll tell you what. Started this race, I was in the pit out half of the pit lane, and everything was going down on that section, and then about half an hour in with our rotations, I ended up on the other side, and then everything started happening towards pit in. So it was a bit of a frantic first hour, and I think that trend has continued to some degree, but now we're starting to see this race settle down into a nice rhythm, and hopefully it can stay that way for the foreseeable future. Curious about that
play there from Meyer Shank Racing to call that car in right now. I do wonder if maybe they're thinking Michelin Endurance Cup points, possibly, but that's just a guess, and we can hopefully get to the bottom of that before too long.
10 seconds now, Vesti to pull out. And then another 8/10 back to Lawrence Venter, who's closed down on the Acura. A bit further back, Jordan Taylor and Nico Pino having a wee bit of a scrap as well. Let's into the pit lane. Hunter McElrea from the lead of LMP2. Now let's just check to see. I do like to make sure that this is all on time. As the Gibson motor is revved within an inch of its life. 20 laps, yeah, that's about right. They've done 1 or 2 laps more than that in the past. The last stint was a full green stint of 22 laps, so maybe a tiny little bit short for the leaders. Let me look at the time. Are they back timing so they can get one more stop in before the 8-hour mark? Because no, you see, they won't be. I don't think. Will they get to the 8-hour mark on that? Maybe they will.
I think they could. I think about 40 minutes.
Yeah,
it would be right, and they would be in that window. So yeah, this could be a play to get those 8-hour points.
Mikkel Jensen has got into that car.
Yep.
So maybe then in that case that Hunter McElrea was just feeling the heat. He's been in there in the heat of the day.
And it is warm. We've talked about the heat a lot, but it's not just warm, John. It's also humid to a degree that it has not been in the days leading up to the race itself. And that, of course, just magnifies the heat that you're already feeling. Really curious to see and hear from some of the drivers over the course of this afternoon, because these are conditions, these are temperatures we've not experienced in the build-up to the race itself. And these teams have great notebooks to go back on, but I wonder who got it right, kind of adjusting ahead of time for the kind of weather we're dealing with now, and who's suffering through right now knowing they're going to be strong as the sun goes down towards the end of this race. That's always one of the fun dynamics of this Sebring 12-hour. You spend most of the race in the heat of the day, but at the end of the day, that's really where it matters, in conditions you haven't experienced except for the one night practice earlier in the week.
12 positions gained by the number 31 Whelen Cadillac from their starting position. That looks good now. They'd like that still to be the statistic in 8 hours, 36 minutes and 34, 33, 32, 31 seconds.
I'm not surprised to see that car running well, because Action Express has a good history here. Cadillac has a good history here. They would have started further up in all likelihood, except they had that issue that prevented them from even setting a lap time in the qualifying session. Talking with Jack Aitken earlier in the weekend, he was really talking up that team and its technical staff. The fact that even within the Cadillac camp, he feels like they've got a great read here on Sebring. So good to see them doing well, and Fred Vesti was there in that conversation too, kind of quietly nodding along. There was a great deal of confidence in the Whelen Engineering Action Express camp coming in, and even though they started at the back, they were on the back foot right now. They look like not only do they have the track position back, but they've got some strong pace.
So that means that Mikkel Jensen's got out. Is that right? Have the TDS car got out ahead of Rasmus Lind and managed to hold on to the lead despite the fact, yeah, they have. They've held on to the lead despite the fact they've just made that pit stop. So I wonder then at the end of maybe at the end of the tyre life there, because we had Hunter McElrea setting fastest lap after fastest lap during his stint. He was really doing a cracking job. That little extra 2 laps, maybe the pace was just falling away at the end, and they realised that they could get in and out and hold that lead and that track position. That would make sense. TDS Racing. We are considering, of course, our nominations for the BDO Nose Strategy Awards. We'll be handing out at the end of the race, one in the GT classes and one award for the prototype classes as well. So we're looking for these little strategical master classes to be rewarded. The the reward is one of the most beautiful trophies that I've ever seen. It is all in glass, and it is a beautiful thing. All of the teams who got them last year were very, very happy to have them and have put them in a real place of honour. Thanks to BDO for recognising the strategic brilliance. Now, we're just talking about Hunter McElrea. He's out of the car. TTS Racing continue to lead in this CrowdStrike pit lane report. Nick Damon will be talking to the man from the Antipodes.
Hunter, was that a scheduled stop, a couple of laps early, or tactical?
A bit of both. I can't let go of all our secrets, but no, I think just with yellows, you have to be on your toes, right? It's always evolving. But no, I was ready, and it wasn't anything too surprising.
When you got in the car, you said about 3 or 4 fastest laps of the class in a row. Did that have any knock-on effect to the tyres after that?
No, honestly, obviously I was at the back of all the bronzes, so I never really was pushing too hard. You didn't want to take a necessary risk, but honestly, I thought I needed a bit more pace, so I was surprised that we were that fast. So, yeah, all good. Early days, just trying to think big picture.
Yeah, does that big picture include the Endurance Cup points coming up at 4 hours?
For sure. I mean, we want to win it all. Obviously, I unfortunately put us in a bit of a crappy position after Daytona from a mistake, but we were in a much worse position last year, and we still won Endurance Cup. So, eyes forward and see what we can do.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a man who's got a big future.
Yeah, I totally agree. Reigning Endurance Cup champion, as he alluded to in that interview, capped it off with the win in Class at Petite Le Mans. I mean, Hunter McElrea won 4 races in his Indy Next career. He was runner-up in the Indy Next Championship, and I mean, there are many years where the Indy Next runner-up is a shoe-in to get to the IndyCar Series, but there just weren't seats available for him. The opportunity wasn't there. He did make a start last year for Dale Coyne Racing at Toronto, but has really excelled in sports car racing. And of course, that family has a rich history in tin tops, of course, down under with McElrea Racing. It's really the family business.
Yeah, it is.
Going racing, and he's right at home. He's perfectly happy in sports cars. I think he'd love a chance to get a proper crack at Indy cars, but by no means is this a backup plan for Hunter McElrea. He appreciates this for what it is, a great opportunity to do some of the biggest, best races in the world.
Hello, of course, to all of you around the world who are tuning in, watching, and or listening. Remember, if you're traveling around here in North America and you are so equipped, it's Sirius XM 206. And that is pretty much our home for the whole season again in 2025 for IMSA. And we've been with XM, I can't remember how many years now. And in case you missed the news as well, for those of you who can't get to the Le Mans 24 Hours in June, we're back on Sirius XM with our Radio Le Mans coverage on Saturday of race day. And that kicks off with all of the atmosphere, the countdown to green, and then the full 24 hours will come to you uninterrupted, thanks to our partnership with RSL Radio Show Limited, that is, and with Sirius XM. 8.5 hours to go in the race. And we've had a nice opportunity. I'm going to be very careful how I pick my words here so that I don't Johnny Palmer the whole thing. But we've had a nice opportunity to see the relative pace of cars here over the last, couple or 3 stints, Ryan. And I like what I'm seeing. The gaps, yeah, all right, at the front of the field, it's 8, then 3, then 5, then 1, then 2, then 8, then 2, then 8, then 13. And Aston Martin with the Valkyrie, the Hartner Racing Team Valkyrie, up into 10th position and only 45 seconds off the lead. Ian James will be absolutely delighted by that.
And their best lap of the race is within a second of the best lap overall in the GTP class and in the race itself. They're right there in the mix, and it does sound like they're pleasantly surprised with where they are on pace relative to the rest of the field. They come in eyes wide open. They know this is a big task for them.
The Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin GT car with a drive-through. They have gone over their allotted power. Valentine Asclot will have to come down through the pit lane. She's come through the pit lane, actually. I don't know whether that was to respond to the controlled power trick. Yes, it was, because that's disappeared from the screen.
And there was another penalty, too, just before that. That went to the Pratt Miller 73 LMP2. We got a glimpse on our pictures of that car in the pits. They had to change the rear bodywork. Evidently, they did that work on the car outside of the pit box, which is a no-no. So they also had to serve a penalty. Pietro Fittipaldi now in that car, and I believe they've just served that penalty. So they've dropped down to 9th in LMP2 as it stands, and what continues to be a difficult Sebring 12 hours for the Pratt Miller, the LMP2 side at least of the garage for Pratt Miller. Of course, they're still busy with the Corvettes in GTD Pro. They've got a car currently running as high as 3rd with Nico Veroni at the moment.
Ryan Moraine and me, John Hindhaugh, for the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Two Aston Martins from Heart of Racing together at turn 7. If you're round the circuit here, listening on 100.9 FM or maybe on Highlands ESPN 106.3, get your cameras out. The high screaming V12 just pulling away from the Vantage Evo, but still an opportunity to get a picture with the prototype in the foreground and the GT3 car, the GTD car in the background, running in that blue checker of the Heart of Racing team. Just mentioning actually before we had that slight technical issue that the Valkyrie race car simply would not have existed without Heart of Racing. It was Gray Newell and the Newell family, who are the Heart of Racing, who've raced getting off, I think, $10 million for the Seattle Pediatric Cardiac Unit with various initiatives, not just here in the US, but all around the world where they have been racing. Enforced stay down in New Zealand for a while in the early parts of the COVID lockdown, and so they went racing down there and basically did Heart of Racing down under. But a great project that Aston Martin Racing and Heart of Racing coming together. The car already existed, of course, as a road car. The racing car based from the more extreme track day car. The Valkyrie AMR Pro. And I think everybody thought it was a good idea, and it needed the wherewithal to be able to do it. Aston Martin happy to make that work, and therefore we have the car on track. Pass for position. The 25 BMW with Porsche. Did he squeeze through there?
Not quite. Just
Not
got
quite.
his nose chopped off a little bit.
4th and 5th that was, wasn't it? Marco Wittmann on Matt Campbell.
Quite right, and Wittmann showing some strength there. So too is the Algarve Pro LMP2. We talked about this in qualifying, how similar the pace between the LMP2s and the GTPs was. And in that tight, twisty stuff, the LMP2 was actually running up on 4th and 5th in GTP. That's a really difficult balance to manage if you're a quick driver, one of those LMP2s. They're really nimble, lighter weight than the GTP counterparts. This is another look at this moment here where Wittmann was able to get alongside through the traffic, but Matt Campbell did just enough to hang on to that position. Really good battle here with still over 8 hours to go. Nice recovery from the 25. They started down the order. Their team car started up front, of course, but immediately dropped back after the penalty for the start procedure miscue, Dries Van Thorp. We heard him talking about that in very frank terms. Honestly, it was quite endearing how willing he was to put his hand up and say, yep, that was my bad.
Yeah.
But both of those BMWs, as we saw in Daytona, showing good strength here in Sebring too.
I was slightly surprised that he's still that. He must have known he was going to get asked about it, so okay. But I was slightly surprised that that was still on his mind after the time he'd spent in the car. One of the great things about racing drivers is we know how long a memory they have, particularly when somebody's wronged them or they feel they have. I spent 2 seasons in a commentary box with Johnny O'Connell, so trust me, he could find a grudge with pretty much everybody on the grid that he'd ever raced against. But also one of the great things about racing drivers is they have to have short memories, very short memories, and a mistake or an off or whatever, you've got to put that to your back of the mind because you're there the next lap around doing the same 200 miles an hour, 150 miles an hour or whatever. So I was slightly surprised that he'd let that get to him so much, particularly with so much of the race still to go. So, you know, maybe it was just niggling at him a little bit.
Well, it's one of those mistakes that is frustrating, right? Because it's right there in the rules. Now, he's new to the championship. He had done Daytona, of course, and he's done Daytona a few times. But this is a new situation for him to some degree. It's so correctable, it's so easy, and maybe that's why it got under his skin a little bit. But nevertheless, I think it's quite endearing how willing he was to raise his hand and say, hey, mea culpa, that was on me.
Yeah.
Fight back on here, John. 4th and 5th, BMW up the inside, and this time, nothing Matt Campbell can do. And here comes one of the customer Porsches into the mix as well.
Nico Peña in the Proton number 5 Mustang sampling car. BMW ahead of the 2 Porsches coming up on turn 10 there with GT traffic ahead of them. Going past the blue Corvette. Got some great colour schemes here. But the 2 white works Corvettes, red, white and blue with the Mobil Pegasus on the side. And then the 36 blue and green Corvette. We've got the black and gold Corvette, the AWA car as well. And then we've got a bright yellow, very Corvette yellow looking Ferrari 296. I get confused easily.
It's a mind bender, that's for sure. This is what I was talking about a moment ago. Through that twisty stuff, the LMP2s,
14, 15, 16.
Yeah, super nimble and lighter weight. Now you see the power of the GTPs down the Oldman Straight, and they separate themselves. But a well-driven P2 car is going to be right there. Boy, Campbell really struggling. He got forced out wide, and Pino needed no second invitation. The Chilean right up the inside grabs the 5th position.
And the car that was gaining on them was the CrowdStrike 04 and must have took, what, 3, 4 cars lengths out of them at the very least, as they were going through 14, 15 and 16. That car at the moment is Toby Sowery. Now, he's, as our Australian colleagues would say, a decent little steerer. And he's putting in good times at the moment as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, comparing his times as he's on the back of Campbell once again through turn 1. We talked about how similar, or how, in fact, the P2s can be faster through turn 1 than the GTP cars. And Sowery's lap times right now are just fractionally off of these GTP cars that are fighting for a top 5 overall position right in front of him. Really fascinating. Sowery, of course, just named a Rahal development driver on the IndyCar side. Had a good chat with him about it because the news came out while he was in this P2 car during a practice, and he got out of the car and checked his phone, and it had gone crazy. Everyone sending him messages because of the news. But super excited about that opportunity. Should do a little bit of GT racing in Europe as well, schedule permitting. Done a lot of simulator work for the Rahal team on the IndyCar side to help them get up to speed after what was a disappointing year for them on the IndyCar side of the operation a year ago. And they've got a changed driver lineup this year as well within the 3-car IndyCar team.
Just checking to see on that Matt Campbell car, just what might be the problem. I have a theory standby caller. Yeah, Matt's on his second stint, and he's coming to the end. He's got about, I think he's got probably 7 or 8 laps to go if he goes all the way to the end of his fuel. But Nick Damon is down there at the moment, and I don't think they're going to run all. I was wondering, Nick, if Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport was having tyre issues. He's on the second stint with those tyres. He's 7 laps away from coming in. I don't think they can afford to leave him out that long.
Oh, there's no way. They are on the pit apron, which means it'll be pit wall, sorry, which means it's this lap or the next one. There'll be a driver change as well. So it is a it's I think it's Kevin Estre who's getting in actually, because Matthew Jaminet started, didn't he? So they're going to have Estre in the car. They are on the wall. The little fishing rod of the lollipop is about to be thrown over, so I think that's very much a tyre issue. Down to my left, one of the BMWs is in. I'll tell you which one it is. It's the 24. That has come in now. Unfortunately, I came in the back end of that one. I don't think they changed drivers in the 24 though, so I think that would have. Actually, Kevin Magnussen was getting scissors in boots. They have put Kevin in that car, but you'll know when they cross the line. So that one's on the outside.
It is Kevin, yeah, spot on, mate. Well done.
Yeah, so Philip Eng's around, so I'll try and get a word with Philip if these pits don't always stagger themselves right, and obviously the guys coming out, A, are very hot, and B, want to have their lunch at the moment.
Ooh, lunch. Thank you, Nick. Word for Apex Cafe and Chefless, the whole of the team down there, once again doing sterling work this week. The quality of food that they've been turning out in that remote operation. Let's remind ourselves that they're working in a big tent. Mustang sampling down the inside at turn 1. That's Porsche, and Matt Campbell's in the pits. Matt Campbell is in the pits as Nico Pena was having a go at Marco Wittmann. It stays BMW 4th and the number 5 Proton Porsche in 5th, and Matt Campbell heads towards Nick Damon in the Porsche Penske Motorsport pit.
Rolls underneath my feet, thankfully not over them, and comes to a stop exactly on his marks. Kevin Estre leaps off the wall to replace the Australian, and in he gets, and you can hear the wheel guns. That's because they're replacing tyres. Now, yeah, they are doing all 4. They're starting the front left and the rear right. You do not do opposite corners. So it's going to be a 4 tyre change. Obviously, visually, you can't see. Oh, he's got a massive. I think you can see. He's got a massive flat spot. Now, it may just have been getting into the pit lane, but there's a lot. It looks to me like he may have flat spotted one of the front left, but that could just be sliding to a stop. It looks like a bigger amount of moved rubber surface and just a slide into the pit stop of this concrete surface, which is quite slippy. So my guess is he may have been struggling with a bit of a flat spot, but I'm not sure we'll be able to get a word with him. I will try. And he's away, by the way. Kevin Estre's away. Take the car, absolutely stand and stop it, and no dramas with all the new kits going and new fuel going in.
Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit lane reports. The tale of war for a variety of teams continues, Ryan, with another car having to go behind the wall.
Yeah, this most recent one is the Pratt Miller LMP2. They had the contact, you'll recall, in the first hour with the 66 of Till Bechtelsheimer. Bechtelsheimer was assessed a penalty for that at the time. And then they've been down the order, dealing with things throughout the course of this race up until now. They had a drive-through penalty a little while ago for work done outside the box, changing the tail section. But whatever the problem is, too much to deal with now in the pit lane, and they have to head back to the paddock area and will lose quite a bit of time. It has been a frustrating weekend for them on the LMP2 side.
In the pit lane, that is the tricolore-coloured Lamborghini. 63, SC63. It's going on a little bit longer than it should have. They were working to get the driver bolted in, I think. May just have been that nightmare of sitting on one of the belts. It was brought in by Daniel Kvyat, and it is going to be taken out by, stand by 1 second, Nick. As it goes out, Kvyat is handed over to Mecco Bortolotti. And Nick Damon has a driver from which car, Mr. D?
Number 24, Philip Eng. Philip, you're looking pretty, I'm not sure whether you're looking pretty hot, you just poured a bottle of water over your head.
That's just water. It was ice cold inside the car. I wish it was 10 degrees hotter even. No. It's very hot inside the cars. But as Daniel Ricciardo always said, you know, we are athletes sweat, so it's all good. It's good fun. Our car feels great. Was just a little bit tough in the end with the double stint on the tires, and I just enjoyed it around here.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few cars suffering towards the end of the double stint. Is it the same for yours?
I cannot judge how much the others were struggling, but yeah, it was not getting easier. Of course, with this ambient temperature, even though you have Michelin tires on the car, you know, we made it work.
So how long do you have to go through the pain of double stinting before you can start singles?
Come again?
How long do you have to go through the pain of doubles before you can actually run singles?
We should be done by now, or one more stint. I have to ask our engineers.
Great stuff, thanks Philip.
Thanks.
There's your answer.
Very good. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Mr. Carter has joined us. We have a guest. Come and sit in the middle seat, sir. I'll introduce him to you at the moment as rather appropriately for the guest that we have now. The Aston Martin Racing Valkyrie Heart of Racing team comes in to the pit lane, and I say rather appropriately because Adam Carter has joined us, Aston Martin head of Endurance Motorsport. Adam, lovely to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Great to be here, John.
It's good to hear your voice again. We've had you on Midweek Motorsport a couple of times, and you and I have chatted at various places around the world. I am touching wood with everybody here. It's going all right, isn't it?
No comment. No comment. It's 12 Hours of Sebring it's internationally known as one of the hardest races in the world just to complete, let alone complete at the front. So
yeah.
It's a long way to go. Well, we've got 8 hours, 12 minutes on the clock there. Really pleased with the way it's going so far. You know, we've done some testing here. We've done a big testing program globally in Europe, Middle East, and the US. US brings some unique challenges. Everybody knows the unique challenges here in Sebring. We've done our homework, but it's Sebring, so it throws up opportunities at every moment.
I was working for RML when we brought the S7R here for its debut, so I know exactly what you mean. It rattled the car to bits, actually. We almost ran out of bodywork, but still managed to win the race. The last outing was the first outing at the WEC at Qatar. You could not get two more completely differing races, circuits, surface conditions to try the car out.
Yeah, it's put some interesting challenges at the front of the program. We'll say that. So you're absolutely right. Qatar, it's evolved from a MotoGP circuit. It's super smooth, a lot of medium high-speed corners, and you come here with the notorious bumps, the corner layout, and things. It's different, but that's what we've done our homework for.
Is there anything that you learned at Qatar in that 10 hours with the two cars that is transferable to here, or is it just about actually, let's gather data?
Every day, every lap the car does, you learn.
Right.
Yeah, every lap you learn, and it doesn't matter. There's some cars here have done, some of these cars here have done over 400,000 kilometers across their life now as a collective program.
Yeah.
You know, we're in that kind of 20,000 kilometer range. There's so much learning to do, and that's part of the reason us as car manufacturers become racing, is because it's the learning. And we genuinely, at Aston Martin, link that development on the racetrack back into the road cars.
How?
That's part of what we do with AMP2, with Aston Martin Performance Technologies. It's a conduit from race to road as a program. We get the engineers talking, so whilst the engineers don't directly work on the road cars, we have a lot of round table working groups, how we can get that information flowing between the teams.
Valkyrie's a little bit different, though, to your standard quote-unquote road car, because you started with a highly sophisticated road car with some things that you aren't allowed in racing. You then produced a more extreme version of the road car, which is effectively what this race car is based on, a track day car, if you will. So how is that genesis worked through? How has that worked through? Because quite clearly you had something with 1100 horsepower, still Euro 6 compliant, by the way, for those of you in Europe, which means you didn't have to pay the ULEZ when you drive your Valkyrie into London, which, you know, that saves you 25 quid, which is really important. But how did that timeline differ from, say, something that you would get back from a GT3
car and fall back into, say, advantage?
It's not always just about the product that's on show today and available today.
Right.
It's about getting that learning back into the next product ranges. You know, we've got the Aston Martin Valhalla coming through, which is the next mid-engine sports car. You look at that, there's AMPT, is all the body and white work's done there. So the composite bodywork, the composite safety cell, that's all developed by AMPT. So we're taking that racing know-how and racing knowledge. That car is developed at Silverstone. That safety cell, that car composite structure is developed at Silverstone, parallel to the F1 team. So we're doing all of this work, and we're genuinely getting this sort of transfer of knowledge from our race programs into the road car programs.
As it stands at the moment, and I appreciate this is early days, but you've got 2 cars going to Le Mans, the 2 WEC cars. That's going to be very exciting to see Aston Martin back at the very top class of motor racing. But I know I'm going to be. In fact, it's already coming through on the Twitter feed at IMSA Radio. Is there an opportunity somewhere down the line to have customer cars? This is a works effort with Heart of Racing at the moment being the preferred team for obvious reasons. But is there an opportunity somewhere down the line that you could say to a qualified team, I should say, yeah, we can build another one for you?
Never say never, but it's not a priority right now.
Right.
We got the Works partnership with Heart of Racing doing a fabulous job. There's some great sort of experience and capability in that organisation, which has taken us to Qatar, has brought us here. And, you know, it's a real case of crawl, walk, run, and let's not get ahead of ourselves. You know, let's just see where we are. Let's get the program. Let's get some serious results under our belt over the duration of the program, and then we can review in the future. But right now, it's about making the most of the program we've got.
We have got pit stops at the sharp end of the field. Alex Pillow just into the pit lane. We'll catch up with Nick Damon in just a moment, but the opportunity to talk to Adam Carter here from Aston Martin, the man who's head of the endurance racing. Too good to pass up. Where did the challenges lie, Adam, in taking that fabulous, super whizzy, very clever, very interactive road car, using the specific regulations from the ACO LMH which apply to road cars, and this is the only car running to that set of technical regulations in the ACO or IMSA competition? Where did the challenges lie, and how do you start a process like that?
Ultimately, the base car is fabulous. It's a very performant car. It's got great notoriety with it. It's a beautiful car as well. It's got that beautiful V12 in there as well that sings. So it's a great car as a platform to start on, but you just, like any race car program, you take the regulations, you look at what you've got, and you look at how you actually, where the opportunities are, where the compromises are, and you start to push them through and see where you're going to have to compromise a bit more in order to meet the regs, and where you see your opportunities. One of the big differences between the road car and Cumming Racing is it actually has a hydraulic active suspension system on the road car, which is not permitted within sports car racing. So that changes.
And active aero as well.
Yeah. So active front flap and rear wing.
Yeah.
So that actually has active diffuser flaps as well. So
on the road car.
On the road car, yeah.
And none of that's allowed.
None of that's allowed.
In fact, you're only allowed one adjustable aerodynamic plane, and you've chosen to do that on the front of the Valkyrie.
Correct. Yeah.
Why?
Why? Very, very simple. Sports car racing in this era is about execution optimization, because so having a front flap which you can adjust, tune, you know, Qatar here, we go through different phases of the day, track temperature, track rubbers in, balances, being able to adapt to the balance of the car, it helps with that execution piece.
You just drop a T-bar into that and give it a couple of turns like we would see on IndyCar or something like that.
Yeah, you can see the holes through the actual front fender,
just
already.
Just beside the headlights. There is another set of road car LMH regulations which has hybrid built into it. Now, the road car does have a hybrid. What was the thought process, Adam, on deciding not to take the hybrid route?
Well, as you touched on, the actual road product's got 1,100 horsepower when you combine the combustion engine and the E-machine. We're running just under 700 horsepower here in the sports cars. We've got that V12 power plant in there, which is the heart of the Valkyrie. It's very much part of the Valkyrie. So if we wanted to come with a V12 power unit and have that complete visceral experience of watching a Valkyrie race, we've already got 1,000 horsepower in combustion. So we're already detuning that engine. So then to take extra weight complexity to put a hybrid on it, and then detune that V12 even further. Would be no sense.
Yeah, and obviously there's the added complexity of having to make sure you don't overpower with the torque sensors and things like that as you balance between the hybrid and that sort of thing. Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Give me a little bit of a sense, Adam, before we let you go, of the stages of development of this car. You are racing it now. You're finding every time the car goes out on the track, it's getting faster. It was 1.8 seconds quicker from first free practice to second free practice. What goals, what milestones do you want to set yourself for this season?
To be competitive.
Yeah.
Simply to be competitive.
You're competitive?
Yep.
You happy?
Not yet, because we're not at the end.
Very good. Do you expect it to break in some respects?
Nope.
You're happy that you've got the reliability out in terms of your pre-event testing that you did before you brought the car to Qatar?
Of all the issues we know about, we've dealt with them.
Like it.
So
every engineer wants more time. Every program wants more testing.
Yeah. And again, part of the reason we come racing is you learn more, and you learn more about how to respond and how to react and how we dealt with challenges. And so we genuinely feed that back into the road car company.
Thanks very much for coming to join us.
You're more than welcome. Always
and thanks
a
for the access that we've been given. Strangy here made sure I was well looked after at Qatar. And I did have the goosebump moment when he let me come and stand next to it the first time that either of the cars fired up in a WEC pit lane, which we had as the top of one of our shows from there. And that was, and look, I'm thinking about it now, and I'm genuinely saying this. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. It's a bit of history.
It's something very special, and to be part of bringing this car to the racetrack it's a privilege for everybody who's on the programme.
You've got a lot of fans out there. You know that. That brings with it a responsibility.
Yep.
You know that too. Good to have you here, Adam, and you know you're welcome any time to come and talk to us.
Always great being here. Really appreciate it, John.
Cheers. Adam Carter, the man who is the head of Aston Martin's endurance racing programme, taking some time out for a very busy weekend. Let's quickly go down for a CrowdStrike pit lane report, and then we'll do our VP Racing update before we go through another hour, and it's an important hour at the 8 hours to go mark, because it's the first of the tranche of Michelin Pilot Challenge points to be added up. Nick Damon, what have you seen?
Well, we've seen just about every single one of the GTP cars come in. Obviously, right at the start of that interview, the Aston Martin came in on time, and Alex Ribero's got back into it. The main changes were we have both the Porsches with new sets of tyres and new drivers. You've got Nick Tandy in the 7, and you've got Kevin Estre in the 6. We've also seen Kevin Magnussen take over. Brendan Hartley is in the 40 car, and the 31 machine, which is of course the leading Cadillac, the wheeling Cadillac, that now has Earl Bamber on board. So a lot going on, and a lot of hot drivers have now gone to get their lunch as well, John.
Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Ryan Moraine and John Hindhaugh in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We're coming up towards in a minute's time. It will be 8 hours to go. Let me give you a quick rundown of what's going on. We've had Mark Movitman just going back out again in that number 25, the BMW that Nick mentioned. So that will leave Earl Bamber in the lead in the number 31 Cadillac. We saw a slightly off-sequence pit stop for the Acura number 60. That will put them, I reckon, in second at the 8 hour mark. It's the lap at the that is completed at the end. There's 8 hours to go. I'm sorry, I'll do that in the proper nomenclature. The lap that is completed after 4 hours has passed. So it's 24 seconds to 4 hours, and then the lap after that, and we'll get that from IMSA for the full rundown of who was doing what and where. But it looks to me as though the Acura number 60 is going to have bumped themselves up into, at the very least, second place, as they go through. Behind them, it's Nick Yellerly. In the second of the Acura is the 93. Then Nick Tandy is at the wheel of the number 7 Porsche. And indeed, the timing screen just resets there as that works. Let's see where Mark Movitman drops back in to I think he's going to be either 5th or 6th. 5th position, I reckon, just ahead of Kevin Estre in the number 6 in 6th position. In LMP2, TDS seem to have been leading for a while. They still are. Oh, I take it back. Martin Wittmann's now dropping further down because of that pit stop, so the timing screen just catching up a bit. I'll come back to him in a minute. TDS leads from United Autosport, call it 33 seconds between those two, 11 and 2, with United Autosport's Rasmus Lind, the 22, in 3rd position. In GTD Pro, it's Paul Miller Racing's number 1 BMW, 3.5 seconds ahead of the Corvette number 4, Nico Varone, behind the wheel of that car, and he is 2 and a bit seconds, 2.1, let's call it, ahead of the Paul Miller Racing Jesse Krohn driven BMW. That's the 48 car, of course. Giacomo Altoe for Dragon Speed, the yellow 81 Ferrari, is next up in 4th, ahead of Mike Rockenfeller. Well, actually, he's just pitted, so Alexander Sims actually will go through there, and probably Klaus Bachler in 6th position for the 77 A or Porsche. Lilou Wadou de Sellier at the wheel of the Ferrari 296 is about to pit, does pit from the lead of GTD. What a comeback that was, with a car that lost its brakes early on in a very scary looking moment for Alessandro Perguidi, but they're back in the fight. Parker Thompson is in 2nd with Vassar Sullivan Racing. He'll assume the lead as he's only 36 seconds behind the AF Corsa Ferrari as it pits. Fred Schandorf scored as 3rd right now for Inception Ferrari. There's another car that's had problems over the weekend. That number 70 car, 40 seconds behind the Parker Thompson machine. 12 seconds behind the Parker Thompson machine. Then it's Indy Donji for Winward, Maxi Goetz for Korthoff, and the number 32 car, and Alec Udell, DXD Racing, and the Corvette number 36, the blue car, holds on the pits. Big tyre burnout coming out of the pits for the number 21. Lilou Wadou brought that car in. Was there a change of driver there?
I confess I was looking at timing and scoring. I didn't see.
That was a huge burnout, to the point I thought they had a problem coming out in behind the number 81, which is now Albert Costa. And that's the one of the GTD profile. That's Lilou, stayed in that car. Lilou Wadou with a super burnout. She gets bored with drag racing. With GT racing, there's a career in drag racing there. Certainly doing the burnouts. That was outstanding.
That's what you like to see.
That was our VP Racing in-race update, by the way.
Sorry, John, a couple of other storylines we've been keeping tabs on. You and Peter rightly mentioned early in the race that the Acuras had been able to go a lap longer than some of the other GTPs, and we were giving credit to Renger van der Zande for doing that in the opening stint, and I noted that during this most recent round of GTP pit stops, Alex Palou did much the same in the same car. So let's file that away for late in the race, that perhaps the Meyer-Shank Acuras have just a little bit more efficiency, or at least their drivers have the ability to extract a little more efficiency on the energy than some of the others within the class. It's becoming a trend at this point. Meanwhile, LMP2 pit stops. This is the leader. They pitted off sequence 2, as we talked about. That was the TDS car to get them to the 8-hour mark. Hunter McElroy was a little coy with us, but he did admit that maybe strategy played a part in that, and Mikkel Jensen did his part. They get the points at the 8-hour to-go mark, 4 hours elapsed mark, and now they'll do another full-service pit stop here.
Let's go down to Nick Damon in the pit lane. A lot of tired drivers down there.
Well, I'm here with Giacomo Altoe out of the 81 car. Giacomo, you brought the car in a very competitive 4th. How's it going so far for the Dragon Speed team?
I mean, we are managing, we are there, we see the queue, so we are fighting with them. The car feels good. Now it's really hot out there, so we have to take care about the tires and the brakes. So yeah, we try to do our best. We continue with our strategy, and let's see where we end up.
It's a really interesting situation, because the way the car's handling now is not the way it's going to handle when it's important. So are you kind of driving a rather unpleasant Ferrari at the moment?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the car will be completely different this night in the last few hours. So we need to adapt a lot now with the driving style to try to stay on track and to drive, because it doesn't feel great now. But we hope for a great car by the end of the race.
Are you able to single stint from now on, or do you have to do more double stinting of tyres?
The best plan is a single stint, but it always depends on full course yellow. So if they require us to do it, we will do it.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Saw pictures a moment ago of James Hinchcliffe out of the Pfaff Lamborghini and with the cold compress on what appeared to be his left foot or ankle, and limped to the back of the pit area for the Pfaff team. So that's something we'll need to keep an eye on. That's a car that had an issue with their torque sensor in the opening hour. They made a repair in the pit lane and seemingly have been able to resolve that issue, and right now find themselves back in the hunt in GTD Pro. But you have to hope that James is all right. He certainly had a big grimace on his face, and do our best to get to the bottom of what might have caused that. Pit stop here for Paul Miller Racing. That is from the lead in the class within GTD Pro. Jesse Krohn, Finnish driver, brought that car in from the lead, but it's now the German Max Hesse who is climbed to board. Really exciting lineup there with Hesse and Harper, two young drivers that have come up through the young driver ranks for BMW. Find themselves now in a position to be full works drivers with a big opportunity here in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Just past the 4 hours elapsed mark. You can tell it takes a little time to get the Michelins warmed up. Krohn right now coming under attack. Mustang going around the outside. This is Mike Rockenfeller. Actually, it's Dennis Olsen in the 65. It's the Rolex 24 winning GTD Pro entry. Four drivers, though, a bit circumspect about their odds here at Sebring, pointing out that it's a longer wheelbase car, and the middle sector in particular, with all the change of direction, that might not be to the car's strong suit, but nevertheless, it's a long race, as everyone likes to point out, and they feel like they've got a chance to get a good result to back up what we saw from them at Daytona. Earl Bamber continuing to lead. He's now aboard the number 31 Whelen Engineering Action Express Cadillac GTP entry. Fred Vesti turned the car over to Earl at the most recent pit stop. Car 5 for Proton competition has been really strong as the race has gotten into this high temperature afternoon running. Nico Pino in that last stint was excellent. It's now the Frenchman, the veteran Tristan Vautier behind the wheel, and he too is showing some good pace right now, shown in the 6th position, but keeping the factory car of Kevin Estra honest at the moment, Peter.
Yeah, I was sitting having some fantastic lunch in the Apex Cafe with a double helping of pudding, and I was watching the Proton competition number 5 and thinking, who's in the car right now? Nico Pino. He's done a top job. You know, remember, you know, he's only 20 years old. Did have his first start at Sebring last year, and yeah, mixing it with the works cars, mixing it with the works drivers as well. Big respect to Nico Pino. With Tristan Vautier, it's not as much of a surprise. Of course, former winner overall here for Cadillac, for JDC Miller in the Mustang sampling colours. But for Proton, they've got to be delighted with this battling away with the works cars, because I mean, it has to be said, they've not had the pace or performance that they would like from their GTD Pro entry.
Yeah, not consistently, certainly in the GTP class. Pino's got plenty of seat time in the 963 because he's also driving for Proton in the World Endurance Championship. That will be of use to him. This is a fight for the lead starting to break out, though. Earl Bamber and Colin Brown They're on slightly different pit sequences, though, because Brown took over the number 60. When they decided to come in early, they were able to, well, they nearly maximized their Michelin Endurance Cup points. Ended up second at the 4 hours elapsed mark. Quite frankly, if it weren't for the outright pace of the 31, I think that strategy would have been perfect, but the 31 was able to extend enough of a gap that they maintained the lead. But now, with Colin Brown behind the wheel, Earl Bamber has found himself in a lot of trouble here. He's under quite a bit of pressure because the Acura has arrived on the scene.
Yeah, with a determined Colin Brown at the wheel. But the Whelen Engineering Cadillac has been going like a steam train. Remember, they started last, but those early cautions really helped to keep bunching things together, and they kept moving forward at every caution period. Jack Aitken doing a fantastic first stint, and then Fred Vesti, I mean, he's so new to multi-class racing. You know, his F2 exploits are well documented. Multiple wins, runner-up in that championship a couple of years ago. But to come into multi-class sports car race and pull away from some of the established superstars, really impressive.
You can see why the team like him so much and have put this much faith in him for this year. Did do the European Le Mans Series last year, did Fred Vesti, finished 9th in LMP2 for Cool Racing. He was the only driver in that lineup that actually ran the entire season. Also got a GT start under his belt in the 24 Hours of Spa last summer before getting drafted in to run at Petit Le Mans at the end of the IMSA season last year in LMP2, and of course did Le Mans in LMP2 as well. So that's about it as far as his multi-class sports car racing CV has to tell us.
When you compare that to a Colin Brown or an Earl Bamber,
quite,
it's a totally different ballgame in terms of experience level. But I like that roll of the dice from Marshank with their 60 car. I was thinking, why are they putting now 11 laps into a stint? And then it just occurred to me as I was walking out to lunch, I was like, Michelin Endurance Cup, of course, back timing it to that, very clever.
Yeah, when in doubt in one of these long distance races, if somebody does something that doesn't seem quite right in the context of the full 12 or 24 or 6 hours, usually the answer is Michelin Endurance Cup. Right now, Colin Brown caught traffic in an inopportune position, and that is going to cost him so much time. That's part of the ebb and flow of this multi-class racing, is what we've been talking about, where there is an art to it, Peter. Knowing how to position your car, whether you're in the faster class or the slower class, to take advantage of that class overlap.
It's interesting as well that the leading car, the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, seemed to have come out with much more performance than the two Wayne Taylor Racing cars. I think a bit of that is to do with Wayne Taylor Racing being new with that Cadillac project. This is the second race of that project together. Yes, they've worked with Cadillac before, but that was in the previous rule set and quite a long, 4 or 5 years ago now, and it just shows you the experience does matter with that platform.
And in the pit lane, with fresh out the 48 BMW, it's Jesse Kron. Jesse, good comeback from the team. A bit of a problem early on, wasn't he? Lost a lap.
Yeah, we got compromised a little bit in the beginning with the wave by procedure. I don't know exactly what happened there. We got cycled to the back. Ever since then, we've been playing catch-up. Obviously, when you don't have clean air, it's you have limited options. But I think we maximized what we had, and it's still a long race, so everything is looking good.
That's the good thing, is you lose a lap in the first half hour, you've still got 11.5 hours to make it up. I mean, how much has running in dirty air compromised the longevity of the various parts of the car, the brakes and the tyres?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not great. You save everything when you have clean air. Everything is running cooler, and you're just able to control the race. Currently, we're just reacting to what other people are doing and sort of dictated by their pace, and we can't really do our own thing. But yeah, as I said, it's a long race, and I feel good.
You had no thoughts of going off sequence. We've seen a couple of cars go off sequence to try and get some fresh air. Not something been discussed in the Paul Miller team then.
Yeah, we were sort of thinking about the Endurance Cup points for the 4 and 8 hour marks. So obviously that dictated our strategy a bit. Now we're a bit more free to do some clever things. So let's see what we can come up with.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us. Go get some lunch. Thanks, mate.
Very interesting. Also noticed that the BMW 25 in GTP went over an hour on its previous stint. So if we come to a point where we get a yellow around that sort of hour and 10 to go mark, you know, and it goes green around that hour mark, that BMW know that it will do it, the car will do it. That efficiency is so important when it comes down to those situations.
I think it's actually, in some respects, for anything over the 2-hour 40 races, I think it's more important than outright speed. And the reason I say that is, it is not never the case, but it's not always the case that the fastest car wins the race. And we saw with WRT, actually, with the BMWs, we've had somebody off at turn 17, and it sounds like this, let's see if we can find it, it's the number 40, and that is the Cadillac of Brendan Hartley. He's gone straight in to the barrier. That's again on the that is on the entrance to turn 17. He hasn't even made the shadow of the Mission Food Bridge, and this is the car that was in 11th position. I'll just finish my thought quickly. At Bathurst, the WRT BMW GT3s won the race, not necessarily on speed, but because they were going 2 or 3 or 4 laps longer on their fuel. Full course yellows come out, which makes our 5th of the day so far. And what that did, gentlemen, was opened up the strategy, and it gives you the opportunity. Do you have to have a little bit of luck sometimes, or good fortune sometimes, to use that? Yes, you do, but I'd rather have that than not have it. Peter.
Speaking of good fortune, the number 11 TDS Racing,
yeah,
Orica, they should be buying lottery tickets this week, because they've just been dreamboat straight out of the truck all week, and just before that yellow came out,
11 seconds before the 11 seconds. So he drove past that. It's Stephen Thomas behind the wheel, and that didn't come up on the screen straight away. So that's really good work between team and driver, I reckon. Stephen would have said, car in the wall, shall I pit? And they've said, yes. Let's do it.
Likewise, the 96 Turner BMW of Jake Walker. And for TDS, this is the fact that they've got Stephen Thomas on board right now.
Yeah, he followed him in.
This is so important as well, because they can just fill that car up with fuel. They don't even need to change the tyres, just top it up with fuel, and they'll be able to burn up even more of his driver time behind the safety car, and he should get to his 3-hour mark. Brendan Hartley shaking his head in disbelief of what happened. Now, was there contact with any other car?
Just couldn't get it slowed down. He's got the back end locked up. He's got the back end locked up on that car.
Now, we saw the sister car have a throttle issue. Could there be a similar issue with the number 40
it's
car?
right front. It wasn't the back end, it was just the way the arrow was pulling it through. Right front, locked up. That car went in at 26 minutes and 22 seconds past the hour. That was the impact. And 26 minutes and 56 seconds, Jake Walker came in the pits in the Turner BMW, and 27 minutes and 1 second past the hour, Stephen Thomas came in. 27 minutes and 11 past the hour, the full course caution is called, and the pits are closed. We are talking seconds. We are talking the 1% decisions here, gentlemen.
We are, and you have to be fortunate to be on that right part of the racetrack to be able to make that gain. We saw that with the 77 AO Porsche, and GTD Pro was able to beat it in. But this is something we don't expect to see. A Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac dead stick out on the track, and Brendan Hartley looking, just a little bit perplexed there.
Well, don't forget, he wasn't really supposed to be in this car. It was a relatively late announcement that he would be replacing Alex Lynn. Now, Alex was ill and didn't take part in Daytona, and that car went down to a 3-driver lineup, and Lynn was supposed to be in this car here at Sebring, and then a couple of weeks back it was announced that he wouldn't be and that Brendan would come and join this car. He drove the sister car, of course, at Daytona, did Brendan Hartley, so he's now sampled both sides of the garage and is a full-season Toyota driver in the World Endurance Championship.
Dropped off the lead lap there, that car. It is moving again now.
He's decided not to pit.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to lose. The pits are closed.
So it means that I'm sure there's stuff they want to have a look at. You'll wait until the prototypes are called to go into the pits.
No, I'd stay out. He'll stay out because he'll
Had to get
try,
his lap back, of course.
He'll try
yes,
and
yes.
get his lap back.
Yeah.
Because it's only one lap down, and then he'll come in right at the end for a quick cursory glance, and they'll send him out again if they can.
Of course.
I may be wrong.
That's definitely a good theory. With,
steering wheel looks straight,
It
Peter.
does look pretty straight, yeah. I was thinking that for Brendan Hartley with the, well, classic Kiwi colours, the kind of silver and black on his helmet. Of course, grew up with Earl Bamber, they're similar age, and raced together when they were younger. Mucked about on their farms together when they were younger.
Earl Bamber mentored him. He was his first instructor, he told me.
Pretty good instructor, I would say. And I think it says a lot about both Brendan's value as a driver and Toyota's how much they value him, because allowing one of their drivers to go off and drive for another manufacturer, you need to be in
another
good stead.
manufacturer in the same class.
Correct.
As well now, let's not forget that. And in a car that you'll be racing against at Le Mans. So are we getting a little bit of inside info there?
Well, Kamui Kobayashi's done the same thing. In fact, he was in the number 40 Dex Wayne-Taylor racing car at Daytona. Bit of damage on the front left of the beautiful chrome paintwork or wrap of this car. But Ryan, it just kind of continues on what's been a horror show week for them, unfortunately.
It's puzzling, isn't it, for a team of this caliber, a team that's had a lot of success at Sebring specifically over the years with the manufacturer that has done so well at Sebring, especially when the Cadillac from the Action Express Wheel and Engineering camp has been quite strong. It just leaves you wondering what's gone on. It's been a horror show weekend, quite frankly, for Wayne-Taylor Racing, and I think because of the extent of the damage there was no thought to leave that car out any longer. They needed to get that in as soon as possible, and that's what Brendan Hartley will do right now, even though it is entering a closed pit and there will be a sanction because of this. You need to get this damage dealt with before it does anything further to the left front of that race car. And look at the shake of the head from Brendan Hartley. He is disgusted for obvious reasons.
It's hard to say whether it was a driver error or whether it was a technical problem.
I think they'll be allowed to change the front bodywork under emergency service because that's shedding bits. So that's fine. And that is what they're going to do. They're already unbuckling the front of that car. Joe Bradley is taking a shift again as our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everybody. Nick would describe me as trundling down towards the front of that car. As I'm doing so, I can see very much that the front bodywork has been removed. And left wheel off, right wheel on. Here comes the brand new, it's gleaming in the sunshine here in Florida. Brand new front section going on. Not too concerned about anything else. Obviously, they are very, very confident that the impact did not go through to the suspension. And it looks to me as though it just needs that front bodywork section on it. They've still got the left front wheel off. So a little bit of a puzzle there. No work going on to the left front wheel arch. And now the right front wheel comes off as well. So it's just basically in the midst of a tyre change and the front body section being done. Now the new tyres go on. So not exactly choreographed with. There's only 2 crew members over the wall dealing with this.
Emergency service only, Joe.
And I've got the 93 Acura in and the 7 Porsche in, so they must be in for emergency fuel, are they?
No, pits have now opened for the
they're
prototype.
open. Right, okay,
but
here we go.
The Cadillac came into a closed pit, so you'll get full pit stops now.
Yeah, I think everybody's coming in. 2 BMWs in, nearly ran over me toes. The Whelen Cadillac has gone. It peels out behind the Wayne-Taylor car, the number 40, and off the pit apron has also gone the 93 Acura. And the Porsches have gone as well. So the number 6 still there, the 2 BMWs still taking on fuel. Now the BMW's finished, literally synergy there, and both BMWs, like they're mirrored, pull off the pit apron, and everybody's been stopped at pit exit because the red light's on.
Interestingly, this is going to play really in the favour of the number 60 Marsank Racing Acura, because they only pitted 3 laps ago now. So they've got, in their tank, they have exactly 92% of their usable energy. So they don't need to pit, they can just filter right to the front now. So that little roll of the dice to get the Michelin Endurance Cup points has actually had a double benefit with the full course yellow, and now the 60 Acura, which has been a quick car all week long, is right up there at the sharp end now.
It's a good spot. They did indeed stay out. I believe the Lamborghini did as well. That one I'm not as sure about because I believe they last pitted about 40 minutes ago. So I'm not sure what the thought process would be there. But yeah, how about that? You roll the dice to get the Endurance Cup points and accept the fact that maybe this puts you on the back foot strategy-wise for the full race, except the yellow falls at just the right time. And how about that? Meyer-Shank Racing, Colin Brown out in front, and maybe now a chance for us when we restart this race to assess the true pace potential of the Acura. We've not seen it out in front before. I'm curious what Colin can do when this race restarts and he's got no one in front of him.
Yeah, the Colin Brown effect.
He was the quickest driver through Sector 1 last year, which is from the start-finish line to the exit of Turn 1.
Which is all commitment.
All commitment. He was in an LMP2 car.
Yeah. Look at my face. Is there one iota of surprise on my face?
No.
No.
None.
Not my international surprise face, even.
No.
No.
Colin is he's a special driver.
Otherworldly.
His dad's a heck of a talent as well. Jeff Brown, who was on the pit wall, he's the kind of, I think it's head of performance. I think is maybe the right title. I can't remember the exact title, but he's in charge of overall car performance at AWA, and of course they won at Daytona.
Not having quite as good a day today for that black and gold Corvette.
Yeah, they retired the Daytona winner. It's now a museum piece, so they had to find another car.
Matthew Bell in the number 13 AWA at the moment in 15th position. Before we go green again, as we're getting the GT stop, Stuart Bradley has this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, you probably got that plethora of beautiful musical sound of engines there as the number 1 BMW wheels spun off its pit apron. GTD pit stops looking pretty well done up and down the pit lane now. I was at the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW pit. Only fuel, wipe of the windscreen, and a little check around for picking out the bits of rubber and detritus that accumulates in the ducts, but pretty much everybody is now clear of the pit lane, and there is a green light. There was a bit of a queue. It's a bit like the M25 at the moment, but they're peeling away now as the light goes green at pit exit.
I think given the exotic in that GTD and GTD Pro class, more like downtown Dubai, I would say, than the M25. Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis.
And John was regaling me just last night with tales of the various cars he saw and also drove in the Middle East in recent years, and I think your analogy is spot on.
Our turn next year.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Put in a word with the powers that be.
I'm just hearing word from Porsche's insurers about a certain Cinquecento that
and if you got through, I'll be fine.
Mine was a lot longer time ago, Peter. Statute of limitations. Well gone. Well gone on that. You're listening to IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. We got video as well for you. YouTube on the IMSA channel there. If the algorithm is throwing you some weird adverts, which we've been getting reports of, and some of them are very odd indeed. If you go to IMSA Radio and you click on the live video button at the top left, or if your browser doesn't show that, there'll be a little drop-down menu there that you can pick on the live video, and the algorithm will not be able to reach you on that one. Thanks for all the kind words yesterday, by the way, particularly directed towards Michelin for providing the Pilot Challenge broadcast without those algorithm-provided ad breaks that always seem to pop up at the most inopportune moments. I know that from watching documentaries myself. Yes, but only if we had the "Have you considered a new set of windows?" What? What's just happened there? Yeah, we know.
So not at this exact moment, I haven't, no.
No, I was waiting to find out the denouement of the documentary. Yeah, absolutely. Pass around and has been done. Category split now. So this means all the GTP cars will come to the front. Again, it's always a bit odd to see under the full course yellow cars moving through, but all the GTPs will go ahead of all the LMP2s in the prototype category, and all the GTD Pros will go ahead of all the GTDs. So that means Ricard Leitz, who's got 3 GTDs ahead of him, he'll be allowed to go back in front of those, and the pit's now open for all cars. Brendan Hartley, by the way, has not left the pitch in that Cadillac, so the remedial work still going on there for that number 40 Wayne Taylor machine.
Pfaff Motorsport, fans of the Plaid Berghini, a bit of an update for them. They had an issue with the torque sensor on the drive shaft, which is something which is designed to measure the power outside that it's giving. We've had 5 full course yellows now in 4.5 hours. They are still running 2 laps down. They've just not quite got the luck in terms of being able to shuffle back onto the lead lap. Hopefully they'll be able to get there. Either that, or they're just really struggling with pace, and they've maybe had to turn the car down because they were worried about going over the torque and power parameters, possibly.
Yeah, but it wasn't that they were over on the torque. It wasn't measuring it at all.
Yeah, it's strange.
And it's not the sort of thing that my early days of driving, if your starter motor wouldn't work, you'd get a bit of metal bar and a hammer and hit it. You can't do that with a torque sensor. I actually, it's now something I'm going to have to go and find out. I know it's like a collar that fits around the drive shaft. One of the drive shafts tends to be the left-hand side drive shaft, though I don't know why it necessarily has to be the left-hand side. Must be maybe something to do with the direction of rotation, but I have no clue how that works. So I will now go and find out that before we get to our next WEC or IMSA race. They are, in a stunning piece of common sense, the 2 series do actually use the same torque sensor provider.
The only thing I can add to that, I was in the pits when this happened, and I was looking as they were working on it, and to my eye at least, they were focused on some electrical connectors rather than the physical bit.
The hardware
Correct.
itself, yeah. That was the only thing I could think of as well. Pits are open for all cars, but we're going back to green, I think, from the pace at the front of the field, and Colin Brown says bye-bye and hits the loud pedal. 7.5 hours to go. I'll give Pete a fair warning. We should have the results through of the Michelin Pilot of the Michelin Endurance Cup points from the last hour. They should have been tabulated now, so we'll have a look at those in a moment. Set Peter off looking at those. He knows exactly where to find them on the Michelin Pilot, the Michelin Endurance Cup points on the Alcamel results page. Colin Brown still weaving left and right to make sure his Michelin tyres are clean. From Earl Bamber in second. Former teammate of Earl Bamber when he was at Porsche, Nick Tandy in third. The man who's done all of the 4 major 24-hour races, the Tandy Slam, the only man ever to have done it. Now we're getting a penalty for the Brendan Hartley car. That's the number 40, more than emergency service in a closed pit stop plus 60 seconds. That's the second stop plus 60 for Wayne Taylor Racing. The 10 car had it for contact when it hit the back of... Now, which car was that it hit the back of?
The Triarzi 023 Ferrari.
Which has been retired. It was Charles Scardina, wasn't it? Yeah. Took that car out of the race. They've been having problems with the throttle sensors. And again, we're talking in an era now where there's no throttle cable or double throttle cable on the end of your pedal. It's all done by... It's not even done by rheostats now. It's all done by sensors and ECUs. I don't even know, I'm not sure I'd even know where to start on that sort of stuff. And the days when I could open the bonnet and check to see if they also had twin throttle cables on my multi-carb cars, because I sometimes did a little bit of competition with them, and you had to have that and a double return spring as well. I wouldn't even know where to look nowadays.
On that restart, great opportunist move from Kevin Estre, got past Kevin Magnussen. So the battle of the Kevins there over 5th position. Estre running as the third driver. Whoa, big lock up for Kevin Magnussen on that big braking zone down into turn 7, where the GTPs are hitting the brakes at 170 miles an hour from 6th gear all the way down to 1st gear, 45 miles an hour, where they're spiking the brake temperature to 1600 degrees Celsius.
That was a big one on the left front. That's not going to make this stint very comfortable for Kevin, I'm afraid. We mentioned the drive-through, or the stop and hold penalty actually for the 40.
Yeah, just it's a tricky one, knowing there what is emergency service, what isn't, and yeah, they obviously felt they had to make repairs as quickly as they could, and it's better to do the repairs there than take it behind the wall. But a 60-second penalty, it's a horror week continues for Wayne Taylor Racing.
They're serving it now. They did leave the pit lane prior to the restart, had dropped 2 laps at that point. This is likely to put them down a 3rd, or at least close to it. That would be both Wayne Taylor Racing cars, by the way, off 2 laps, and it hasn't gone terribly well for their GTD entry either. Hard to look for any bright spots, at least in the WeatherTech Championship. I guess on the bright side, they won 3 classes in Lamborghini Super Trofeo on, what would that have been, Thursday, and then they won a couple more on Friday, so that's something, but that's not really what they're here for, I'm afraid.
What I would say is never write them off.
Nope.
They've got such an experienced crew. They've got fantastic drivers. And if there's a way, if there's a will, there's a way. And let's wait and see. Could be one of the stories of the race when we sign off at 10:10 tonight. But right now, it looks pretty bleak.
Brendan Hartley back out on track right now, and he'll just have to put his head down, and they have to hope things break their way in the next 7 hours, 22 minutes, 18, 17, 16 seconds. And we're talking about Brendan and the talent that he is. He's at the middle of one of the great what-ifs in recent North American motorsports history for me, because he was signed to go to Chip Ganassi Racing and drive Indy cars for the 2018 season. Ended up getting picked up by what was then known as Toro Rosso and went and did F1. That seat for a year went to Ed Jones, but then the following year went to Alex Palou. And it makes you think, I suspect if Brendan Hartley had been there, a driver of his caliber, he would have been winning races, winning championships. Maybe that door never opens for an Alex Palou, and then what?
So many sliding doors moments, isn't there, in motor racing? So many different opportunities, but I think, I mean, it's where Brendan's had the majority of his success in his career has been in the World Endurance Championship. He's a 4-time champion, twice with Porsche and twice with Toyota.
I think I skipped a couple of years of Felix Rosenquist. He was in there too. But anyway, point being, that seat eventually went Alex Palou's way, and you just have to wonder.
Yeah, you do for sure. Looking at the sector times, the Acuras are looking strong. Sector 2, the longest sector at the track, Tom Blomqvist, the fastest driver through that section at the moment, and Renger van der Zand, the quickest through Sector 3, which is basically from Chondeby Bend all the way through to the finish line. The fastest car through Sector 1 is an LMP2 car, Hunter McElroy.
Well, I mean, it's happened before, as you've talked about. We weren't terribly surprised by that. We kind of saw a preview of it in night practice as well. Battles breaking out here in the GTD ranks. Inception Ferrari, still getting used to saying that. Had a good chat with Boss Leinders, who heads up the Optima Motorsports team that runs the Inception Racing program, and he said, you know, it's a different environment working with Ferrari versus working with McLaren, which they still do with some of their other programs. There's strengths and weaknesses of both approaches. You've got a lot more muscle behind you when you're talking about Ferrari, but they're a little leaner, meaner, and more embedded with the McLaren side of the garage. But it speaks to that team's quality that they can manage two big brands like that and just continue to pump out success.
So the Ferrari has definitely been the more successful car. You talk about both the cars on their own in terms of the various teams that run them around the world. The McLaren has not quite had the success I think they would like it to have had. But it's a numbers game as well.
Correct.
You know, look at just in this race alone how many Ferraris are in this race.
This is a fight for position here. 7th and 8th in GTD, and Brendan Uribe, who is the bronze-graded driver for Inception, is keeping Tom Gamble honest. This is a good drive from Brendan, doing what he needs to do, getting his seat time taken care of, and keeping that car in a strong position from a track position perspective.
I think it's quite a testament to how strong Ferrari have come into this Sebring race day. I tell you what, going in through practice, it looked like Mercedes-AMG were the front-running brand in terms of the pace that they had, but Ferrari have come out so strong. And Brendan Uribe driving really well. He had an off in practice, quite a big hit into the barrier at Tower Turn, but came away with almost no damage at all. I mean, I don't think you'll ever see a hit so big and so little damage. Quite remarkable. So that's a confidence thing that Brendan has got to get over, and I'm sure he already has, and focused on getting the job done. Of course, pole sitter in at Le Mans with now what car was that they did that? That was a Ferrari, was it? Because it was GTD days.
Must have been.
Yeah.
I can check on that for you,
Yeah,
but
he has been on pole at Le Mans. Remember which car it was? No.
I'll have it for you in just a second.
In the meantime, I went to the oracle of all things, race car engineering, to find out about the torque sensors, and it's very clever. They induce a circular magnetic field into a small part of the drive shaft. Go on, who was it?
McLaren. It was a McLaren.
It was McLaren.
It was a McLaren. Yeah.
Right. So they basically they induce a circular magnetic field into a small part of the drive shaft. This is a company called Magcanica in California, and what happens when you get torque on the drive shaft? Because the material apparently is magnetoelastic, you get a pretty linear, immediate relationship between how much torque you put on that shaft and how much twist you generate. And that magnetization, remember, that was circular, then it wants to tilt over, it senses this torque that's applied, and it tries to gravitate towards a 45-degree helix. So what you've got originally, a circular field underneath and within the steel, which would be undetectable. A portion of it leaks out, and you get a very, very sort of weak magnetic field in a kind of a donut shape around the portion of the shaft, and it's proportional. The intensity of that field is proportional to the amount of torque, so then you can measure it. That is genius. So absolutely couldn't hit it with a hammer to make it work again. So it must have been something to do with the, and that's measured in real time, of course. So it must have been something to do with the information being gathered by the torque sensor, then being transmitted elsewhere. Thank you, Andrew Cotton.
Maybe if you hit it with a hammer, it would tell you how hard you've hit it.
Yeah.
It would tell you how strong you are.
Yeah.
Like one of those State Fair midway games with the big hammer, and you try and get the thing to go up and ring the bell.
CrowdStrike pit lane report. A little bit earlier on, we were somewhat concerned by seeing James Hinchcliffe in a little bit of physical discomfort, Joe Bradley, down in the pit lane. What have you been able to find out for us?
Yeah, he looked in a lot of discomfort. It looked like it was really hurting him, didn't it? I found out that the car, had, when it came off the jacks, it slightly landed on his foot. I mean, can you have a car slightly land on your foot? But it landed on his foot, and it's slightly bruised. Obviously, you know, that had just happened when we saw it on TV. He's fine. He's gone off to cool off, and not really any concerns with the foot.
George, you remember that happened? Who did that happen to at Le Mans? They actually broke their foot.
Fabio Scherer.
Yes. It was Fabio Scherer, yes, it was.
And he went on and won the class.
Yes.
Indeed. Maybe it's an omen.
He didn't dare tell anybody anything. It happened quite early on in the week, didn't it?
Yes.
And he didn't want to tell anybody in the case they told him he couldn't race.
Couldn't drive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be an omen. I'll pass that on to James.
I'll tell you now,
However,
it looked like his left foot. It gets a lot of work, the left foot.
Weren't they disqualified post-race?
No.
No.
At Le Mans?
No, that was...
That was Ben Keating.
Oh, there he is. Hang on. I'm going to talk. I'm walking behind him now.
Well, you should be able to catch him.
Well, James I should be able to catch him. If James Hinchcliffe can hear his name over the PA, yes, he does. Well, you had us concerned, my friend, on TV. You looked in agony, but you're walking well. You're walking fine.
Yeah, it didn't tickle, I'll tell you that. Just the rookie move, the car dropped right on my foot there. We were doing the driver change. The Fat Boys are so quick on the tires, they beat us on the driver change, and so I just got caught out. But it hurt in the moment, just went to medical, everything looks good, so I'll be back in a little bit.
We also mentioned that at Le Mans a couple of years ago, Fabio Scherer had the car drop on his foot, broke his foot, didn't tell anyone, got in the car and drove, won the class. Might be, you know, a little bit of omen there, hopefully for you.
Yeah, good omen for sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure this isn't broken, but they bandaged me up, and I can't wait to get back out there.
We are just concerned, James. Good to see you. Good to see you walking well. Thanks, man.
A problem for DXDT Racing. They've got a penalty, drive-through penalty for a pit lane protocol violation. That is Charlie Eastwood at the wheel of that Corvette right now, sitting in 4th place. So that will go by the wayside. Unfortunately for the DXDT crew, haven't really shown up that high up for most of the day and most of the week. So just as they get into that position, they get called for a drive-through. One of our Porsche keys to the race. No penalties.
They had the fire at Daytona, remember, and had a pretty good run going there. This is a new series for them, having run and had quite a bit of success, actually, in the SRO America Series. In fact, got the first win for the Corvette, the new GT3 Corvette, anywhere in the world at Circuit of the Americas a year ago. And they've got an exciting program for the sprint rounds that starts at Long Beach. We'll get to that in a moment, but right now, battle on track.
Change for the lead. Change for the lead. Whalen Engineering Cadillac to the front as El Bamber goes past Colin Brown on the Almond Straight. Just got a great run through traffic, set it up nicely, and actually got the job done before tipping into Sunset.
Everybody's closing up again at the front of the field here, gentlemen. This is, I think, fascinating. Josh Burton, by the way, just done the fastest lap of his car's race, his car being the 74 Oregon, spun round earlier in the race. So Earl Bamber and Cadillac lead again with 136 laps completed. Did you do the Endurance Cup points there?
They're not up yet.
No, they're not up yet.
No.
Okay.
I'll keep a close watch though.
Thank you.
So, Whalen Engineering Cadillac looking super strong, and they've won this race in 3 different specs of car. They won it in 2015 with a Corvette Daytona prototype. They won it with the Cadillac DPI in 2019, and then they won it again in 2023 with a Cadillac GTP. And we spread out. Ryan and I had a great opportunity to catch up with Jack Aitken on whatever day it was, Wednesday I think it was, and he was saying that their team it's not just the car that's a good car for Sebring. Their team, Action Express, just know how to set it up for that nuanced setup you need here at Sebring.
And if there was ever a track that you needed to know all the nuances, it's probably this one. Nothing else quite like it anywhere in the world. Quickly back to the James Hinchcliffe, Fabio Scherer comparison. I think Fabio had it a little worse than James. As I recall, he was actually hit by a Corvette in the pits, and that's what broke his foot. It wasn't just the car dropping on him.
I can't remember.
That's what I have sitting in my notes for what it's worth.
I do remember somebody getting a car dropped on them, and breaking a bone in the top of the foot.
Right.
Well, I'm sure it's happened more than once. So easy to do when you are, as Hinch said, when you are so focused on getting the next driver in, you've forgotten that you've tucked your toes underneath the sills, and those prototypes in particular dropped down.
Nick Tandy has just been passed by, he gotten really close to the back of the second place car, Colin Brown, in the 60 Acura, but is then in doing so just been passed by the 93 Acura of Nick Yellerley. So it's getting super frantic because the GTPs now are starting to come through the GTD cars. Not long since we had our restart, so the field is still bunched up like it would be at the start of the race, and so you hit the traffic all at once when you're in GTP.
Peter Mackay, Ryan Moraine, John Hindhoff in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Joe Bradley currently on duty as our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. David taking a well-earned break. Time for our next VP Racing and in-race update, and it's a new leader then, as you've just heard, now by 1.3 seconds. Earl Bamber leads Colin Brown for the first of two Acuras, 31 from 60 from 93. Nick Tandy is the best of the Porsches. The number 7 leads the number 6 by just on a second, and the top 6 is made up by Kevin Magnussen, back behind the wheel of the number 24 BMW RLL, his teammate Martin Wittmann behind him. By the way, the top 5, actually let's call it the top 6. The top 6 is separated by 5 seconds, under 5 seconds at the moment. Cadillac, Acura, Porsche, BMW. The LMP2 landscape has changed slightly, and I'm going to kind of work out why that is. I think we've split that strategy, have we? We'll have a little look at that in a moment. Not so much, okay. Matthew Jakobsen, CrowdStrike Racing in the 04 car, leads by 4.5 seconds from Manuel Correa, United Autosports number 2, ahead of the 22 United Autosports car, Dan Goldberg there. They're separated by 10 seconds, 2.5 seconds ahead of Bijoy Garg for Inter Europol, the number 43 car. Behind that, in 5th, number 88, light blue AF Corsa, Luis Perez Compact. Behind that, Orica's Wheel and Stephen Thomas, the erstwhile leader, and Paul Sitter, of course, back in. Stephen must be getting close to his drive time now in that number 11 car, and he's only 3/10 behind Luis Perez Compact. GTD Pro, Ford Multimatic Motorsports. That means that the Ford Mustang is leading. It's Mike Rockefeller, which makes that the 64. Half a second ahead of Connor De Filippi for Paul Miller Racing, who is, sorry, a second away from Paul Miller Racing and Connor. Max Hesse is only half a second behind, so the top 3 there separated by under 2 seconds. Nicky Katzberg is another 6/10 behind in the number 4 Corvette. Another half a second back, Lauren Heinrich and Albert Costa for Dragon Speed, another half a second back. That's your top 6. Got an interview coming up once we finish this update. Jack Hawksworth, Vassar Sullivan Racing, is leading for the GTD category in the Lexus number 12 by half a second from Maxi Gore to the 32 Courthoff Mercedes, who's 3/10 ahead of Lilou Wadu Dusselier in the 296 Ferrari of AF Corsa, the number 21 car. The top 6 made up by Winward, number 57, Indy Donchi, Mike Skeen for Triasi, the remaining 021 Ferrari, and Heart of Racing's Tom Gamble in the 27. I mentioned Indy Donchi there, 4th position in the 57 Winward car. One of his teammates with Joe Bradley now. Remember, they won this race last year, and Russell Ward is ready to talk to us.
Russell, it's a little bit different for Winward this one, isn't it? A little bit character building, I think, is the adage.
I'm so sorry.
It's too late. I was saying it's a little bit different from last year at this point. A little bit of a character building exercise for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the competition is really stiff this year, and it's looking like the 021 is going to be really tough. So I think it's going to be a fight between us to the end. At least that's what it looks like so far.
So this is probably the hottest part of this race right now, the next couple of hours. What are we going to see out there with regards to track evolution?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's going to get pretty tricky. I mean, the track's going to get greasy, and you know, my last stint, I double stinted a set of tires, and it was pretty tough towards the end. So, you know, I think you're really going to have to take care of it at the beginning of the stint if you want anything there at the end.
I couldn't help but notice your chat with your engineer and your hand gesticulations kind of indicating I have no grip in the front or the rear. Was it like that?
Yeah, I mean, they were just making a comment that not every lap I drove perfectly, so they had a big moment out of 16, but kept it on the road.
And why was that? Because of the kind of inconsistency in the way the tires working?
Yeah, I think it was just, you know, after an hour and a half on the tire, I mean, it's really, really tough in this heat. So, but that's one of the things that gives this track such an awesome characteristic, makes the racing so great here.
Thanks for talking to us, Russell. Great insight from Russell Ward there on the Winward car. And he's still in contention in his head, isn't he?
Everybody's in contention who's even a lap off the lead at this point, I would say, Ryan, of any of the classes.
Absolutely. You don't give up. The Windward team would know that full well.
Oh.
They were down 6 laps at one stage in the Rolex 24 and fought back and were on the lead lap and leading the race at one point, actually. Pretty remarkable, but that's what you could do with the rule set we have here in IMSA. While that was going on, I did notice on timing and scoring, Colin Brown has dropped down to 4th and is falling off the pace-setting pace at the moment, but Peter Mackay and we were talking off air. I think he is double stinting his tires in the heat of the day. So they're taking their medicine now so that they can have more sticker tires to make the run to the finish when it counts.
Yeah, Porsche keys to the race was exactly that, and the track temperature 81 Fahrenheit, 86 in the air. That's 27 on the track. That's easing up a little bit. 30 degrees in the air is as hot as we've seen it today. Humidity still only showing it's 47 degrees, but from what the drivers have been saying, it clearly feels a lot more sticky than that. Porsche keys to the race, have some tyres left at the end, and make sure your car is still in pristine condition to do your best work at night once you get in the darkness. We've had a decent amount of patience. There has been one or two comings together, notably the Ricky Taylor Triazi car, which put the Triazi car out the race, and penalties, and there have been penalties in this race, including for the BMW that's shot away at the start of the race, but that was so early on that they've had a chance to come back on that as well.
An incident now between 60, that's Colin Brown, and 25.
Well, that might explain why Colin's dropped back a little bit. That would have been a battle for, well, 4th and 5th position. Oh, heavens above. That was, again, down at turn 7.
That would have been after he had already dropped back. So
yeah,
he had dropped back to 4th a couple of laps ago, and then side-by-side contact with the 25, Marco Wittmann. And Wittmann definitely got the worst of that. Race control,
so
taking a look.
Yeah, of course. So basically, Wittmann goes to the outside. Collins made a move, and he can't move any further. Does he come over a little bit more? You know, there is the subtly different interpretation on blocking in America. The beneficiary of that was Kevin Estre, who nipped past Marco Wittmann and closed in on Colin Brown. So Estre and the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Now the 5th. The general rule of thumb here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, is that you can't move in reaction to what the guy's doing behind you. Nobody said you've got to leave the door open down the inside, but you have to make your move early and then basically stick to it.
You can make a proactive move. You can move to defend, but if you're moving in reaction to the car behind, that's what Bo Barfield and the rest of the race control staff are looking for. That one's hard to tell because that was more side-by-side. I'm not sure that was a move in reaction. It was more about whether or not enough room was left, and if the 25 was forced off the track. That's an interesting one. I'm very curious to see how this one is ultimately ruled on.
at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. We're still looking for our nominations from the booth and the pit lane here for our 2 BDO Nose Strategy Award. One in the prototype classes, one for the GT classes. And Race Control have looked at that incident at turn 7. No action required. Racing incident. Now we have some numbers for you. I've been watching Peter Mackay doing what appeared to be, if you're British and of a certain age, a second level course in applied mathematics here.
In basic arithmetic, I think more likely, but let's see how I get
on the Open University. What have we got for the Michelin Enduring Cup points?
So in GTP, it's tightened up a little bit because the number 7 crew that won the Rolex 24, they came out of Daytona with a 5-point lead. That's now reduced to just 3 because the number 60 crew, the Meyer Shank Acura, they managed to pick up 4 points for the second position that they were in. So they now are a little bit closer. Then in third place in the Michelin Endurance Cup for GTP, you've got the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport crew of Chamonix, Campbell and Estra. Then after that, you've got the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, who were miles back. They were 11 points back coming out of Daytona because they had a DNF. They're now only 8 points back because they got the maximum score there in GTP. In LMP2, went fairly favourably for the championship leaders who picked up 3 points. The number 22 United Autosports LMP2, 17 points total for them. Then we've got 3 on 14 points each for the 74 Riley car, the 52 PR1 and the 99 AO Racing, that's Spike the Dragon. Then on 13 points it's TDS because they scored a maximum of 5. I think that won't be their last maximum score today. They're running so well. So that's LMP2. If we went through all of them, we'd be here all day.
Just do the top 3.
The top 3, yeah. So the now this is in GTD Pro.
Hang on, try again.
Number 1, Paul Miller Racing, BMW. They didn't win the Rolex 24, but they came out with the most Endurance Cup points because they were in the right position when the points were handed out. They scored the right amount of points again, maximum score 5 points. So they lead by 5 points from the 65 Ford, as we've got a problem for the 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini. Which
not the first time we've said that this weekend. You crack on. He's coming on the Ullman Straight. I think he's got enough forward momentum to get into the pit lane, but I'll keep an eye.
Okay. Then in second place it's the 65 Ford in GTD Pro. Then you've got 3 cars on 14 points. You've got the 4 Corvette, you've got the 48 BMW and the 77 AO Racing Porsche. And finally in GTD,
3 wide for the lead. Just 1 second, Peter. Earl Bamber tries to make it the lead. Nick Yellowly and Nick Tandy there as well. Oh no, my goodness, that's a little bit further down. Excuse me, that's Colin Brown, Kevin Estra and Mark Whitman. Excuse me, as looking at the wrong colours and assuming Nick Tandy would be a part of it as they fight themselves through. Actually, there's 0 change as they went across the line the same way as they did last time, but 3 wide for a moment between Estra, Brown and Mark Whitman. 4th, 5th and 6th. Sorry, carry on.
GTD as quick as I can before they kick off again.
You're right. No, we've got 7 hours to go, mate. You know, there's nothing happening. The 45 Lambo did get back to the pit lane.
The number 70 Inception Ferrari has moved into the lead of the championship standings in the Michelin Endurance Cup. It's the 25 BMW. Marco Wittmann makes a move on Colin Brown, who appears to really be struggling on tyre wear now. Second place in GTD Michelin Endurance Cup after that first tranche of points is the 13 AWA Corvette. Then in third is the 120 Wright Motorsport Porsche.
Well done.
We are.
While you were doing that, and in addition to the battle that John chronicled a moment ago, we also had the Vanderster car head back to the garage or to the paddock, more appropriately here. Not quite sure what the cause of that would be at this stage. It's a car that did have an issue earlier. They had a drive-through for a controlled powertrain parameter infraction, but that was quite a while ago, so we'll have to see if we can get some information out of the team. But at any rate, that car has disappeared back to the paddock. Tough break for the Van der Steur team. Just their second start in the WeatherTech Championship after debuting at Daytona.
Colin Brown still it's interesting, still showing 30% of usable energy, although he's been out for 50 minutes before Summers been under yellow. Kevin Estra's 39 minutes on the stint, but he's showing less usable energy. He's 19%, so perhaps they short-filled that number 6 car to push it further to the front of the field.
Stands to reason. Not sure what else would explain that. The
They've
60
all
that
been
we're
out
watching
for
here.
20 laps, by the way, guys, because that was, apart from Colin, who's been out for 24 laps. No, he's done 4 more laps than Estre.
And he's on second stint tyres. The rest are on, we believe, on new tyres.
But the strange thing, John, is that even though he's been out 4 more laps, he actually has more energy than Estre. So that's why we think perhaps that the Porsche team elected to do a short fill on energy to get some track position during the yellow. And those 4 laps, most of them were under yellow flag conditions, so they should be reasonably close. Just with the timing of it all. Remember, we remarked at the time they had gone off sequence to get Endurance Cup points, and then it ended up being a double benefit for them when the yellow fell at just the right time.
Marco Wittmann all over the back of the number 6 Porsche, and they're in traffic coming onto the back straight. And now is an opportunity. So they're at the point where the pass was made by Kevin Estre on Colin Brown a lap or so ago.
This might be under yellow. The Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini was going very slow. I wonder if that might be a pass on behind yellow flag there for Kevin Estre.
It would have been a yellow, it would have been a white.
Right.
And you are allowed to pass
Under white you can, yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't mind actually going back and looking at that and see what flags were out on that.
Let's see.
Also, is he off the track?
Well, when Kevin Estre is well known for the pass on the grass at the Nürburgring, but pass on the clag. That's the gathers there by the WEC pit wall.
He's pushed that way by the car he's trying to pass, because Colin is as far over to the right as he can be. You can argue a number of things there. Was he pushed there by Colin, therefore wasn't blocking? And by the way, I'm not saying any of these, one or any of these are actually what might happen. Did he gain advantage by going off the track? Because he had all 4 of his Michelins over the white line that delineates the racing surface on the Oldman Straight. And was there a flag, and if so, what colour was it? And does that mean that the pass was not legitimate? All these things and more to be discussed in race control, and that's why I'm much happier sitting here than I would ever be in a race control.
Me too.
There's not very many jobs that I'm not interested in doing at a racetrack. I'm very happy being at a racetrack. If I'm told to help park the cars, I'm quite happy to do that. Done that in the past. I've done a bit of flagging in my time. You name it, happy to do it. Obviously very happy standing in a commentary box. Race control, no thanks. Calculating BOP, no thanks. Not at all. And congrats to all of those ladies and gentlemen who are involved in doing both of those things.
Oh, puncture, rear left puncture for the Inception Ferrari. No.
Mine, it's right to turn 17,
well,
Peter.
yes, it seems like it's just happened as he goes into the pits there. That's Brendan Narib. Oh, he was driving so well. So well in that Inception Ferrari.
I guess the good news is this is on schedule for them. He had driven just over an hour on this stint, and it did go down right before pit in. So as long as he can manage this, now the bad news is their pit box is at the extreme end of the pit lane, so he has to limp about the maximum distance that you could imagine. being in the pits, and looks like he was able to get there without causing too much damage.
I wonder if they will replace the rear section on that Ferrari. No, they will not. They've just changed that rear left Michelin. They're filling it up with fuel.
It's is that Cedric Spirituali in that car? Or
No,
is
it's
it Brendan?
Brendan Aribe.
Okay.
Cedric's in the 020, or was in the 023, which crashed out. So
at the wrong line.
Yeah, Inception Ferrari. So Brendan Aribe staying on board, so they're wanting to get rid of his bronze time as quickly as they can. He shares with his co-drivers. He's been very loyally connected with Ollie Milroy and Frederick Schandorf. And that was a very quick, great work by the Inception team. No panic at all. Off came the punctured wheel, bang, on went the other one. Filled it up with fuel, and off they went. Just a single tire change.
And they didn't do a full fuel load because they only did the single tire and sent him. And unless maybe my data was wrong, but what I had seen had indicated he'd been out about an hour. So we'll see if we can get to the bottom of that.
There was a lot of yellow in that, so that might have an influence. Let me just check on something to see what Brendan's done.
He's nearly at his drive time.
2 hours and 56 minutes and 20 seconds for his drive time.
4 minutes short.
So he was 4 minutes short of his drive time.
So maybe they just sent him.
He'll do another half. He'll do.
Yeah.
As you know, sit out there for 20 minutes. How you feeling? I'm feeling all right. If there's a yellow, we'll take it. Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah,
So
great work there. Quick thinking, because they had to be rapid and react. The Inception team there, because it appeared to happen either going into sunset or in sunset, and it was a pretty quick deflation. Now, was it the cause of contact? Getting some pictures in our Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, got a nudge from the rear from the 120 right Porsche,
before,
but I think that's more on the outlap, possibly.
Meantime, the Porsche BMW battle continues to entertain. And this is the number 6 car of Kevin Estre, who's got Marco Wittmann right in his wheel tracks in that BMW 50th anniversary of BMW USA livery. A lot of commemorative liveries here. Down the outside, an early move by Wittmann. Nothing Estre can do this side by side as they are passing GTD traffic down into turn 17. Wittmann's got ahead. He's eased through, and that is a position made up into 4th for Marco Wittmann and BMW. Can he hold it on the exit? He drifts towards the wall. No, that's done. But the conversation is not over. Popping into the pits behind him was the Kevin Magnussen-driven BMW, the number 24.
I think this will be the last lap of the stint for Kevin Estre as well, because he's got less than 5% of his usable energy remaining.
Yeah.
So we should see him coming into the pits.
Let's go to Joe Bradley down in the pit lane with Danny Formal from the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini number 49.
Danny, we're assuming that pit stop there was out of schedule. Was something happened out on the track?
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the same gremlin that hit us in Daytona hit us now. Some issue in the left rear tire. To be honest, the second stint I felt quite comfortable. The pace has not been great for the Lamborghinis this weekend, but we were chugging along, and the last stint I was able to keep up with the leaders. We're just out of sequence right now in the pit strategy. We lost a lap early on with an issue. But overall, the team's working extremely hard. This is a team that never gives up. This is 6 hours and 45 minutes to go. Still, a lot of things can happen. We just need a couple lucky yellows. Graham's been doing fantastic. He's improved so much this season, and yeah, we're super excited to see his progression. And yeah, we'll never give up, and we'll continue on chugging along. And Trent's getting the car up next, and we'll see how he does.
Was it a left puncture? Was it a puncture or something else?
No, it's something else, something in the left rear. I just not sure what it is, so I don't want to say because I really don't know. So, but yeah, again, we fixed it. We came in, we fixed it. The car seems okay now, and we'll work hard, and again, push till 10 o'clock tonight.
Thanks, Danny. That's the reason, guys.
Pit lane. Thanks, mate. CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Joe Bradley as the Inception Ferrari is back on the pit road for that standardised pit stop. That 4 minutes, Peter. How unlucky is that to get a puncture 4 minutes before you your drive time?
You get a puncture in turn 1. That's much more unlucky.
Well, true.
If you're going to get a puncture, get it at the last corner. Driver change then. Great job from Brendan Marie to deal with that storm, because there's a lot going on at that time.
I just hope they factored in the time they spent in the pit lane, because that doesn't count for his drive time. That's all. That's all I'm going to say for that one. President of IMSA, John Doonan, joins us. Push the big red button there, John, and then you'll be able to talk to us. This is shaping up rather nicely again.
First of all, great to see you guys, and thanks to everybody that's tuning in. But you're right, it's been an incredible week and weekend. And candidly, I was here last weekend because we had the HSR Classic 12-hour celebrating IMSA's past. Now we're putting more history on the board here. What an incredible weekend. The weather is outstanding. The place is jammed. We're knocking on the door of an all-time modern-day record crowd. I mean, all the pieces are in place.
Can I just say, that surprises me not at all, because on Tuesday afternoon, when I walked in, there was already people starting to get. Wednesday looked like a Friday. And I'm thinking, are we going to have liquid soap and shoehorns at the gate to get people in again? We ran out of parking a couple of years ago. Let's not forget. People have come, they've stayed. The RV crowd is in massively. Last year, think about last year. You did something last year, along with the team and along with the stakeholders and all your promoters, that was unprecedented in not just sports car history in the States, but probably any series history in the States. In that here at Sebring, you announced the 2025 calendar in 2024, and you've only gone and done this again for your 2 major championships. Now, I know, because you and I have had chats down through the years when you used to do, it used to be at Road America, and there was quite often phone calls going on while you and I were still writing the script at that stage.
Yes.
How in the name of all that is holy among the racing gods have you managed to do it not once but twice, whereby all the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship rounds for next year and the Michelin Pilot Challenge rounds for next year, signed, sealed, delivered, and on the no TBAs, no might be, no asterisks. How have you managed to do that with your promoters?
As you know, it's a complete team effort. It starts with an incredible staff. I have the best motorsports professionals on the IMSA team that I could ever dream of. It starts with incredibly stable partnerships. WeatherTech, Michelin, VP Racing Fuels, our owned and operated series. It comes with incredible event and promoter partners and long-term agreements with each of them that they know that, number one, they want IMSA coming to their property. They know, too, that IMSA wants to come to their property. and thanks to our partners at NBC and all the NBC sports broadcast outlets, we have this opportunity to give everybody a longer planning runway.
And that benefits everybody. Got another puncture here, unfortunately. This is for the number 78. This is the DXDT.
No, it's
sorry, no, it's not. It's the 40 Lamborghini. My apologies. The Hunter's cyber security car. Left front issue there, and he's a long way from home. Just gone through turn 7. We'll keep an eye on that. We've got John Doonan with us. Date equity plays a part in that. You said long-term agreements.
Yeah.
Third weekend of March is Sebring International. It's right here. It's always somewhere near St. Patrick's Day. Like we need any more reason to have a party whilst we're here. It's going to be the start of the 18th, so get here a day early and start partying early. But all joking aside, though, John, whether it's for your teams, for the venues themselves, means they can start promoting early. Whether it's for IMSA in terms of your not inconsiderable logistics when you consider how many cars and how many people and how much technical equipment has to go around, and of course the TV contracts. This is just giving everybody a really stable look forward 12 months time.
100%, and I've talked to all the promoters obviously through this process, and they're all talking about the ability to immediately have ticket renewal sales starting at the checkered flag of this event.
That's a very good point.
And so we're thrilled We've been doing a lot of cross promotion with our promoter partners. They've embraced them, so we've embraced them. The manufacturers, I mean, out in the Midway, you've seen the automotive displays. Hyundai, Lexus, Toyota, Cadillac.
I've been to car shows that haven't got, auto shows that haven't got as many manufacturers as that.
Yeah, and I like to say that IMSA is the new auto show. It's the new motor show, because a lot of our partners are unveiling new road car product. This happened with 2 manufacturers at Daytona. Mazda does an anniversary edition of the MX-5 Roadster. BMW unveiled a car, and we've had this maybe a dozen times in the last 5 years.
Absolutely no change whatsoever to the Michelin Pilot Challenge. And why would you change your winning formula? We'll start with the 4 hours at Daytona. We'll headline the 4 hours at Mid-Ohio again, and all of the usual suspects in there. There is a slight change in the way the season is laid out for the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. That sees a change of one of the Michelin Endurance Cup rounds from Indianapolis to Road America. The battle on the bricks is going to become a 2 hour 40, a little bit of a scuffle on the bricks, a little bit of a fracas on the bricks. I know it's not the same alliteration, Nate. I don't know what you can do with that. But brawl on the bricks. Brawl rather than a battle. Very done. Well, okay, you can have that one. Yeah, Nate Sabins is in here as well. Thanks for all the information that you feed us, by the way, Nate. What was the thinking behind that? Because there's no doubt it's been successful, and we're still going to have the 6 hours there this year. It's not for lack of success, surely, that's been moved, John?
No, sir, and it starts with conversations with Roger Penske and Doug Bowles. Hey, we're thinking of trying to shuffle up the schedule, keep it fresh and new for the fans and for the partners. They were supportive. They still want to race at an IMSA race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. To have that iconic track on our schedule is important for all of us and our participants and our partners. At the same time, Road America. We first went there in 1979. As you know, the crowds have been coming, the camping, the families, much like this, and I would suggest that maybe moving to that 6 hour race, I'm going to look in my crystal ball and say it's going to have the same type of feel as you hear at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And
will that be a Saturday race or a Sunday race?
Not so sure yet. Obviously, as you guys can relate in the broadcast side of the business, it all depends on broadcast windows with NBC. But for me, the linchpin was our partners at Motul, IMSA's official lubricant partner. They decided to take another step up and further invest, like they already have, Motul Petit Le Mans, and so they were able to help us and help Road America, frankly, to make this 6 hour event a reality. It's going to be amazing.
How much is the importance of that Road America event? Like you said, been going since 1979. It used to be the Road America 500.
Exactly.
Is that part of the thinking to revive that?
We're kind of reviving that vibe.
Look at my arm. Look at my arm. So when I was 9 years old, I was there at that first IMSA race with my dad. We went fishing. He made me fish quietly and wait to go to the race. I could hear the cars testing.
Oh, really?
But David Hobbs and Derek Bell won that race in a BMW, a GT car, won overall. Big GT car, monster BMW.
Oh, yeah.
And so that feel, I think, has been certainly in my veins all my life. But a credit to Mike Kircher, Greg Weiser, and everybody at Road America. They've packed that place, and I think it's going to be also a nice cadence for the teams. A 6 hour at Road America, a rebuild the car, a 240 at Indy. You got parts replacement perhaps before the 10 hour championship weekend.
Yeah.
So, we're trying to think like that. We continue, of course, the West Coast swing out to WeatherTech Raceway after Long Beach. A promise again to the teams. One West Coast swing.
Yes.
We can't do multiple trips to have a sensible mind about the budget.
Leader into the pits, the Whelen Cadillac, getting left side tyres only, I think, there, Peter. Did they work on the right-hand side? I only saw them going on the Michelins. No, Joe Bradley tells me both sides, thank you. And they just got them done very quickly
So
in that
efficient.
side up against the wall.
Yeah, only the Michelin medium tyre choice this
Very
this
good
week.
point.
You could use the soft at Daytona. Some tried it, but the majority of the time it was the medium. But we use all three compounds over the course of the season, depending on the track surface. But tyres is something that we always talk about here at Sebring, and the amount of punishment, the tyres, the car, the shocks, the driver, everything.
John Durnham with us here, president of IMSA. This is literally just dropped in 26 seconds ago from Dave Alcock, who's in the UK. He says, first, thank you to Mr. Durnham for a great event, a great series, and the superb organisation that gets us fans the 2026 details already. A question, and he says, I know there's a financial consideration for all parties, but might we see an expansion to another event in 27 or 28?
I love the question, and I thank all your viewers for being so engaged, and all of our IMSA fans for being so engaged. We're always looking. We're looking for potential new markets based on where the partners want to activate, or where technology sectors around the United States, because of what we have seen in these amazing sports cars. So yes, we're always looking. Expansion, I think, is tough. It's tough on the team's budgets. It's tough on the manufacturers who do activations. It's tough on everybody's travel. So we're sensible about the length of the races themselves and any additions. But if I were to look into my crystal ball, I'd love to go to the Pacific Northwest at some point. You think about a place like Seattle with Microsoft, Amazon, Boeing, Starbucks. I mean, I don't know. You tell me, but there's some beautiful country up there.
The potential, John, with the success and building on success for IMSA is you have got an enviable problem in that you're getting too many cars. So rather than say adding a whole extra event for every class, splitting off a class and making that a headline, as you've done with Pilot Challenge, as we've done with LMP2 up at CTMP, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, I mean, that's the real option, isn't it? Not adding any extra drive time for the classes, but taking someone to somewhere else.
Yeah, and just this weekend, our logistics team mentioned, nearly 230 transporters back here in the paddock. So you're 100% right. The Mid-Ohio event is an example. The conversations with a long-time track like Lime Rock Park, where we've gone.
Somebody's just asked about that. Nicholas has said, what's happened with the lap?
Honestly, if it was me, I'd race every weekend, everywhere where we could. You guys know that about me. We'd love to go back to Lime Rock at some point in a model that we tried at Mid-Ohio, where the Michelin Pilots Championship, Michelin Pilot Challenge, is the headliner. You bring some single makes around it. You bring the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge. Now you have a weekend, an IMSA weekend. The fans came on in big numbers. So
but you
down the road,
crucially, you haven't added any running time.
No, sir.
To it.
No,
you basically moved them somewhere else. That might free up space somewhere else on the calendar. These are all moving parts, though,
yes,
John.
There's a lot of factors. Television, of course, the budgets, the paddock space, the pit lane space. But if it was me, I'd have every class racing every weekend, and maybe we do 12 hours every week. I don't know. It's you know what I'm saying. It's variety. It's IMSA and it's endurance racing, sports car, endurance sports car racing, IMSA style.
1 point. Former front-running car, the number 93 HRC Marshank Acura, has been given a drive-through penalty. Tyre without crew. Renger van der Zande, who's just come out into the lead, he will not be in the lead for a great deal longer.
John, I know you've got a lot to do, but I want to ask you this from Lucas Lodato. I'm not sure where you might be able to find out where Lucas is in the world. He's in Cincinnati. And Lucas, thank you for tweeting at IMSA Radio. You were absolutely intimately involved with the Garage 56 Camaro.
Yes, sir.
And that car caused such a stir at Le Mans. Why did we never see that running here in IMSA? Rolex or Petit Le Mans running as a guest. Yeah, it's still there. It's still ready to go. Come on.
Once again, if I had it my way, we'd run that thing every potential weekend.
You know, I upset a lot of people by saying at Le Mans, I'd be quite happy to see 25 or 30 of those running as just an invitation race. And that I upset a lot of people by saying that. I tell you what, it would have been incredible.
Well, in HSR, we brought NASCAR Classic to
exactly.
life. And so you never know, but what an amazing project that was with Rocky and Jensen and Jimmy Johnson, and of course Jordan Taylor as the coach. But people should get ready for the Amazon Prime documentary coming out about the Garage 56 called American Thunder. Sometime in late May into mid-June is going to run globally. We're so excited about that. It's an incredible story of a project that so many people touched.
We saw last year, John, Whelen Engineering going to Le Mans. We saw Porsche bringing in an extra car, an effective an IMSA car. How satisfying is it for you personally to see a long-standing IMSA team like Wayne Taylor Racing, who, you know Wayne, he's had this dream for so long. He's driven there to go back, but to bring, they go there with his boys and their team and everything. How satisfying is that for you that the ACO have seen the value in them being a part of the engine?
It's incredible. Once again, you did it.
Yeah.
I think number one, it starts with the growth of the whole sport is thanks to the partnership I think we have with the ACO, where the platforms on the track, both prototype and GT, can race in either our championship, the WeatherTech Championship, or across the pond in WEC. Of course, the IMSA Championship has the Aiken Award, which allows a GT top bronze finisher to go. The Truman Award in LMP2, same thing. So Ori Fadani and is going to Le Mans for the first time. And of course,
Nick
Penske
Bull
won the
well,
championship. But now the opportunity with the manufacturers for Wayne Taylor Racing, for Whelen Cadillac Racing to go back. Love to see them have success, and I think I go over there like a proud papa to see our kids go to battle with the best in the world, and I sure hope we bring home some trophies.
This weekend, actually very quickly, have you considered Garage 56 style entry for Daytona, by the way?
Well, I personally, I think it would be incredible. We obviously are also in that situation where we only have so many pit box spaces. So
that is a problem, yeah.
You never know. I think opportunity exists, but frankly, we're showcasing the most technologically advanced sports cars in the world, renewable fuel, sustainable fuel, so we'll see what happens.
More sustainable content in the Michelin tyres, and that's going up every season as well. Right, we will let you go after this, but I've got to ask you about Heart of Racing and the Valkyrie. This is the first car, and so far the only car built to the street-based hypercar regulations. I was fortunate enough to see the two cars running in Qatar a couple of weekends ago. It's getting a real workout here. They're learning so much. We just had Adam Carter from Aston Martin Racing here. That does your heart good to see that there, but we've got more to come, and that's the key thing.
You rewind the clock, January 2020, we sat in the media center there, the driver meeting room at Daytona, and we announced convergence thanks to a partnership that Pierre Fion and our chairman Jim France agreed upon. That got us to a place where if the two platforms could race together technically, we would be absolutely willing to see them. And obviously here we are today, the first time convergence has manifested itself here in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. And I had a conversation with my buddy Ian James back at Daytona at the test. And I said, man, the car doesn't sound like it did when I heard it in videos. He said, yeah, we're running the mufflers. I said, shh, take the mufflers off. We're in the entertainment business. Let the fans hear the V12 sing. And of course, anybody that's been trackside all weekend, that thing's got a magical sound.
Oh, absolutely has. John, will you pass on our best to Wayne Estes and his team here, John Story and everybody here at Sebring for putting on another great event. Obviously, your team up at Daytona as well. An amazing feat of logistics to get the 2026 schedule out. If you want to go and have a look at it, it's at IMSA.com. John Tooning, go and have a look at a bit of racing. Go on, please.
Thanks for having me, and again, thanks to everyone tuning in around the world. We're so thrilled to be able to bring you the entertainment that is the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. God bless everybody.
Dave Alcock saying thanks for John Tooning for coming in and a comprehensive and thorough answer, and Lucas Lodato, he was happy that we read out the question as well. We had a couple of pit stops at the front of the field, but everything cycled through, Peter, and we're back where we were before we started speaking to John Doonan with Earl Bamber and the Whelen Cadillac at the front of the field, and into the pit for Renger van der Zande in second place. Remember, they are just a little bit off strategy.
It's a drive-through.
Oh, is that the drive-through?
Yes.
Oh, yes, that was the tyre.
Yes. Well, and interestingly, for several laps, Renger kept going around. I wonder if the team were perhaps trying to argue the toss, but normally that conversation only ends in one way, and indeed it has ended up that way, saying no.
Joe Bradley has just watched the whole of the GTD Pro field come through the pit lane as well, brothers.
Yeah, it seemed to be that everybody in that class came in at the same time. I was actually stationed at Dragon Speed, just tyres and fuel for the 81 Ferrari for Dragon Speed. I'm going to kind of loiter with intent on Elton Julian, so I haven't had my chat with him. Let me just dive in. Mr. Julian, okay, he's given me, I'll come back in 5, Elton. I'm not sure what was going on there, but he wasn't. Here he is. He's. Were you happy with that stop there, Elton?
Wait, stop again?
Were you happy with that stop there?
Yeah,
that's just. You always look grumpy. You just always look grumpy sometimes. You always look grumpy sometimes.
I'm always grumpy.
So, this GTD Pro class that you told us, I think it was at Daytona. This has been a massive challenge for you and Dragon Speed, and it remains that.
Absolutely. Obviously, OEM involvement and the team preparation that exists at this category, it's top-notch. So, I mean, we feel we're on par, and we've shown now when we have the chance and things are a little bit more even, we're able to compete. So we'll see what happens later on when the sun sets.
When you take possession of a new race car in the workshop, Elton, you get the user manual, don't you? And it's usually a few pages deep. What's the user manual like for this Ferrari?
I think it was like 600 or 700 pages. It's insane. But at the end of the day, it's a race car. It's people running it. Feeling matters. You know, the electronics are complicated, but that's why there's twice as many people on the stand.
So is that right? I mean, the reason why we see teams now with so many crew members is because of the complexity of running the car.
Yeah, and you know what it's caused? You know, these timing stands that you see here and these tents used to be a luxury, but now they're necessary. We need to go vertical just because of the amount of entries and the complexity of the cars and what it takes to win.
How far off we 3 stories are then?
I'm still to get to 2.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Todd. It was Elton Julian. Smiling. I've made him smile.
Well, Elton Julian, he said pre-season, he says this is the biggest program he's ever won. This is a guy who's won several times. He's won Daytona 3 times in LMP2. He's run an IndyCar team, etc. So
won an
that says a lot.
LMP1 on hybrid.
Of course, well remembered, yes.
Going back a few years. Yeah, and a really strong driver himself. You know, if you go back, I think people know him now as a team principal, but Formula 3000, dabbled in the Atlantic Championship here in the U.S., couple of starts at Le Mans in actually separated by 7 years, interestingly enough, 2005 and 2012. But really good driver, and I do think sometimes having a driver as a team principal is a big advantage. Just to have a little experience even, and he has a lot more than a little, but it does help with some of the decision-making when you've been in that cockpit yourself.
Yeah, definitely know what a driver can react well to and what they don't react well to. Interesting, a warning coming through for car number 021. That's the Triarze JG Wentworth car at GTD. Failure to adhere to controlled powertrain parameters. What on earth does that mean? Well, basically it means that the torque sensor on the drive shaft of the car is measuring how much power torque it's producing, and if you have a limit, and if you go over it, then you can get a penalty. So to get away with a warning is good.
Well, remember our conversation with Jack Aitken earlier in the week, and the torque sensors are on the GT cars as well as the GTP cars here in the WeatherTech Championship, and he was talking about the unique challenge specific to Sebring of keeping within that limit because of all the bumps. At Daytona, it was about the curbs, especially at the bus stop, or the Le Mans chicane as it's now known. But here, the whole thing is a bump. The whole track is a curb.
And those spikes, that will be a spike and that will be a warning, because they see that in real time and they can overlay that to where you are on the track. So it's just, you know, it is not an absolute where every single time you are going to get pinged for it. And I think that's right. There has to be some context in what is going on. And so that's, you know, that's the warning. Guys, we've seen the spike. You'll have seen it as well, because the teams have got the same information. But crucially, that information is not controlled by the teams. All of that is direct to the series, in this case IMSA. And as I said, it is the same company who provides those torque sensors across the WEC and IMSA.
And that information going to IMSA in real time, that's why the FAF car got called in with the mechanical black flag. They weren't getting the data off of that sensor, and they couldn't be allowed to continue running because there was no way to monitor them in the way that IMSA was monitoring the rest of the class. It becomes a competition issue at that point, and fortunately, FAF was able to deal with that, but they're still recovering from it. Unfortunately for them at this point, languishing quite a ways down the order. 9th in class, it looks like, and still not on the same lap as the front runners in GTD Pro.
Windward Racing, last year's winners in that 57 Mercedes AMG, they won from the very back of the grid last year. They really dominated the championship, won the IMSA WeatherTech Championship overall, won the Endurance Cup as well. They were so dominant with that driver lineup that they have, and the way that they prepare the car, and this evergreen Mercedes AMG GT3 feels like it's been around forever, but it just keeps on trucking and just keeps on winning as well. And they've looked very strong. That GTD class is led by an AMG, albeit with the Korthoff Competition Motors team, who lead by 2.3 seconds from Aston Martin and Harder Racing at 27th. Then it's that 57 Windward car of Russell Ward. At GTD Pro, it's the Fords, and I tell you what, Ryan, the Fords, they have really come to race on race day. They've been fairly quiet throughout the race week, I think it would be fair to say, but boy oh boy if they come to fight today.
They were expecting this to be a challenge. They were quite candid about it. Did not qualify terribly well, and we remarked after qualifying, in fact, they swept the front row at Daytona, but were sweeping row 5 here at Sebring. So a step back for sure, but some of it has to do with horses for courses, right? And the Mustang folks did feel like this particular track layout maybe didn't play to the strengths of the Mustang package, at least for a single lap. But as we've talked about extensively, it's not just about being fast in a race like this. It's the execution, it's the strategy, it's being good on tires when you have to double stint tires, it's being good in changing conditions. And to this point, they've done well to take advantage of it. Right now, a 2.7 second lead for Mike Rockenfeller in GTD Pro.
It's interesting, of the two cars, the 64 car that's leading, the one with the white windshield strip, has been the strongest car of the two of them throughout the week, interestingly. This is the car with Mike Rockenfeller driving with Sebastian Prio, and Ben Barker is going to come in for the endurance races. Missed Daytona, unfortunately, but here for his Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring debut. But Mike Rockenfeller, his first Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, 2004, when he was a fresh-faced Porsche Junior.
Now, it should be noted they are on a slightly different sequence than the rest of the class. They last pitted on lap 141, the rest of the field in the 150, 151 range. So there is a slight caveat to this, but nevertheless, some deserved kudos for Ford and Multimatic. Think about where they were this time a year ago and the struggles they've had. But, you know, when you have a company that's invested in motorsport the way that Ford is, and then you have a partner like Multimatic, you think about all the great cars and programs they've been a part of over the years. It always, in my mind, was a question of when, not if, they would get this thing figured out. And right now, this looks like it's going to be a strong package. Just about anywhere they turn up, even a place where they feel like they could be on the back foot, they still have a way to get themselves in the conversation.
And they're just getting started with this car. Their exploits in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship are, like you say, are going very well, and they're in the World Endurance Championship as they were last year. But for the first time this year, we're going to see them race on the Nürburgring.
Yeah,
and they've paired up with hybrid racing team who know how things are done around that place. I am super excited to see how they go. A lot of their drivers have been getting their Nürburgring permits and some pretty humble machinery, as you have to do to get your Nürburgring permit. But can't wait to see how they get on when they hit the North Siphon.
Now, we tried to talk to Ollie Milroy in a CrowdStrike pit lane report with Joe Bradley earlier on, and when we did, LMP2 kind of exploded. And And never mind Ollie waiting, he had to get ready and jump into the car. He was putting his helmet on even before Jordan managed to say, can you just, oh no, he's gone. Let's try this again. Joe Bradley down at Inception Ferrari.
Yeah, I don't think Ollie's been actually waiting all this time for me to come back. He's been out
Are
the
you
car
sure?
and back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He's been doing his job. Ollie, all right, we're embedded into this 12 Hours of Sebring now. But yesterday, the number 70 Inception Ferrari was missing in action. So it's been a kind of a strange one, I would imagine, for the team dynamic.
Yeah, we wanted Brendan to start the race today. In his accident the other day, although he didn't damage the car, he hurt his foot, he bruised his foot when he bashed it inside the car. So,
did you hear what we said? You turned the damage off.
Unbelievable, wasn't it? Unbelievable. Yeah, incredible. Just broke the mirror, basically. So he wasn't feeling great. We would have lost our best lap anyway because of the causing the red flag in practice. And obviously, you do quality, you use one of your 12 sets of tyres for the race. So we kind of felt, look, I mean, weighed up the pros and cons and felt it was probably better to start the race today at the back. Brendan had the day resting yesterday, resting his foot, and save a set of tyres for the race. And, you know, until we got a puncture just now, but until then we were running in the top 6 or something. So it just shows that quality doesn't really mean a huge amount in this.
Shh, well, I know we keep saying that. I mean, Brendan had a great first stint, didn't he? He really performed well. And I mean, that's a tricky time to be in the car at the start of these races.
It is, and it's difficult. You know, we weighed it up before the weekend whether we put myself and Frederick in to start because it's so much pressure on an amateur, on a bronze driver. But it's also a big advantage to start getting their drive time done early in the race. So, and you know, Brendan's got a lot of experience now. He did a good job. Yeah, and you know, we were going well. I think I had a fun stint. We went from like 18th to 6th, I think, or 7th. So it was a really fun stint. The car feels great. We've got a long way to go. I think we're a lap down now with this puncture, but yeah, I'm sure we'll make that back at some point, I hope.
And I know the boys and girls in the team enjoyed their afternoon off, and there's a rumour that they went off and played mini golf. Was there any truth in that? I don't know. Did you guys play mini golf? No, I would have.
Yeah, they don't invite me to that because I take my golf too seriously.
Even your putting.
I was out on my bike getting some training and had a nice little cycle down to Lake Placid and stuff, and yeah, it was a perfect day. I mean, I'd rather have been in the car. I actually, when Brendan was hurt his foot, I begged them to let me do quali and let me have a go, but you know, we took a sensible option, saved a set of tyres, and here we are.
By 10 o'clock tonight, nobody will remember qualifying at all, will you? You guys will be wherever the race brings you, and you've been around enough to know what comes. All you do is go fast, mate.
Exactly, and stay out of trouble. Just got to stay, and there's a lot of trouble out there, and you've got to avoid it, you know, as much as you can until the last hour of the race.
Thank you all. Thanks for waiting so patiently. Speak to you later. Good luck to the Inception. Thank you. And I know Sean Goff's not here because he's at the all plate at PF, isn't he? Sean's not here because he's at the all plate at PF with Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you know what? We've all been there in the karting scene, and now he's going through it. So, he's, you know, it's annoying actually when he's not here because he's messaging us every 5 minutes instead, asking for updates. But yeah, it's like, you know, he's still a proper like racing dad.
Yeah, he is now. And Lewis is good. So Sean Goff for everybody's. Thank you guys. Sean Goff is the team principal here at Inception, and he's kind of like a fixture on the wall. However, what's happening at PF International in Lincolnshire in England? It's the first big event in the British Championship season. It's the Open, the British Open, and the accolade of carrying the O plate as your number plate for the rest of the season. And Sean's son Lewis has really come on, and you know what? He's been doing really well in national karting at a very high level, and also in some European stuff. And I say, unfortunately for Sean, his kid's good, and he's going to have to continue spending money, and he's in contention for the O plate, and indeed, you know, top 3, top 5 finish, even win, and being British champion this season. Good luck to Lewis tomorrow when it comes to the finals across there in Lincolnshire.
Drove past PF, and it's right next door to fullback, isn't it? As you go through, 2 kart circuits pretty much together. Drove past there the other day.
Wow.
On my way to Damon Acres, the new Damon property up there. You see it from space, you know. It's huge.
The jacuzzi's particularly impressive, yes.
6 hours and 11 minutes to go.
Just while we were taking that CrowdStrike pit lane report, great information there from Ollie Milroy from the Inception crew. Renger van der Zande pulled a superb move on the 25 BMW to move up into 5th position. He's fighting back from a drive-through penalty, and you know, it's a great spot to pass at turn 7, although you have to be brave on the brakes because they're hitting the brakes at 170 miles an hour there, all the way from 7th to 1st gear. So it's pretty hefty, everything's going on, but Renger pulled it off, and is now really getting his head down with his teammate, the number 60 car that's also got past the 25 BMW, which is piloted by Tom Blomqvist. So the tyre strategy going back and forward, I would imagine Sheldon van der Linde in that 25 is on his 2nd stint now and having to go through the pain.
I think you're exactly right, and boy, it is extra painful when you talk about the heat of the day here at Sebring. This is hotter than it's been all week long. That is a challenge for sure, both for the drivers, but also for the Michelin tires underneath the cars.
Track temperature is still actually going up. It's now up to 28 Celsius. It was sitting at 26 and 27 for a long time. That's 82 Fahrenheit on the track, 86 in the air, which is spot on 30 Celsius.
I think these Acuras are worth keeping an eye on, though, because Renger van der Zande has the fastest lap of the race. That was set very early on, lap 19 at a 150.072. And we've also seen them able to stretch stints relative to some of the other GTP opposition. They've been able to get a little more energy economy, let's say. That's a good combination to have in a race like this, especially if strategy ends up being what dictates the outcome. If you can extend those stints, that opens up your strategy options. Now, though, they run up on a bunch of traffic here. GTD battles side by side, and just like that, it closes up the margin between the two Meyer-Shank Racing teammates.
So far, Renger van der Zande in the white, red, and black 93, the white and the new livery, the Ask Roy livery, the white, blue, and turquoise machine of Tom Blomqvist, both running together. The Acuras have looked so strong all week long. Looking at the sector times, Tom Blomqvist the quickest through sector 2 in that number 60 machine, 109.3 through the chunk of the lap from the exit of turn 1 round to Jean de Bienne, and then from Jean de Bienne to the end of the lap, Renger van der Zande the quickest car through there. So showing that from the kind of chunky sectors that we can get a really good read on the real pace. The Acura is at the moment the quickest car, and funnily enough, last year the Acura was quickest through all 3 sectors in the race.
Was it? Sarah Rigby, unsurprisingly, wanting to know what was going on with the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin.
It's back from behind the wall.
It's back on track. Yeah, it's gone back out. What took it behind the wall?
I never saw an official update on that. I'll see if I can track something down real quick.
I've said Joe Bradley.
But we got a swap, unfortunately, as the 19 Van der Steur Aston went in. Came out from behind the wall and went back on the track. The 73 Pratt Miller Orica had to go behind the wall.
Okay.
Continuing there, just a week to forget. Just they'll be glad to see the truck door shut and head back to base and come back stronger at the next round.
Talking about the official track temperatures, of course, that being 28 Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit, 82 Fahrenheit at the moment. That is at a single point. The Michelin tyre engineers are taking track temperatures all the time down the pit lane, and it'll depend on where you take it, the surface that it's on. And you've just watched that. What was the number on the pyrometer for that one?
Yeah, he's got 39 degrees, and they don't take it on the white concrete of the pit lane. They step out of the pit lane and take it from the darker grey tarmac, because that's more like outside, not outside, but off and out onto around the track. We've got that's going to give you the true reading, not the reflective whiteness of the concrete here. But 39 degrees, that's he also mentioned a 31 degree ambient, and I'm thankful for the breeze, because if it wasn't for the breeze, it would be a killer.
I'm seeing 30 ambient at the moment. It's interesting, of course, because I suspect that the official track temperature, and we keep an eye on that, I suspect that is on the concrete rather than anywhere else at the moment. and that's a great bit of intel from Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane.
And interestingly, though, given that we're at the warmest conditions we've seen all day, there are personal best lap times and personal best sectors being set all over the place right now.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre. Jimmy Bruni's just set his best lap of the race, 150.2. Felipe Nasr, his best lap of the race, 150.4. In fact, Felipe Nasr all of a sudden has just carved, in the last 3 laps, Felipe Nasr has carved 3 seconds out of El Bamber's lead. The lead is now down to less than 3 seconds. So are the Porsches, and interestingly, those cars I've just mentioned, both are Porsches. So does the Porsche 963 enjoy the heat more? When it was first released, it hated the heat. It overheated the tyres. It didn't like it at all. Has the order of things changed?
Well, the pace here would indicate maybe that is the case. They have been hard at work, working on that package. That's another one where Multimatic is at the core of the whole thing. We were talking about that with the Mustang and the leaps that they took from year 1 to year 2, and I think you can say the same for the Porsche 963 around the world. It maybe came out half-baked, might be a tad too strong, but it wasn't a finished product by any stretch of the imagination. And now, I mean, you saw what it did a year ago, winning races, winning championships all around the world, including winning races in customer hands. Let's not forget with Jota, when they were still a Porsche customer team, winning in the World Endurance Championship up against the factories, side by side.
For the lead. Move for the lead, Felipe Nasr around the outside at Cunningham Corner. How do you like it? Felipe Nasr, the brilliant Brazilian, moves past El Bamber. Is El Bamber struggling for grip? He's only half an hour into his stint, so I presume he's on his second stint on tyres, because he's just all of a sudden dropped back a lot, and Nasr really forging forward now in that number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. And you'd imagine, Ryan, that he is riding the crest of a wave right now with the reigning champion. A feeling that he's used to, of course. He's been champion many times in IMSA, but another Rolex 24-hour win, and he hits the front here at Sebring.
It was a massive win for him to go back-to-back at Daytona, to deliver again for Roger Penske and Porsche as well. I think Bamber might have caught some traffic on that lap, looking at lap times where Nasr did not, but also, as we were talking about, the Porsche seemingly getting stronger as we approach the halfway mark of this race, and that was a power move, bravura performance from the Brazilian Felipe Nasr, able to make it work around Earl Bamber, and that's not an easy thing to do.
This is what IMSA WeatherTech Racing is all about. Nasr versus Bamber, Porsche versus Cadillac, just heavyweights everywhere you look, and they're dicing through traffic as well, watching the best drivers in the world in these prototype machines cut through all the GT cars, cut through lap traffic. Just remarkable to watch. In fact, now this could be an issue for Felipe Nasr. He's come across not 1 but 2 cars in his own class who are running now. The Lamborghini is running 1 lap down. It won't want to lose another.
So I think the Lamborghini's just on the tail end. No, it is 1 lap down, you're right. And Will Stevens in the 10 is a couple laps down, and they'll be fighting and clawing to try and hang there if they can, because I think you can anticipate there should be some wave-by opportunities. Oh, what a move, though, to get to the outside, late on the brakes, and just roll the momentum around the outside, too, and give Bamber credit. He fought him tough, tooth and nail, but ultimately he was left with no recourse.
Yeah, El Bamber's won a heck of a lot of races in his time, and the thing is, he's also had a lot that have gone by the wayside when he's fought too hard. Every driver can say that, but Earl's had a few in the last couple of years. I just think he's just given that little bit of extra room there, not fighting the toss too hard. And I think that says to me that he's quite confident and relaxed and assured in the pace that he's got in that 31 car, and he doesn't want to damage it.
That'd be a different story if that had been the last lap. I'll tell you that right now.
Yes.
Damage to the Cadillac, the blue Cadillac. That's the number 10 car. Something hanging off the right front of it, and I think it's the headlamp pod has fallen out. Yes, it is. It's the deer notice light, if you will. Peter, you've been driving Cadillacs lately, and the Escalade had a very similar look around the front end to that, with that vertical stripe and the right-hand side is hanging out. That might get it a black and orange flag, Ryan.
It certainly could. When we get into the nighttime, you'll want to have both functioning headlights as well. But this has just been that kind of day, hasn't it, for Wayne Taylor Racing? It doesn't matter which class, it doesn't matter which car. All of them have had misfortune.
Leader right behind that car at the moment at turn 10, Cunningham corner. We were trying to track down Van der Steur Racing, just behind them actually there in the number 19 car, that blue and light blue zebra stripe car. And Joe Bradley's gone to the pits to find out from the team manager what is going on. Joseph?
I'm with Anthony McIntosh, who was the driver that started the number 19 Van der Steur Aston Martin. Anthony, we've got a lot of Aston Martin fans out there that, you know, noticed your car had disappeared behind the wall. Can you shed some light on them for us as to what the issue was?
Sure, absolutely. After I finished my triple stint, we put Val in the car for his stint, and after about 6 laps, we were starting to notice that we were having an energy issue. And it kept coming up, kept coming up. It started small at first, then it was constant, and the decision was made to basically bring the car behind the wall, make the repairs, send it back out. Now we're going to see how we're doing.
So the team seem pretty confident that they've gotten to the problem and they've rectified it, so it should be, you know, fingers crossed, a good run to the flag now.
For sure, fingers crossed. It's a long race, it's a 12-hour. We're going to do great.
How was you started the race, Anthony? I mean, I say that, I've been saying this a lot, the start of the race is either, you know, it's great, or is it great? Because that's when so many things can go wrong, and it looked very, very busy out there.
Yeah, it is very busy. You can't win the race at the beginning, but you can certainly lose it. So they put me out there just to keep it clean, and that's what I did.
You certainly did. And fingers crossed that's the bad luck over for you guys. And the Aston Martin, the Van der Steur Aston Martin, back out on track, as you guys mentioned earlier.
Well, we have tripped over into the second half of the race. Just under 6 hours to go. Time for a new feature here. This is the Pelotti mid-race recap of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. We have completed 173 laps. Felipe Nasser leading at the moment. One of a number of cars. I think we've had 4 different manufacturers have led 5 cautions for 19 laps. At the moment, only 3 retirements, which considering some of the contact that we've had, it's Triassi Competitions Ferrari 023, the Aero Motorsport number 18, Orica LMP2, and Chettilar in the 47 Ferrari. That's our Pelotti mid-race recap, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebrings. Whoa, we're halfway there. And let's take a VP Racing in-race updates to bring you the rest of the story. And here at the 73rd running of this great race in GTD, it's Kenton Cook for Korthoff Mercedes, number 32, that leads in GTD by 2 seconds from the Hartner Racing Aston Tom Gamble in the 27 at the moment. 6.5 further back, another AMG, Winward Racing, Russell Ward, the number 57. 3.5 further back from that, Simon Mann, AF Corsa in the Ferrari number 21. What a comeback story that is, by the way. And then it's the number 12, Frankie Montecalvo, Vassar Sullivan, RCF GT3. Top 6 made up by Tom Sargent for Wright Motorsport in the 120, the green and yellow car. GTD Pro, Conor de Filippi, Paul Miller Racing BMW by 2 seconds. The number 1 leads from the 64 Ford Multimatic Ford Mustang. It's Rocky, Mike Rockefeller behind the wheel there. Corvette, Nicky Katzberg, the number 4, another 7/10 further back. And the 4th different manufacturer in the top 4 of GTD Pro is Porsche, in the shape of the AO Racing Lauren Heinrich driven number 77. He's just a half a second further back. Tremendous scrap going on there. In LMP2, as it has been for a little while now, CrowdStrike Racing have found their way at the front. They've got a substantial lead. Toby Sowry in behind the wheel of that 04 car. That's the CrowdStrike by Algarve Pro Racing, APR. Over a minute in hand over Rasmus Lind for the first of 2 United Autosports cars that are well up the field. Rasmus is in the number 22 car. He's got Tom Dillman trying to track him down, but again, that's well over a minute for Inter Europol. The yellow and green 43 in third. Second of the United cars, number 2, Juan Manuel Correa. He is in fourth place with Sebastian Alvarez now driving the Tower Motorsport number 8. He's just 9/10 of a second behind fourth position. Hunter McElrea, the TDS car, delayed earlier on, down now in 11th position, but Hunter has been making that car fly. He's just got into that car recently. Expect to see that car going great guns. And with 176 laps completed now, it's Felipe Nasr by 1.9 seconds from Earl Bamber in second for Cadillac and for Whelen. Earl's led the race with that car. Mathieu Jaminet, Porsche Penske Motorsport in third place. Another 10 seconds further back and a 4-second advantage to Kevin Magnussen for BMW Team RLL. BMW have also led this race, as have Acura. Renger van der Zande now in 5th in the 93. And he's got his teammate Tom Blomqvist 2 seconds behind him in the number 60. Jimmy Bruni is the best of the privateer Porsches in 7th position for the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsports number 85. He's got 16 seconds on now 8th position for the Heart of Racing Valkyrie. Ross Gunn behind the wheel of the number 23 car. Proton competition, Neil Jarney's another minute further back, just hanging on to the end of the lead lap in the Proton number 5. That's the Mustang sampling car. And last car on the lead lap, I reckon, is Sheldon van der Linde in 10th place for BMW Team RLL. Thanks to Aaron up in Concord as we complete our VP Racing in-race update. He's done the first half of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring as the voice in our ears, and we're now going to have the tones of Sarah for the last 6 hours. Thanks very much to Aaron for keeping us straight for that first 6 hours of the race. Peter Mackay.
This racetrack is getting quicker because we've just seen that the sector that's the most important is sector 2. It's about 2/3 of the lap from the exit of turn 1 to the exit of Jean de Bienne Bend. The fastest car in the race through that section has just been changed. Romain Grosjean in the 63 Lamborghini. 109.123 through there, which is about half a second away from the fastest time in the race last year through that section, set by the race-winning car of Louis Delatraz in the Acura. So not long before Romain Grosjean set that sector time, we saw Felipe Nasr go through there very quickly. Tom Blomqvist has just now gone through turn 1 and sector 1 faster than anybody's been. So despite the heat, strangely, the racetrack's getting faster.
Well, the reason for that is that there's more Michelin rubber getting laid down. And you're going to have, the only thing I will say, it will gradually narrow the line on the track as we get through, and when it starts to cool down, it might just get a little bit greasy. Oh, big lock up in front of the Tower Motorsport number 8, LMP2, currently driven by Sebastian Alvarez. Not sure who that was, but there was some tyre smoke there. Sheldon van der Linde, just underlining your point, in the 25 BMW, the last car on the lead lap has just popped in the fastest lap of the race.
149.923, that is fast in race trim. Very, very fast.
How does that compare to the lap record for these cars?
148.311 from Renger van der Zande a couple of years ago in the Cadillac, which is actually joint to the thousandths of a second by Guido van de Garde in LMP2 in 2022, before those cars were toned down a little bit, but they might have to keep turning them down with the pace that they've been showing this week. The best lap of the race last year was a 149.497 set by Louis Delatraz in the race-winning 40 Acura. So we're getting down towards that. Personal best also for Tom Blomqvist on the previous lap, and he's going quicker again through sector 1. So it's like all of a sudden they've gone, oh, it's halfway, is it? Oh, right, okay, next gear.
Reports of debris on track, by the way, guys. Turns 5 and 6. It's been up for a couple minutes now, so hopefully it's nothing that would necessitate a stoppage, but something to be aware of.
Interesting, Blomqvist is set that personal best time 45 minutes into his stint. Okay, some of that has been under yellow, but still, it's not, and the tyres aren't in their absolute freshest. Whereas for Van der Linde, who's just set that amazing lap time there, he's only 10 minutes into his stint, so he'll be on fresh Michelin rubber, and he's in that dream scenario. Go, oh, fresh tyres, yes, but you can't enjoy it too much. No. You've got to look after them.
Particularly, I think they'll still just be in the double stinting stage here. It'll probably be another 2 stints. It'll be the last. I think it'll be the last 3.5, 4 hours.
He's just done it again. 1:49.7 this time.
Yeah, and also Tom Blomqvist and Neil Janney putting their fastest laps in. So we start, and the leader has just gone through. Felipe Nasr at 1:50.248. So it is, for some reason, to quote the House Martins, it's happy hour again.
It is, and we've got the 3 different cars setting the best sector times. The number 60 Acura of Tom Blomqvist, fastest through Sector 1. Sector 2 is the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, and Sector 3, Renger van der Zande in the 93 Acura.
Heart Racing Aston Martin just gone back out with Zachary Roguebachon behind the wheel of the number 27. The Pfaff Motorsport Lamborghini's just been serviced. That's the number 9 car. Marco Mappelli has given over to James Hinchcliffe. Now this is James Pooleyfoot Hinchcliffe, slight limp left. Car got dropped on his foot earlier on, and see if that affects him at all. And a moment or two ago, very close call. In fact, no, there was contact between the Riley number 74 and the Pfaff car into Cunningham Corner, turn 10. Cunningham Corner has seen more action in this first half of the race than I can remember in the last 3 races put together. Very, very odd. Turner BMW, always a team to keep an eye on, and Joe Bradley is doing just that with this CrowdStrike pit lane report, and with one of their drivers who's just got out of the car. Joe, who have you got?
Yeah, I've got Jake Walker out of the 96. I've just been telling Jake a story about, can you remember the days of the front engine panos, and it was quite a common sight to see David Brabham, Olivier Beretta, Jan Magnussen get out of the car and dip their feet straight into a bucket of ice. Well, I've come across Jake with his feet, not in a bucket of ice, but certainly on an ice pack. And Jake, that the pedals or the bulkhead getting hot has caused you some problems enough for you need to cool your feet down.
Yeah, the pedals aren't hot. I'm just being proactive because it's a lot of brake pressure over a long period of time. And, you know, being proactive with the swelling and making sure that my feet stay, you know, consistent and they feel good throughout the race is important.
Right, so do you wear a cool suit as well?
No cool suit, no cool suit.
Oh, you're hardcore.
Yes.
So how was your first stint?
First stint was great. The car feels really good, you know, thanks to BMW and Turner Motorsport. We were out there ripping the car, pretty consistent. We made up some positions. Now Robbie's in the car and we're going to work from there.
It's you know, getting your head around, we're only half distance. There's so much happened. There's so much can happen. How do you kind of keep the psychology of the motivation, keep your focus?
Yeah, just kind of looking at the end goal. At the end of the day, we're here to get a podium, but we're also here for points. So if, you know, it doesn't look like it's in the cards, we'll do what we can so we make sure we finish in the top 5.
Thank you, Jake. Thanks for that. Thanks for that little bit of insight as well.
So, into the second hour, second half, just a reminder of our Porsche keys to the race. Get to the darkness and have a car that will do its best work at night. Have patience in traffic, keep the penalties down, and keep some tyres underneath you as well. I've just thrown in a bit of a curveball now by saying that dinner is being served, and Ryan and Peter are now arguing about who's going to go first to sample the fantastic cuisine. You've got an hour's break coming, so you might as well go for dinner.
All right.
Yeah, come on, go early.
Sounds good to me. Thank you, John.
Have
fun, Peter.
Marine stepping out. He'll be down in the as part of the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team in just a few moments. Not a few moments. About an hour's time. He'll be stepping in to the lane. Out of the pit lane for Luis Perez. Mateus Perez come back for AF Corsa, the number 88 car, the light blue car.
I'm still full up from the fantastic pudding lunchtime.
You didn't tell me what lunch was. So what was the features?
We had some lovely chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken thighs, I think it was. Lovely potatoes, nice salad with some ranch dressing. What else? And then the pudding was like a lovely crumble, like almost like an autumn crumble. Wonderful. Yes. And I bumped into Neil Verhagen, who was pretty pleased with how things are going. And I asked him, I said, how's the new GT3 Evo? And he said, yeah, there's not a massive difference, but he says it's just much easier to get it into the window. The setup window, that's been the main change with it. But he was also helping himself to a cookie. So there we go, folks. That is scientific proof that cookies make you drive fast.
Well, Alex Brundle says not. Alex Brundle got his nickname from us of Cookie Monster because he turned down some fresh baked Helen Eve Hewitt cookies at Hindhoff Towers one time because he said, that's half a second on my lap time right there.
Half a second? Well, I'm going with the Verhagen theory.
Right.
He can be my dietitian.
Through turn one for the BMW, and it's 3 wide behind him with the GT cars going into Christensen Curve. Now, are those 3 fighting for position? Yes, they are. Max Hesse for the BMW right in there, for the GT BMW right in there with Rexy, and that is the battle then for 3rd and 4th position. And the blue and whites with the Pegasus, flying Pegasus on the side of the Mobil 1 Corvette as well is right there. So that's 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Conor De Filippi another 3 seconds up the road in GTD Pro with the number 1 BMW, then Katzberg, then about 3/4 of a second to Heinrich, and then Max Hesse.
Cutting through all that battle in GTD Pro there was the 24 of Dries Vanthoor, who spends a lot of his time, or has spent a lot of his time in those same M4 GT3s and will do in other championships, but also driving the GTP prototype here in IMSA and also in the World Endurance Championship. So he's a busy boy. There's a BMW Works driver, and of course qualified on pole here at Sebring and at Daytona. So 2 out of 2 in his debut IMSA season. He had done the odd one off here and there, but this is his first full program and his first Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and doing a great job. But he, by his own admission, he told us in total honesty in a CrowdStrike pit lane report that he'd driven like a billy, he said. I think he was being a little bit hard on himself, but
I think he was being very hard on himself.
A penalty for the one error that he will kick himself for is that on the race start, going out of the column, going out of the lane and picking up a drive through, and they're still sort of chasing their tail a little bit on that one.
I don't know. I'm not going to have that. I don't think that is why they're down where they are at the moment in 9th and 10th, those 2 BMWs. I really don't, because we've had too much resetting since then. That car's pace that was right there, it's lost it a bit in the heat of the day. Let's see what happens when it starts to cool down again. And that, to me, is where the interest lies. I'm not saying we're in a holding pattern at the moment, but I've likened this race before to a World Championship heavyweight boxing match. And if you think of 12 hours, it's a bit like 12 rounds, isn't it? And so you start like the clappers and try and get as many hits in as you can, maybe up to rounds 2 and 3, and then you might have a little bit of a cruise a bit, get through past halfway, and then you get up to rounds 9, 10, 11, 12, certainly 10, 11 and 12, the last 3 rounds. You want to finish very, very strongly. You want to impress the judges. And I think we're kind of in those middle rounds at the moment where there's 1 or 2 teams here that'll be tyre saving, there'll be fuel saving, notwithstanding these fast laps that we're getting, and another one last time around for Renger van der Zande and for Ross Gunn, a 150.548. The last lap, that's one of the quicker laps out there.
The Valkyrie is coming good. It's coming good. Well, if it is a heavyweight...
He's right on it, isn't he? There's a few people in the 49s for the best.
Brand new machine.
But that brand new machine to IMSA competition is right there.
Not based on the MR Pro road car. I have to correct myself. You were tuned in earlier. It's not based on the MR Pro. It's based on the Valkyrie road car.
Yeah.
Sorry, Aston Martin. We'll set that one. We'll set that one right. But if this is a heavyweight boxing match, Felipe Nasr has just gone to the corner to speak to the trainer and have a wet towel and a quick slush of refreshing drink, because he's come in for a pit stop. He's gone back out again, so he's had the fun of the new tyres. He's now going to have to go out for a second stint, likely on the same set of tyres, and there will be a little bit more pain to endure there. Earl Bamber we should see coming in fairly soon as well. He's only got 4% energy left in the tank, so very likely he will pit at the end of the next lap and hand the lead over to the 93 of Renger van de Zande. If you want to follow the telemetry that we get here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, you can. IMSA.com/GTP hyphen, just a little minus sign, telemetry, TELEMETRY. Blomqvist into the pits for the number 68 Meyershank Acura. That interesting, a little bit early there, I would say.
Stand by, caller. I shall let you know. I have my list refreshing at the moment. No, that's 30 laps, mate.
That's early.
Well, it's
ish.
Not everybody is getting 32 laps. Without, he did 33. Colin Brown did 33 and 29. But I've got a feeling that 33 had some yellow in it. Yeah, it did. It had 5 laps.
It's a little bit early, I would say. It's not hugely early. It's not a massive concern. It could have been that Colin Brown was really suffering on the second
Correct.
set of tyres, so they maybe brought him in just a little bit early, and it's maybe just pushed things off a bit. Also got to think about.
I don't think that's early. That's a full green flag stint, isn't it?
No, there's a little bit of yellow in there, I think. Could be wrong.
What you're looking at, though, is that car coming down the pit lane now. Still, by the way, the number 40, the number 10 Cadillac running round with the damaged front right headlamp. Right, let's see if we've got a pit lane report at that end of things. It's Nick Damon. Good evening, Nicholas.
Afternoon, surely, John. It's only half past 40. I am on the wall. To my left, I can see the 31-wheeler Cadillac getting a full service and driver change. To my feet, has just arrived the number 10, the recovering blue Cadillac. That's just getting tyres, but no driver change, just tyres on that one. So those two are going through at the moment. Tyres also for the Whelan. So at this point they are getting a little bit more excited about the ground stuff. We're going to get the JDC Miller car at my feet any second now. And we're waiting for some of the other machines as well. So it's kind of a very staggered now with having so much green running. We aren't getting this everyone coming in at once. They're all staggering through the 85 car, the bright yellow Porsche 963. That stops, driver stays on board, gets a bit more drink. But again, they're also getting fresh tyres. So we appear to be getting the point of the day where they haven't got a double set of tyres anymore. So they're going to go singles towards the end with just over half the race got. Another new nose for number 10. So that's going to be in the wars. The number 10, the blue Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, that gets a new nose again. And a bit of duct tape just to make sure it's attached properly. And that's what we have at the moment from the GTP end of the pit stop.
So there is Will Stevens coming in, just a little bit ahead of schedule to pick up the repair to the front of that car. I'm sure it'd feel a little bit better aero-wise without that piece rattling about on the front right of the car. So what does that mean then? Well, time has been just shuffled through, but the number 60 Meyershank Racing Acura at the moment being driven by Scott Dixon, who has won pretty much everything there is to win, including the Paddock Tiddlywinks competition. No, I'm kidding about that last one, but he's won pretty much all there is to win, except the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah.
He's wanting to enjoy that. But one thing that's always cool to see at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring is the programme and the annual poster. So if you're out around the track, make sure you go and get your... Oh, we've got the artist comes to join us.
Amazing.
Isn't that amazing?
Samantha, when you push that red button until it goes green and then say hello to everyone here and everyone around the world.
Well, I'm so pleased to be with you all here, and I cannot say enough wonderful things about here at Sebring and the fans here, so thank you so much for having me on.
Tell us a little bit about the genesis of the design that you have put together for this event.
So this year's particular poster, Wayne and the folks here at Sebring had gone through and really pushed to have a spectacular finale at the end of the 12 hour. And the fireworks, I think, were the most prominent part of that display at the end. So when I went to design the poster this year, Wayne said, we really need to have the fireworks involved. And being that Cadillac is such a big part of Sebring and the sponsorship, obviously we had to have Wayne Taylor up front in their Cadillac, and we really wanted to show off this spectacular finale they had at the end of the 12 hour last year.
How long does it take then from the moment that you begin to have the creative idea of what form it's going to take, and then what happens after that, and how long does it take before you go, okay, that's it, I'm happy with that? Or do you have to say, I'm going to have to stop now because I could keep on with this forever?
There are definitely cases of both. So I will sometimes have an epiphany, if you will, and come up with an idea and a design that goes over swimmingly. But there are a lot of times where I will sit there and have to redraw something over and over and over again. And sometimes it takes 6 to 7 takes before I find something that really gels with the overall feeling and the atmosphere of the race we're trying to capture.
And that's a very good point, because racing is emotion. You're a race fan, we should say. You're
Absolutely.
an artist, but you are absolutely a race fan. I think that comes over in your work, Samantha, I really do. And emotion is such an important part of why everybody's here and why we do what we do.
Oh, absolutely. So having grown up in a household of Lockheed Martin and technical drawers and mechanical engineers, that was absolutely impressed on me in the early days with Formula One when I was a kid growing up. And then sports car racing as I got a little older, thanks to my husband, Michael, who's also a massive fan and a driver as well. I just think that it's so incredible, the sport that we have, and I think that if there's a way to fully encompass the emotion that's involved in the community that's involved in motorsport, I always try to impress that.
And what happens to the original artwork, and what size is the original artwork to then be reproduced for the poster and such like?
So I always work in a 1-to-1 scale with the poster, so it's
Right.
typically 18 by 24, and
So that's what, A1? Is that an A1
yeah,
size?
exactly. I believe so. And that original artwork either comes directly here to Sebring, so Wayne Estes, the president, is able to have that, and it also goes over to the merchandisers to be produced for everybody else and all the fans to enjoy.
Come back to you in a moment. We've got a bit of a battle on the circuit. Bits of rubber debris being thrown up as the Porsche from Mustang Sampling goes back a position. Sheldon von der Linde and BMW Team RLL number 25 goes through. They're on slightly different strategies at the moment. So, this is why we can't get too excited about what is going on in certain times. You've got to read where the race is. That is not Neil Jarney's race right now, Peter.
No, they're about 10 laps apart on strategy. And I think for the Pro-Don competition team, for the number 5 crew, for them it's about keeping clean, keeping a rhythm, and letting the others make the mistakes. That's what their modus operandi is going to be, I think. But after that, those pit stops, just waiting for the timing screen to correct itself. Yes, so Felipe Nasr has come through in the lead of the motor race, and has actually jumped past ahead of the 31 of Jack Aitken, 7 seconds between them, but would believe that Felipe Nasr will be on a second stint on his tyres, whereas Aitken has shiny new Michelins.
Yes, I think I would agree with that. Sad news of the 4th official retirement now. We probably could have guessed this, but we wait until it is official via IMSA. Pratt Miller Motorsports, Chris Cummings brought the 73 Oreca into the pit lane on lap 144, so that's some getting on for 40 laps ago now, and that car has not reappeared and will take no further part. We have the very talented Samantha here, who has done the poster art for Sebring 2025 in the 73rd running in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. What media do you work in? And so that original, that 1-to-1 original, how was that created?
So generally speaking, by day, I'm an oil painter primarily. This particular piece, just for the ease of the merchandiser and reproducing it for tickets and things along those lines, was done digitally, but it is all digitally painted by hand. So
Interesting.
looking at the file itself, I probably have about 75 or so hours of work into it. So it's the same amount of work as it would be traditionally, but for the ease of everything, it's done in a digital format.
So if you hadn't done it that way, you would then have had to have that very carefully scanned so that it could then be printed. What you've effectively done is create an original artwork. So we've got the TDS car, which has had its problems today, spinning at the exit of turn...
It's turn 1, Hunter McElroy, and there's a little bit of damage to the rear left of that TDS car, and this has been...
That's turn 17. That is the exit of turn 17.
Oh, you're right. Well, great spot, John. Yes, it is.
It's on driver's right at turn 17. He's having to reverse out. That's very, very dangerous indeed. Yellow flags are waving. He's got it going. I suspect he'll come straight into the pit lane. No, he doesn't.
Oh, so no damage then, I guess.
No damage. So Hunter McElroy, did he get help here? He did. And that's the 88, isn't it? The, yeah, it is. The, ooh. Well, you know what? That's very unfortunate for both people concerned there, because Mateus Perez-Companc, the AF course at number 88, having the same issue that his dad had at turn 5 earlier on when his dad hit Gar Robinson in the 74 Riley car. He's off the ground at that point. He hit a bump and it threw him 6 inches to the left.
It's arguably the bumpiest part of the entire track at Sunset Bend, and he just hit a bump like you would at every single lap, and they were just too close together. Mateus Perez-Companc in his Sebring debut, and Hunter McElroy in that TDS car. That's big news, because TDS have been so fast, and in effect, it's not a spec class, but everybody drives the Orica. They've been so far ahead of the field, and nobody can quite put their finger on exactly why they've been so strong. But these delays, that's not what they need. They know they've got a race-winning car. They know they've got a race-winning crew, but that's cost them a lot of time.
The AF Corsa car, Mateus Perez-Companc, was actually trying to get a lap back from Hunter McElroy, the 4th place car. He's dropped down a place or two. Samantha is still with us. I just want to finish that thought about hand painting in a digital format, because that's what you're talking about. So instead of using a pen, a pencil, a paintbrush, or whatever other art medium you use, you're using a cursor or a pointer, but you're still doing that yourself. There's no element of AI or computer aided there. You're still creating and putting effectively putting the colour on the digital page.
Yeah, exactly. And the subject of AI is definitely opening up a can of worms for sure. But I have some feelings about that. But I work on a tablet, and I work in a program that's similar to Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator. And I can effectively create any type of artwork on there because of the different brushes they have available. But it's in a way that it's easy to transfer or send anywhere in the world, really.
And being any form of artist, whether it is a musician, a writer, a painter, a sculptor, heck, even in our job, to be honest, I wouldn't call us artists, but working in any media, it's very difficult to earn a living. Do you earn a living as an artist?
I do, and I think...
Well done, you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that there's a lot of stigma still that, the expression starving artist is pretty well known throughout the world, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to work with some incredible people. Wayne Estes, I give massive credit to him, John Doonan and the France family for really giving me the opportunity to work with them and work within IMSA and all these other incredible series. And I'm just so fortunate and so grateful to be able to share my work with everybody else out there. And if anybody else is considering a creative path, just know that the hard work will get you there for sure.
And is what you do for your day job, is that motorsport related? Are you taking commissions? Are you doing one-off? How does that work for you?
I do a little bit of everything. So I have yeah, exactly.
Eggs, basket, rearrange.
Yeah, totally. So I do a lot of commission work. So for teams, private clients that have a car they've sold and missed or raced in the past, I primarily work within motorsport. I do have some of my original work as well that I've produced on my own time, but I really just enjoy being able to essentially capture the spirit of something and giving people the opportunity to relive whatever they may have missed or something they experienced in the past. So like the 962 I have a painting of. And
talking his language now.
Oh yeah, exactly. So it's the Lowenbrow 962. And Derek Bell was kind enough to sign that for me at one point. And
I think you've held on to that bit of artwork for yourself.
Do you know the owner of that car is in this race?
Yes, I know he is. Rodrigo is a friend of mine. But that being said, the image of it is, it's so realistic that your eyes want to follow the car, and it's almost like you can hear the wastegate, you can smell everything that's happening. It's like you're reliving the moment entirely, and that's what I really aim to do.
Do you create that from imagination, or do you use, if you like, reference material, photographs, etc., and either recreate a photograph or take a number of photographs and then present almost, if you like, an imagination of all of those different images?
So I can do either or. So if I'm working with stuff that's what's considered historic nowadays, even though for most people and most of my subjects that was the heyday in the golden era of motorsport, right? I like to think of myself little bit like ye old-timey Photoshop and actually working with photos from the period that need a little bit of TLC. But I am fortunate that I get to work with a handful of really incredible photographers, new and old. And as a thank you to them, they always, first of all, I always ask for permission, but secondly, they always get the first print of an edition of 30 that I make as a thank you and credit the whole 9 yards.
Nice, very good. Samantha, I'm delighted you could join us. We had a quick chat yesterday, earlier in the week anyway. Was it yesterday? It might have been Thursday. It's all got
It's all a blur
together. Your work for the poster is absolutely outstanding. They are still available around the circuit here. It's a beautiful souvenir of the 73rd running. Thank you for joining us, and the best of luck in what you do in the future. I'm sure we'll run into you again.
Thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
In the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre with a really talented artist, Peter. We can only bow down to Samantha's talent.
I'm intrigued about this Lowenbrow 962 image because I've got a keg beer machine at home, and you can order these little mini kegs for it, and you're scrolling through and you're making a choice. And as soon as I remember seeing it Lowenbrow, going, it's in the same colours as the white and blue of the 962 at Daytona. Fantastic.
That is fabulous.
Owned by Rodrigo Salas in the PR1 car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Amongst other things.
Yeah, he's got a few good cars. By all means, stick around and watch a bit more of the race here. That seat is free for the moment. That coming together between the two cars on the entrance to turn 17, which was the AF Corsa at number 88, the TDS number 11, has been reviewed, no action. I'm going to tell you now that Hunter McElrea will not be happy about that when he's been told that on the radio. When he sees the replay of that, when he gets out of the car, he'll be far less angry. He's still going to be annoyed because it was him that was turned around. I think it would have been incredibly harsh there to have given a penalty for somebody, as Hunter was going through, as it was the challenge was coming in down the inside on Hunter McElrea by young Matheus Perez-Compang, because at that point Hunter's not done any, Matheus has not done anything wrong, Peter. It's just the bump has thrown him 6 inches to the left.
I think it's a great call from race control. Racing incident, it happens. Yes, it's unfortunate for TDS, but yeah, it's. I think that's a really strong call. Neil Verhagen out front in GTD Pro by 3.8 seconds. Like I say, had a cookie at lunch. He's leading by 3.8 seconds. That's science for you folks. Cookies make you faster. The Huntress Lamborghini, it's in GTD right behind him. That couple of laps down after, unfortunately, a puncture a couple of hours ago where Parker Kligerman, who got a bit of a rude experience there of his, he's still in his very early days of multi-class sports car racing, has always wanted to do it and made his debut there at the Rolex 24, but dragging a car back with a puncture for probably 3 out of the 3 3/4 miles is definitely one of the least pleasurable learning experiences of multi-class sports car racing, but he did the job well, got the car back, and 78 Lamborghini still going and going strong at this moment in time. V10 still singing away. At the moment that car sits in 15th with Mario Farnbacher on board, completed 178 laps compared to 180 of the leader, so they're 2 laps off the lead at the moment, but a couple of full course yellows at the right point, and they'll be right back in the conversation.
Just had a raft of GTD Pro pit stops, including both the Corvettes. Out the number 4 is Danny Uncadilla. Danny, it's we're in a kind of a holding pattern, aren't we, at the moment? People just kind of turning laps, staying out of trouble.
Sorry. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's too early in the race. You know, it's a very long race, and a little bit like Daytona. I think it's surviving the first 10 hours and then gloves off the last 2.
As a driver, is this part of it any fun, or do you kind of feel this is a bit where you earn your money?
No, I enjoy it. It's part of it. It's how the rules work. A lot of strategy in that. And it's still fun, you know, this track is very challenging even when you're not pushing flat out 110%. It's very bumpy, it's difficult, it's windy out there today, gutsy, and that makes it all very difficult. So it is still a lot of fun even when you have to manage.
We've had a massive run of green. Do you think, would you like to see a yellow get them back together again, or is that not what Corvette want?
Yeah, we want it. I think we don't have the ultimate pace to beat some of the guys at the front, so all the yellows and all the chaos towards the end of the race is always going to help us make it a bit messy, and hopefully we can be on the podium today as well.
Thanks, Danny. Good luck.
Thank you.
Daniel Huncadella from car number 4 for Corvette Racing. He's a busy boy this year because he's doing a lot of simulator days for the Aston Martin Formula 1 team alongside his commitments with Corvette Racing. And you never know, we might see him in an environment where he's very familiar at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Neil Verhagen, you know, maybe one of those drivers and teams that Daniel was referring to there, who have got the really strong pace. The Paul Miller Racing BMWs, 2 of them in GTD Pro, have had, since qualifying, have had very, very strong speed. But they'll have to get past the number 77, Rexy Porsche from AO Racing, and indeed, not 1 but 2 Corvettes running strong up the front of the field at the moment. LMP2, well, LMP2 is a really curious one because all of the bronze drivers qualify the cars and then started the race, and each driver in the LMP2 class has to complete a minimum driver time of 3 hours at the wheel, and pit stops don't count in that. And a few of the teams basically left their bronze driver in for that whole 3-hour period. Remarkable. And one of those teams that took that and got that out of the way was the 014 who lead the race in LMP2 at the moment. Toby Sowry on board, who's taken over from Malte Jakobsen, and Toby and Malte will be relaying back and forward between now and the end of the race, because George Kurtz, he did all of his 3 hours of driving time in one go. Imagine the fitness required to do that. Quite remarkable. Remember, George is not a professional athlete, but basically has to hold himself to that standard. His move for position here with the 48 of Jesse Krohn goes through on the number 4 of Tommy Milner in the Pratt Miller Motorsports Corvette. What can Tommy do? He knows this place inside and out. But the BMW looking very, very racy there in the hands of Jesse Krohn. And that 48 crew of Jesse Krohn, of Dan Harper, Max Hesse were so strong at Daytona, but unfortunately were caught up in that big wreck that we saw at turn 2 about 8 hours into the race. So they really are playing catch up in terms of championship points early on. They'll want to get a really strong result on the board, and Krohn now up into 3rd place and sets his sight just up the road a little bit to the bright green dinosaur that is the Rexy Porsche number 77, which is being piloted by Alessio Piccarello at the moment. And the eagle eye amongst you who are following our pictures on YouTube or on imsaradio.com, or indeed if you're lucky enough around the circuit, you'll notice that Rexy's teeth are a little bit well, they're not quite as neat and tidy as they normally are. That's because Rixie got in a bit of a fight in the last hour of the Rolex 24 and had his teeth knocked out. So he's been to the orthodontist, he's been patched together, he's been filled up with Mobil 1 oil, and back for the fight again. And hopefully by the time we go to the streets of Long Beach, those teeth might have straightened out a little bit.
In the pit lane again, and we have fresh out of the car, it's Max Hesse from the 48, a car that started not so well, but you've really had a very strong few hours as a team, haven't you?
Yeah, so far it's been very good. We had a little issue in the first stint already that set us back. I think confused you guys a bit why we stopped so early. And now we were lucky on my first stint, the rear left tire almost popped off for half of the stint, so we're happy to still be in the game. We made up some progress in the second stint, and I think we're P3, so all good.
So why was the tyre almost popping off?
Good question, we don't know.
So it's like, do you think it was a mounting problem rather than a tyre pressure problem?
Yeah. Obviously we have the tyre regulations and we were in them, so that's all good. So I guess a mounting or maybe leaning on the curb when they were still building up pressure. So we were lucky. Was selecting reverse there for a second because it was going quite backwards. But yeah, happy to make back up the time. And now we go full push for the 4-hour mark. And I think will be a good fight at the end.
So how did the car feel when you had this badly mounted tyre? What was the effect for you in the car?
Yeah, I was complaining about understeer in right-handers and oversteer in left-handers, so it was not great balance, but it made up for it in the second stint, so all good.
You've had a long run of green flag. Does that mean that everyone's kind of like playing fair now and being very careful with the overtakes?
Yeah, so far I think the respect is quite good. Obviously we saw a lot in the first few hours, but when it will get dark, I expect some yellows.
Thanks, Max.
Thank you.
Max Hesse there out of the 48 car.
Car that's running very strong at the moment. Unfortunately, the biggest penalty we've seen all day for car number 66, the Gradient Mustang Ford. A stop plus 100 seconds for a violation of GTD stint energy requirement. So each car gets a certain amount of energy they've got, but no energy for the number 32 Korthoff competition Mercedes from the lead of GTD. The GTD leader is parked at the side of the road. The red, white and black Motul sponsored Korthoff competition Mercedes of Kent and Cook. No, because they have been flying.
An immaculate run. He's already loosening off his seat belts inside. This must be something major. And this is turn 7, just beyond the hairpin at the far side of the circuit. Total disaster for this car. He was following that's the Dragon Speed car, kept out the way. It's just gone dead stick. Coming out of the turn 5 area, and he's coasting. Well, that is amazingly bad luck. I cannot believe. I mean, the car is battle scarred in terms of lots of rubber debris being thrown onto it, but there's no dent. Kenton Cook said, I just need a tow back to the pits. I don't think there's anything else wrong with it. Oh, heartbreak. And that happened quickly. Ryan Marine rejoining us on the quick pit stop here. How was dinner?
It was all right. No complaints.
Good, excellent.
What did we miss here, though?
Caught off AMG coming up to a VP in race update. Now, at the moment, that car's off at the side of the circuit, but surely it's going to... he was saying, just drag me backwards. He's got to get to one of those cutouts. Again, heads-up driving. So many times this has happened this week where drivers have really worked to get the cars, their stricken cars, out of the way so as not to ruin everyone else's race. Now, it was in Kenton's... big lock-up right in front of him there. Let's see which car that was. My goodness me. Let's just make sure that this gets out the way. I don't think what we're going to see is anything other than local yellows there. Let's very quickly get a VP Racing update off. It's Porsche Penske Motorsport by 10.7 seconds. The number 7 from the number 37 Jack Aitken-driven Cadillac Wheel and V Series. Then the 963 of Mathieu Jaminet, the number 6, is another 14 seconds back. 5 seconds back from that, Sheldon von der Linde for BMW M Team RLL. His teammate Dries Vanthoor is behind him by about 1.5 seconds, and Scott Dixon makes up the top 6, 5 seconds further back for the first of the Acuras. LMP2 just going back out. CrowdStrike Racing by APR will... Oh, I was going to say we'll have given up the lead, but Paul DeRest has just come in as well. So it'll be CrowdStrike number 04, United Autosport number 2, and into Europol number 43 when we get back underway with those cars coming out the pit in LMP2. Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing leads by 1.490, and it's Alessio Picariello in the 777, the 77B Porsche by 1.4. He's got a BMW right with him. It's almost in his engine compartment. Yes, he